Acceso, no?
Il mio va?
Ma can you hear me? Sì? Test, test, test.
Prova, 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 prova.
Lucia, buongiorno.
Prova,
Buongiorno, buongiorno, buongiorno.
prova, prova, prova.
Io sì.
Io no. Sì?
Yes.
Va Marco? Va? Sì? Ok, perfetto. Partiamo? Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Shaping the Cities Forum for Sustainable Cities and Communities for day 2 of our forum that this year is focusing on 2 of the most urgent and interconnected challenges of the cities they're facing today, which are housing and communities. Before we start, we would like to tell to our audience online that they can feel free to ask questions as in the chat, as our team is moderating the conversations online. And for the audience here in Palazzo Michiel, that if they have questions at the end of the Q&A, they can also raise their hands, and then we are going to be happy to involve them in the conversation. And we would love, of course, to thank our media partners for their support: Arc Daily, the Architecture Review, Design Boom, Domus, Stir, Platform, Venues, and UrbanX. So thanks for the support. And now, Adi, shall we go back to what happened yesterday?
Yes, of course. So we're very happy to have you here. So the forum of this year is very much focused on one thematic, which is housing and communities. And the title of our forum is Housing and Community for a Shared Future. This forum, Timur, can we? Yes, thank you. So this year's forum really focusing on the housing pressures from inequality, climate stress, the spatial fragmentation that has been felt across the different cities. We are really trying to bridge the gap between the housing needs and the market, what the market's actually providing. We are looking into space, public space, let's say, linked to that. We are also looking into the crisis that has been intensified by the rising costs and the shrinking living conditions, and also how housing is understood not just as a building, but as an essential civic infrastructure. We have one common question that is connecting all the dots between all the different speakers. So you're going to hear this question from all of us between me and Lucia. And our question is, how can we really meaningfully connect all the architects, the urban planners and designers, and the local community to work collaboratively together for the urgent issues related to housing? What are the frameworks? What are the structures that are put in place? Or what are the ways that could support meaningful, let's say, collaboration between all these different stakeholders, different actors in the conversation regarding housing? We're also this year, we're creating a manifesto that really sums up all the different ideas and insights and values that have emerged from all the speakers, the conversations, and all these discussions. This manifesto, we want to have it as a shared call to action for all the cities, for cities that should be shaped in the future. And we want to make it all available on shapingthecity.org. So each of you of the speakers, we're really collecting all this information from you, all different takeaways, and we want to make it public and hope to get out of this 1.5-day conversations a call to action for housing in the cities. Now, yesterday, quick recap of what happened yesterday. We had a keynote by Tatiana Bilbao, and then we had the first panel, Living Together. The title of the panel was Living Together, Housing as a Collective Project. And then we saw a book presentation titled Unveiling the Unseen, which really showed the different history of the national pavilions here in Venice. Today, we are looking into 4 different panels. It's going to be a long day. The first panel is A Building Belonging, Housing and the Architecture of the Common Good. The third panel is Architecture as Encounter, Form, Materiality, and the Space of Living. We're going to have a lunch break. Then in the afternoon, we have 2 other panels titled Rethinking Home, Innovation, Affordability, and the Future of Living. The 5th panel, Architecture of Place, Local Grounds, and Situated Practices. And we have a closing keynote by Mads Birgens, who is the head of urbanism from Cobe Architects. And then we're going to all celebrate with an aperitivo in Palazzo Mora. Thank you. Okay. Today, let's dive exactly into this morning. Who are the speakers and what are we going to expect for this morning session? So this is the title of panel 2 that we already said. It's going to be moderated by Becky, who is here with us from Virginia Tech. She's the Dean of the College of Honors. And we have our first speaker in this panel, who is coming from Arkansas, Peter MacKeith, who's the curator also of the American Pavilion in this year, in the Venice Biennale. The other conversations coming from Vienna, from Austria, with Wolfgang, who works at the municipality of Vienna. And then we have with us Petra Kempf from St. Louis, from Washington University in St. Louis, from Missouri. She's bringing another talk about the Party Wall Common. The exhibition is also found in Palazzo Mora, if you want to check it out. And the final conversation of this session is coming from Baltimore with Coleman, who is bringing a different lens and different perspective to the conversation as well. The second session of this morning is titled Architecture as Encounter, Form and Materiality in the Space of Living. In this conversation we're going to have, it's going to be moderated by Heather Woofter from the University of Austin in Texas. Texas and Austin, sorry. Either or, I'm sorry. And within the conversation, we also have Song Ho, who is the director of Axiom and also works at Kent State University. The second conversation is from Juan Jose, who is from Barcelona, but is also based at Rice University in Houston. And the third panelist is coming and joining us from Tokyo in Japan, Keiichiro Sako, who is also going to bring us in a totally different lens and different perspective from the other side of the world. So this is what we're expecting this morning. Stay tuned, engage in the conversations, and without further ado, Lucia, would you?
Yeah, so while we invite our speakers to join us on stage and to take their seat, let's kick off the program for today. The first panel, as Adi mentioned, is titled Building Belonging, Housing and the Architecture of the Common Good. And the panel is going to be moderated by Becky Bott, the Dean of Virginia Tech Honors College. Becky is an active leader in honors education. Rebecca serves as on the professional development and membership committees of the National Collegiate Honors Council and the Student Engagement Committee for the Council of Honors Education. She also directs the Justice Challenge Program, a federally funded initiative that prepares students to address some of the world's most pressing challenges. Becky has authored 64 articles and book chapters and was named as a Fellow of the National Collegiate Honors College in 2024. She is dedicated to advancing higher education through innovation, integrity, and engagement. Welcome to everyone, and Rebecca, the floor is yours.
It's very good to be here, and I am so honored to be sitting amidst some of the foremost leaders in this area. So how did I come to sit here today as somebody who isn't directly involved in architecture or housing? Well, I do come from a great university whose motto is ut prosum, that I may serve. And so this is our guiding ethos at Virginia Tech. We're learning, we're cultivating, we're reaching out into communities on a regular basis, and in that mission that I may serve drives our purpose. On this next slide, you can see one of the initiatives that the Honors College of the Virginia Tech has been involved in over time, and that is the Justice Challenge that Lucia had mentioned. And the Justice Challenge is something where we imagine that every honor student from across the country and even around the world had access to the top content experts and educators in the nation or even world. We also imagine that they would have regular access to one another and to those experts, as well as in-depth experiences learning from and with communities, so they could develop a comprehensive worldview based in systems thinking and unrestricted by geography, political ideology, or financial need. Every year, we honor the prosum motto of Virginia Tech as we approach wicked problems facing humanity. And those themes have been food, climate, and sustainability. And though not directly focused on community and housing, both of those issues came up in each of the years. This initiative has reached over 250 students directly from 34 institutions. We're in our third and final pilot year and look forward to expanding globally. But that's enough background from me and from my university at the moment. I am really deeply interested in hearing what our wonderful esteemed panel has to say. So today, thank you for joining us for Building Belonging, Housing and the Architecture of the Common Good. So we're going to dive in today and hear from, again, some of the foremost leaders in this area, and they come with quite a treat in terms of the backgrounds that they bring to the table. So today, first, we'll be hearing from Peter, I believe. Okay. All right, so Peter MacKeith, Dean and Professor of Architecture at the Fay Jones School of Architecture and Design at the University of Kansas. Arkansas, sorry, excuse me. Arkansas, a ACSA Distinguished Professor, a Senior Fellow of Design Futures Council, and has been knighted for the First Class Order of the Lion in Finland. Peter is an advocate for the vitality of contemporary architecture in the Nordic region. And today, Peter shares with us Porch, an architecture of generosity American Pavilion at the 19th Venice Architectural Biennale.
Sacred object. Good morning. Good morning, responsive audience here in the room. Let me start over. Peter MacKeith, it's true, I'm the Dean of the Fay Jones School of Architecture and Design at the University of Arkansas. And while there's a long part of my life which is spent in the Nordic nations, and I've spent actually this more or less the second half of my life in what we'll call the American South, or even the heartland as it's increasingly being referred to. And that is in fact the context in which, together with many, many others, we proposed to the US Department of State the thematics for the United States Pavilion in the Giardini for this year's Venice Biennale. I think it's important to resonate with the land grant mission that was sounded in the introductory remarks. Can you go back one? In the sense that the University of Arkansas, as with many, many universities in the United States, is in fact founded in the second half of the 19th century under what was called the Morrill Act, which brings into being a number of public universities emanating out across the South, the Midwest, and the West. And if I've learned one thing from my years spent in land-grant universities, there in fact are three missions to such a university, which is, number one, serve the people of your state, and number two, serve the people of your state. And if you're following me, number three, serve the people of your state through education. And in developing both, I would say, the economic health and the environmental health of the state through education. So our perspective in making a proposal, not just on behalf of the state of Arkansas, and certainly not just on behalf of our school and university, but in fact on behalf of the United States, is how can we in fact demonstrate that the architecture, contemporary architecture at that, is at least attempting to serve the citizens of the state. And by the state, I would mean the United States. That's a heady task to take on, and that's truly challenging in any era, under any political administration, under any moment, I would say, in the United States history. It comes with challenges. But this was our attempt, and I would say it's ongoing. And whereas, yes, I've spent most of my life looking at architecture of the Nordic nations, I've also spent most of my life looking at the architecture of the American South. And there's an exhibition now at the National Building Museum called the South 40, Contemporary Architecture in the American South. And it's really the foundation, I would say, for this proposition of the porch as a way in to thinking about architecture in the United States. And in that sense, a way into thinking about issues of housing and community building. So let's go forward. If everyone's been to the Giardini, perhaps you'll know that this is the opening day as we had constructed it, and I'll say a bit about how and why we constructed it. But it's perhaps more important to understand, going back in time, that the proposition we made to the State Department was to propose the porch literally as a construct, spatially and metaphorically, as a common ground in which dialogue could occur, dialogue such as we're having today, but dialogue especially on issues of community building and civic engagement, and I would say climate mitigation or climate resilience as well. So it was always intended to have that service attitude, and it was always intended to be a collective endeavor. We made this proposal in a previous administration, and I will say that, in fact, the thematics have remained remarkably stable and uncontested as we've gone forward. And that, I think, speaks to the collaborative effort that we undertook, as well as the overall strength, almost typologically, something that stands not necessarily outside of history, but certainly can transcend historical moment, as a spatial construct and as a place of collective activity. So while there are immediate, I think, reference when we bring in the word porch of one kind or another, there are hopefully contemporary reference as well. But it was from the very beginning, as I've said, a proposition that through demonstrations of American architecture in the current moment, we could indicate that the nation is, in fact, perhaps even unknown to itself, engaged in consistent acts of community building, north, south, east, and west. Equally, at the same time, the proposition was that we are also working as architects, north, south, east, and west, across the 50 states, in actions of climate mitigation or climate resilience. And this has, again, a relevance to the typology of the porch historically, and it has a relevance in very much in contemporary terms. And thirdly, we felt very much that through the gathering of what I'll soon show as almost empirical evidence, that the porch, again, as a spatial construct and as a metaphor for a way of thinking and working, is also a place of civic engagement. That the architecture practices engaged in these particular constructions are in fact reaching out to their communities, drawing those communities into something what we call collaborative design or co-design activities in order to bring forward buildings of community value and meaning. So again, has that gone forward? It's gone backwards. There we are. This may or may not be hard to see. One of the virtues we have as a school is a community design center, and we set them to the task of examining this typology or this history of the American porch as a place of collective activity, as a place of even climate resilience. And if we look back through the history of the United States and back across, again, the many different types of architectures that have arrived through many different streams of people, that in fact this type of construct is consistently present at a variety of scales, but certainly at the scale of the house. And if I make one further proposition about this way of thinking, it's to suggest that in many ways, in this cause of housing, we of course do have to think about the house, but what's clear is that in the United States, we have used the house as something of an elemental form or an elemental type, and that not only in the domestic scale, but we speak of schoolhouses, houses of worship, public houses, townhouses. All of this has this constant drumbeat of the house as this referent form, and in each case, We can say that there always have been these exterior liminal spaces that have been very much a part of that type form, such that it's possible to posit that if the United States could be seen as fundamentally a nation of houses, perhaps at the same time it could be seen fundamentally as a nation of porches. And if that's the case, then perhaps we are actually trying to communicate with ourselves if we consistently are building these liminal spaces between public and private, outside and inside, between who we are as individuals and who we are as citizens in our neighborhoods and cities. And maybe even some sort of therapeutic way we should be examining the role of the porch in our life, in our communities. We see this writ large in the very monuments that we build to each other. And whether it's the neoclassical vocabulary or a much more contemporary approach, we believe that it's possible, again, to posit this type of liminal space as something that's intrinsic to American architecture, and one that it really allows us to enter into these dialogues about housing, about community, about public welfare, and about the environment. Rather wonderfully, at the time, as we were bringing this into being, we were in conversation with a very good friend of ours, a faculty member at the University of Florida, Charlie Haley, who's written a book which I recommend to you all, called The Porch, Meditations on the Edge of Nature. Charlie has spent a great deal of his own life sitting on a porch in the Florida Everglades, looking at the rise and fall of water, but the increasingly rise of water in Florida, and has brought forward a book of really quite poetic depth about what it is to observe nature at this point in time, and how that, in some sense, as he raises a family, how it encourages him, if not compels him, to be communicating to his students exactly what our responsibilities are as designers. And so again, the porch comes into being as this type of not only spatial construct of importance, but a metaphorical way of talking about who we are and how we can speak to others about who we are. Coming back to the idea of research method, I think it's important to note that we focused very much on a representation of American architecture through an open call, and to which we received 400 submissions from across the country, asking architects and designers to indicate to us the ways in which they were working towards civic engagement, community building, and climate mitigation in their own work. And from that, we selected 54 participants, all of whom are represented now in condensed ways in the Pavilion, really referring to a vast variety of architectures across the country, in housing, in community building, housing, that is to say multifamily and multi-level as much as single family, as well as in public spaces and parks, city halls, libraries, etc., all across the country. I'm only going to perhaps, and I think I'm at time here, is to conclude really, if I can, there's been a number of commentaries all throughout the last decade on the relevance of the porch in a way of thinking about the United States. One that perhaps is useful for us here today is from Reinhold Martin, who many know is at Columbia and has given a great deal of thought to American public life in architecture. And his encouragement, which is ours as well, is that one way of moving forward on issues of housing and issues of community is to socialize the porch, convert democratically private property to public, like the highways, assemble publics to debate what can be called the infrastructure question, the question of what it is to be shared in common, and the responsibilities that this sharing entails. This was the ethos with which we approached the commission of the U.S. Pavilion. It's there in the Giardini. I'm not going to walk you through it today. I encourage you all over the next 2 days to come and visit and see these representatives of what we would say now are the best of American architecture and how they are working on issues of housing and community. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Peter. I like the notion of a nation of porches and the community it brings together. For those of you who haven't seen the exhibit, it's wonderful, and I encourage you to get over there. So our next speaker this morning is Wolfgang Renner. Wolfgang is responsible for corporate communications management at the Scientific Library in the Vienna City Hall, and he's a lecturer in media ethics at the University of Applied Arts, Vienna, as well as at the University of Applied Sciences in Vienna. He has provided oversight for science communication at the Austrian Research Centers and is head of Media Academy of the Vienna newspaper, so a man of many talents. His focus is on digital humanism, and today he presents on life in Vienna and the future concept of digital humanism. Thank you, Wolfgang.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and also thank you very much, Lucia and Hardy, for the invitation, that I get the chance being here representing Vienna's concepts. Well, we are living in interesting times, I would say, and in Vienna we got two concepts. We call it lighthouse projects that we are working on. The first is housing in Vienna is a concept from the 20th century. It's called the Red Vienna, housing as a common good. And the other one is the concept of the 21st century that we are working on right now. It's called digital humanism. Maybe you've heard about the concept before, because Vienna is the city of the digital humanism, and I'll come to it later on. We are trying to create a good life for everyone. That's the aim, that's our goal. So the first is, what have been the cornerstones? In the years between 1919 and 1934, this was the so-called First Republic in Austria after the First World War. In Vienna, there was the concept of the so-called Red Vienna. Maybe you heard about it. The politicians decided to make a concept that people could have public housing, education, and a good life. This was the First Republic, the Red Vienna. The second one is, it doesn't work. Yes, this one here, second one. 2014, there was the concept of the so-called smart city. The mayor decided to change the way of living to a smart city. This was 10 years ago, a very good concept, but focused on the term smart. Now, we are in 2025, we call it digital humanism. Come back to the first, housing in Vienna as a public good. A concept of the 20th century. It was known as the Red Vienna, first of all. Second, it was a holistic and comprehensive social housing system. And this is still working in Vienna right now, because the aim is to create an affordable, high-quality living space for a broad section of the population. This was the main goal, based on the idea that housing is a public good. And this was, in these days, it was not easy. And the regulated was it by the government, intervention and cooperative structures. This is decades ago, and it is still working. We are still working on that. In the 20th century, nowadays, 220,000 and 200,000 subsidized apartments are owned by the city of Vienna. Imagine, these are about 420,000 apartments. And around 50% of the population in Vienna lives in such apartments. This means rent is low, everything is working really good. 420,000 apartments, and we are still building this concept. So it works. Social housing stands for a more equitable society. This was the goal, living together. One example, maybe all of you know it. This is the so-called Karl Marx Hof. If you go to Vienna, go there. It's really very impressive. Built in the 30s. It's more than 1,000 meters long, and it's the iconic building. Petra, you will surely know it. It's an iconic building, really. If you ever have the chance to go there, have a look at it. Second one is Alt Erla, built in 1976. It is then they changed and said, well, let's build flats in a green space. This was the goal, but look at this, like in America, tall, big houses, many flats inside. So the lighthouse number 2 is the digital humanism, with the aim creating a good life for everybody, a concept nowadays for the 21st century. I want to put a question on the first before I start with it. Question: are we losing control? Are we losing control? Big question. This question, I have to go back. Can I go back? No, sorry. It doesn't. Are we losing control? Yes. The person addressed was Professor Edward Lee from the University of California at Berkeley. Maybe you know him, Edward, cool guy. The occasion was the first international conference on digital humanism in Vienna, June 2025, place Vienna. Edward, question: are we losing control? What did Edward say? No. He said no, 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 because we never had control. And we can't lose what we don't have. And I tell you, Edward Lee's really a very, very cool guy. He never makes jokes. He was looking straight on. We never had. Okay, so, but this doesn't mean we should give up, however. That's his own words. We can nudge the process, and even a supertanker can be redirected by gentle nudging. This was the message for digital humanism. So, the status, what's the status? You as a scientist would say, what is the status? The status is we live in a world in which humanity wants to achieve immortality through a concept that we want to live forever. Artificial intelligence will steer it. The fundamental human characterizations could disappear, and a glimpse into a future dominated by technology in which, if under these human things that we are living in, we will lose. So, but what about the human right of housing? Nobody thinks about it. For many people, housing is a central survival issue, even in Vienna with these 420,000 flats. So, we have a little thought experiment. Let's say, will digital humanism be able to provide the answer for public housing and coexisting in the future? That's our core question in the city of Vienna. Will the concept, because we are facing, I won't say the word enemy, but we are facing artificial intelligence. Behind it, there are the large language models. And I fear that they will, if we don't watch it, they will take control. So this is the concept. Just one word to this image here. We said if we are doing digital humanism, we have to look at humans and what is behind it, and behind it is the arts. This here is from the University of Applied Arts, and it should show up the yin and yang, the Asian model, that we should live together on a digital side and on a humanism side. It's got a little, yes, you know the students. So our answer is clearly yes. We say yes, we will change the way of living with the concept of digital humanism. Okay, Vienna is, I say it proudly, and want to invite you for next year in June again. We will have the next conference on digital humanism in the town hall, and Professor Edward Lee will come. You can ask him if we are losing control. Surely he will say no. And we are shaping. We try to shape the digital future for everybody. We would like to create a sustainable life resourcing. We try to to conserve the resources and embed the whole human thoughts that we have in Vienna, concept in Vienna, to make a good life. So, based is, you said in the beginning, Hadi, that there's a new manifesto. I would like to invite you to join the manifesto on Vienna Manifesto on Digital Humanism. You will find it. It's on the Technical University of Vienna, and it was written in 2019. And please have a look at it. It's 6 years old, 7 years maybe soon. But if you read it, you can imagine what's going to happen. And I invite you to sign in and join the group, because we are working very much on it to bring in as many people as possible. So, digital humanism is a mindset, a philosophy, a political driving future, a scientific approach, and most of all, a promise for our society. We say, let's do a future concept and a promise for our society. And it's not easy, because the enemy is the artificial intelligence. That's not a person, there are some persons behind. Yes, yesterday, 2 days ago, we had a conference at the Technical University where we were talking about Peter Thiel and all these guys and Elon Musk. So we know who is at the opposite, but we won't give up. So let's create a good life for everyone together, with architects, with universities, with journalists, with Hadi and Lucia. If you have any questions, let's do it afterwards in the lunch break, in the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Is anybody else here really craving an opportunity to continue learning from Wolfgang? I think your students are in great hands here. Thank you. All right, we're moving along to our next speaker, Petra Kampf, Professor of Architecture and Urban Design at Washington University in St. Louis. Her work crosses both public and private sectors, and she's been featured quite ubiquitously in Venice Architecture Biennial, Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative, Carnegie Museum of Art, Pink Comma in Boston, Roca Gallery in London. She's the author of You Are the City and has an upcoming book, Party Wall, Common Collective Forms of Living. And so we are so excited to welcome Petra and to learn from you next. Thank you.
So before I'm going to speak about my presentation. Oh, sorry, totally forgot. Can you hear me? Okay, super. So before I talk about my presentation, I want to actually talk a little bit more about where I come from. So I grew up in Germany. So my informative years were in Germany. So I had free access to education, and I think that's also why I'm able to sit here, because I was allowed to go to university. I was actually supported by my country to actually also study in the United States. So I got a full fellowship to actually go abroad and learn from other countries. So and that would have never happened without the support of my country and where I grew up. And I grew also up in a world where owning a house, was not necessarily something that people were aiming for. It's like similar to what is also going on in Austria. Owning a house is not necessarily something that you do or that you have. So I grew up in these different worlds, and so going then to the United States, I've been living in the United States for 25 years now, so I live in between. I'm sometimes mixing things up where I come from, because it's getting complicated sometimes where it becomes blurry. So maybe also what I'm going to speak about today, the Party Wall Common, is also this world of in-between. This sort of not here, not there, but you are sort of on the threshold of something. So, so Party Wall Common is also something autobiographically, I would say. So let's start. So imagine you live in a house where sharing space, kitchen appliances, or knowledge is not based on transactions, but a way to connect with one another, rooted in trust and genuine care. As a KitchenAid is in full gear, mixing up flour, eggs, and sugar, a kid climbs up a ladder to meet his friend across a party wall. And while the kid is visiting his friends, a communal kitchen shared between Unit C and Unit D is coming alive again after a dinner party both units hosted the night before. So sharing or sharing something can mean very different things. And depending on the relationship, the item, and the level of trust involved. So, I mean, would you actually, ask yourself really honestly, would you be willing to share your kitchen appliances with your neighbors across the hall? And for me, that begs the question, what are we really truly willing to share with others? Or better, what actually motivates us to share? And sharing in the best case scenario, I think, creates opportunities to connect to others. No matter if it's sharing a KitchenAid or knowledge, like sharing a cooking recipe. However, the act of genuine sharing has become, and I think this is really sad, has become increasingly rare in our society. While political polarization, social fragmentation is blossoming everywhere in the world, resulting more than ever that we are more and more disconnected from one another. So, which makes intentional shared use models at the first glance really kind of seem exotic, or actually something even more like utopian. So they seem exotic because they are based on a value system that is actually avoiding extraction, as it is based on mutual connection and care. Imagine you would actually be part of an environment that prioritizes the circular economy, rooted in mutual benefit and collective well-being. In an environment that actually values regenerative forms of ownership. And so my question, and that's a question also to you, a world that is dominated by consumption, a world that is dominated by consumption based on individual forms of ownership could actually alternative forms of ownership, and without ignoring free market forces, because I think we cannot ignore that, generate a framework towards shared use models that embrace collective well-being for both human and non-human agencies. And if so, where and through what means would one begin to create such a framework without enforcing it from top down? So ownership, as we all know, is a really socially constructed invention, contingent upon social cultural norms and legal frameworks. Let me go back. The Roman Empire, for example, situated private property at the core of its legal and economic systems, establishing ownership as a fundamental principle that structured social hierarchies, citizenship rights, and modes of production. And I'm really wondering what has changed. And there are other examples. John Locke in 1690, who theorized property as a natural extension of individual labor, or Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, 100 years later, situated ownership with civic responsibility in Republican governance, linking property rights to both individual agency and common good. The privatization of land through state support is by no means a new concept. And of course, like common land ownership practiced collectively by communities throughout history, such as the Shakers and Aboriginal people of Australia, actually show us that there are other examples actually that can actually really work, and they're still prosper in many parts of the world. However, while these examples illustrate how regenerative forms of ownership do actually form and sustain communal engagement, the mechanisms behind private property prevail. They prevail because land is considered a commodity that a landowner can sell, use it as collateral to borrow money and to raise capital. So all supported by a legal framework that establishes the foundations for determining who is actually allowed to own, use, or transfer land. Whether driven by private actors or state authorities. This process embraces speculative tactics, most detectable, I would say, in the development of housing. And of course, there are other examples like Wolfgang was mentioning about Red Vienna, but there's also examples in the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Sweden in support of local municipalities who actually allow them to build social housing. And there are other examples, for example, like the municipality in Zurich has been a key partner in removing land from free market speculation at the moment to support corporate housing projects in the city. So housing types are therefore not innocent vessels of everyday life. They are a product of socioeconomic conditions translated into built form. And to bring back the question, again, whether the concept of shared use models could actually induce communal engagement through alternative forms of owning. And could this be organized actually also from the bottom up, allowing inhabitants to insert shared use models actually by themselves, borrowing examples from the public realm and also from the private realm, such as the Library of Things or community gardens. So to explore, and this is a really complicated thinking process, and I can't all share that with you today, but anyway, to explore possible answers to these questions, I looked into various housing types, and the row house type, as I learned, have been very, very popular along social classes throughout time, and as a result, they have remained an integral part of our urban fabric until today. So to me, they are like a key domestic archive mirroring the history of socioeconomic conditions translated into built form. And as I said before, I can't go deeper into that, but it's really a fascinating story about what's going on in row houses. So row houses, as I learned, are built predominantly on speculation as a response to the demand for efficient and profitable housing. And I mention this because due to these parameters, all row houses share a load-bearing potty wall. Traditionally conceived as a boundary element, a load-bearing device that also serves as a fire protection. That's probably why it's all pretty much untouched by its inhabitants and by probably also maybe architects and contractors. But let's dream for a moment. And what if the party wall of a row house actually does not only serve as a load-bearing device, but transforms into a common ground that would allow its inhabitants to share tools, knowledge, and even space to generate adjacency and reciprocity across. In other words, where a collective actually could embrace regenerative forms of ownership, social equity, while sharing both material and immaterial resources by converting a party wall into a common ground. A potential transformation, I argue, that could allow to speculate on generative forms of ownership towards turning a party wall into a shared user model. And I know this is a daunting, daunting proposal. So, but I'm an academic, so I can dream. So, as there is not only a structural and code-related aspect of the party wall, but also its placement on the property line shared between entities living on each side, and that very much applies to the United States. Meaning if the row house is owned, let's say, by an individual landowner or landlord, this represents a rather complex configuration. Meaning the idea of sharing is in many, many cases, when owned privately, delineated through complex cross easements, to say just the least of this. As each owner owns half of the party wall and obtains another easement to another half. And I think many, many times people don't even know what's going on inside of the party wall. And how could such actually a scenario unfold in a row house if particular some people rent and some people own? So it's really complicated. However, I just want to bring this forward. Besides the party wall's legal aspect, what fascinates me most about this, because the party wall sits between two row houses, and occupies an in-between realm, both legally and spatially speaking. I think the porch is a similar space. It's a threshold space in between. So I think the party wall is something like that too. So from that perspective, the party wall structural programmatic integrity actually could actually really function as a mediating threshold space and in between that could generate different forms of adjacencies between units. However, and that's really, really important, that's also a very complicated process too that I cannot go into right now because we don't have enough time to this. This can only happen if inhabitants actually agree to participate. If there's no agreement, such sharing models cannot happen. A contemporary example here, and this is only one out of many, many examples, is where a group of people agreed to participate in such an undertaking is the R50 Baugruppen co-housing project in Berlin, to name just one example. So let's assume this for a moment, all inhabitants want to participate and agreed to actually be part of this party wall common project. The shared user model emerging will eventually, or could eventually, reconfigure the aggregational uniformity of the row house topology from the inside out. And I want to mention, and this is also a very complicated process as well, the introduction of the party wall as a common ground could, without breaking thorough regulations, because technology is actually at that point to do this, become a platform for regenerative forms of owning through the implementation of a party wall trust. And this could be an NGO which holds the user rights for all, similar to a limited equity housing cooperative where participants obtain shares. And as the trust gets configured, and let's keep dreaming about this and negotiate it, a common ground is getting configured. While separating land from the build involves the legal input, the mechanisms that addresses the spatial aspect of converting a party wall into a common ground also speaks to architecture. So imagine Unit A and Unit B decide to insert a shelf in the party wall as they can share kitchen appliances with one another. Another example would be the introduction of a sliding door, which actually could allow for people to put a table together and sit together again. Or the transformation of two closets into a minibar with an additional share swap closet. And at a larger scale, a mini room could serve multiple purposes, such as a workspace or a guest room. So eventually, these interventions could generate different forms of adjacencies between units as they create opportunities to share knowledge, tools, clothing, kitchen appliances, but also space. So imagine, while appliances are being exchanged, a door opens 2 floors down, and a group of people form across the party wall a performance and gather with one another. And while the performance is coming to an end, Kitchen Common is in full gear. No, I lost my line. Kitchen Common is in full gear. Preparing food that was grown on hydroponic shelves, connected to the party wall's infrastructural core, linking the basement and the rooftop with water collection system. In this, neither the public nor the private actually governs, but a collective body that embraces a shared user model by which the duality of I versus they is permeated by a third entity, and that is the we. The notion of we is understood here then as the legal and spatial materialization of a common ground, in which collective embraces a generative form of ownership that is based on social equity, care for the environment, and to one another, while sharing both material and materials resources by means of inhabiting party wall common.
Thank you, Petra, for helping us shift our minds from a party wall as a barrier to community and imagining it as an invitation to living in community and shared spaces. All right. Our fourth and final speaker this morning is Coleman A. Jordan, who has a fan club that I met earlier before today, sitting in the audience. Is a designer, interdisciplinary designer, researcher, and educator, whose work is focused on the intersections of architecture and cultural geographics of the African diaspora. He's an FAS Dean's Visiting Professor of History of Art and Architecture at Harvard University, or was there recently, and currently serves on faculty in the School of Architecture and Planning at Morgan State University, which is one of our historically Black colleges and universities. He's focused on the spaces of the Black Atlantic and decolonizing the Black aesthetic. Join us today in welcoming him for his talk on building belonging at scale, housing, community partnership, and the common good.
Thank you. First of all, I'm from the US. I had to pay for my education. Totally different experience. So that being said, I'm gonna have to navigate between the pointers. You have to bear with me when I go through this. A woman's place is in the kitchen, not on the battlefields. Coming out of the closet. No Negroes allowed. Not in my backyard. Go back to your own country. How do I go back? I need to go back and slide. Oh, yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So these outdated stereotypical built environment phrases still have residual consequences today in 2025. Although I'm speaking about a context in the United States, I am aware of similar issues globally from my education and travels that I've been through. Next slide. Forward, the yellow. Yep. Space-like language is socially constructed, and like the syntax of language, the spatial arrangements of our buildings and communities reflect and reinforce the nature of gender, race, and class relations in society. The uses of both language and space contribute to the power of some groups over others and the maintenance of human inequality. This is by Leslie Kane Wiseman, written in 1992. This still has resonance today in her book, Discrimination by Design. Next. Okay, so I am actually speaking for our president of the university. This is President from Morgan State University. This is President David Kwabena Wilson. He sends his regards to European Cultural Center and is thankful for the invitation to speak today. However, because he has a conflict of interest, he's not able to attend, so they sent me. I too am thankful for the ECC for inviting me and allowing me to share this presentation today. Next slide. All right, so what does it mean to build belonging? My talk today begins with a simple but difficult premise. Belonging is not a metaphor. Belonging is not a metaphor. It is an architecture. It is designed, maintained, enforced, and sometimes denied. Excuse me. Next. All right, so this is Morgan State University's entry to the campus. Morgan State University is a state of Maryland's public urban research university, and it was one of the nation's most significant historically Black universities. For qualification, it's historically Black because we weren't allowed to go to any other university, so we started our own. It doesn't mean that there are no other denominations of folks that exist there, so it's very diverse. They have very diverse programs throughout. Belonging has had to be physically built at these universities, politically negotiated, and spiritually protected for more than 150 years. My goal today is to show how we are advancing belonging at scale through housing, community partnership, historical reckoning, and design grounded in common good. But, next slide. Architecture can be used as a tool for division. The Spite Wall, for example, in early 1940s, just after the state of Maryland purchased Morgan College and transferred it into a public institution, a group of white residents built a wall along Hillen Road directly in front of the campus entrance. This was not infrastructure. It was not boundary. This was a deliberate racialized structure, an architecture of refusal, built to keep Black students from walking into the white neighborhood. The wall was an extension of redlining, which we talked about yesterday a little bit, and racial covenants constructed at the very moment when education for Black Americans became slightly more accessible. The message was clear: you may learn here, but you don't belong here. Understanding this history matters because design was weaponized. Space was used to segregate. Architecture enforced the social order. And the legacy of segregation's enduring footprint is visible today in vacancy, disinvestment, and the everyday experience of our students. Now, Professor Lawrence Brown of Morgan State University coined Baltimore's segregated urban planning as the Black Butterfly. His book entitled The Black Butterfly, The Harmful Politics of Race and Space in America refers to the red line districts in Baltimore City where Black communities were to be placed. The next slide. Yeah. Morgan began in 1867 as a Centenary Biblical Institute. His first mission was not simply education, but uplift. By 1890, renamed in honor of Reverend Littleton Morgan, the institution expanded into teacher education, and by 1917, moved to its present campus on Northeast Baltimore. This aerial image shows orderly lawns and early relationships with the neighborhoods that surround it. Next slide. So just to give you an idea about redlining. So if you see these patches here, the red spots there, the blotches, those are the red lines, those are the placements. I like to say placements because they weren't options. They had to be in these places for the most part. But if you press the side there, redlining, the next slide. So these are the Black communities, the redlined, and if you press the next. Now in the center there is actually the privileged white community. This is the main strip down through Baltimore, forming the butterfly. Next slide. This is a Black butterfly. Next slide. And this is the white privileged location within it. All right, so redlining maps in the 1930s and 40s graded Black neighborhoods as hazardous. Banks denied loans, infrastructure, and withheld the property values, the property values plummeted. While Morgan remained a space of aspiration, the city around it was being structured for inequality. This context in which we must understand the Spite Wall and everything that followed based on the redlining. Next slide. Actually, if you go back, so here you can see the disparities. You have the people living below the poverty level. Now this is done in 2015 and 2019, and this hasn't changed much today. The next slide shows the demographics. This slide here, I believe this one is showing the life expectancy. And then the last one over there to the right is actually the abandoned neighborhoods, which I'll talk about a bit more. Next slide. So some of the residue of redlining. This image here is called the Highway to Nowhere. This still exists today. This displaced 1,500 plus Black residences in Baltimore. It was plainly split up by infrastructure to actually separate the residences for Black and white. Again, building this wall, but the wall becomes actually this freeway. And this freeway is rarely used. It was literally just to use to divide the community. Next slide. So, segregation is by design, vacancy was a policy, and it was not an accident. Next slide. These aren't abandoned buildings, they are abandoned policy. Vacancy in Baltimore isn't a failure of the market, it is the success of a system designed to disinvest from Black neighborhoods. The physical environment became text, written, with racist zoning codes, mortgage discrimination, highway construction, and municipal neglect. Vacancy was not an architectural failure, it was an architectural outcome. Next slide. So I want to introduce to you this game that was done in 1970. It's called Blacks and Whites. This was developed by Professors Robert Summer and Judy Tart. This game specifically was to help people to understand the impact of the racial implications within the United States. Oddly enough, my father bought this game for my sisters and I. We were gaming people, and yeah, you didn't want to be Black in this game because you never won. Next slide. There are partnerships planned as spatial justice. Here, one example from the Plantation Park Heights Urban Farm in Baltimore, a multi-generational collaboration between Morgan faculty, students, and community growers. In the neighborhood, often reduced to deficit narratives, the farm offers a living story, a place of abundance, creativity, cultural memory, and ecological care. It also reduced food apartheid in urban areas of Baltimore. So this was an example of students and faculty and community working together in a way that they were not there to fix the neighborhood, but to co-create. Next slide. So this is important here. Community governance, the Morgan Community Mile. The Morgan Community Mile connects community through meetings with civic leaders, residents, and university partners gathered around shared tables. These are the real stakeholders. This is the Morgan Community Mile, a framework that aligns the university with residents across Northeast Baltimore to improve health, education, energy, systems, mobility, and housing. The mile is more than initiative, it is a shift in posture from university as expert to university as co-steward, from outreach to reciprocity, from planning for people to planning with people. Here, belonging is built not through building, but through governance, through who gets to decide, who gets to speak, and who gets to shape the future. We can go through the next slides here. So this is a public meeting here. This is actually the community where the wall was actually built. Everyone is coming together now between the university, the community, and students as well, faculty that are involved in assisting in administrations, and also many of the stakeholders, planners, developers, realtors as well, that are involved in these meetings. So the mandate is not symbolic. It requires anchoring economic development, confronting racial disparity, building equitable public space, and investing in community health and wellness. Next slide. So some of the outcomes. This is called the ENOLA, Designing Dignity Through Housing. The ENOLA is a 473-bed, okay, I'll rush through. It's a 473-bed state-of-the-art development for student housing. The project is meaningful, not just as it adds capacity, it matters for what it symbolizes. A university invested in community that was long disinvested, disinvested from. A community of student and local community meetings and spaces. So we can flip through this. So this is the ENOLA. It was actually, although honoring Enola McMillan, who was a civil rights icon and Morgan leader. You can flip through here. This is the layout of the exhibit. This is actually in that neighborhood where the wall was built. You can see there actually are going to be community spaces and also shared kitchens for the students and the community to come together and work. And this is their opening day. at their system here. Let's go to the, so just real quick, I want to do a real shout out to David, what was David's last name? Yeah, David Bramble, excuse me. David Bramble, he was one that actually is one of the main realtors in the area that supported this project, and he also has supported myself, my project here at the Venice Biennale, which hopefully you guys will go to. I'm just going to close out, go to the next slide there. The wall was taken down in 2023, the Spite Wall. The beginning was built in 1940, taken down in 2023. It's been 80 years plus before they were able to take that down. And just in closing, building belonging is built, okay? Belonging is built. It is constructed through the buildings we design, the policies we adopt, the histories we honor, the communities we uplift, and the futures we imagine. To build belonging, not just for individuals, but neighbors, cities, and generations yet to come. Thank you.
Coleman, thank you so much for raising awareness of some of the real tragedies of our history, but also giving us an update as to where we've come and the important approaches that a university can take as a partner in this. All right. Well, we've come to the part of our panel today where we'll take part in a dialogue. Look forward to coming together with the individual members of our panel and community as we discuss further some of the topics and ideas that have been brought up today. So everybody has mentioned belonging, right? Or being a part of community, and you've each touched on barriers to belonging as well as opportunities for establishing a shared sense of community. It's recognized as a core measure of housing success and shaping how people connect to both one another and place. How in your work do you define belonging? And what spatial and or social conditions have you found to be most effective in establishing belonging? Go ahead and get us started, Coleman.
All right, I'm going to start. So part of although I had to pay for my education, my elementary part of my education was actually the most powerful. And the reason it was the most powerful, yesterday someone mentioned white flight. I grew up in a community, it's called the Ludlow community in Cleveland, Ohio, in Shaker Heights, which some of you may know Shaker. It is a wealthy neighborhood, but it also, in Ludlow community, was one of those neighborhoods that bridged poverty, those that were in poverty, as well as those that had middle income. We were a lower middle income family. They did not have white flight. The community there said, we're not going to leave, we're going to have a dialogue. And this dialogue is going to bring us together or tear us apart, but we're going to open up and make something happen. And it did. When I went there, it had already been probably 10 years in the making. And so when I went to school, Cleveland has a lot of universities around it, and the Cleveland Hospital is really huge. So it was very diverse. I had students from, my classmates from Japan, from India, you name it, it was very diverse. And in the middle America, that doesn't happen. It's not New York, it's not, the West Coast. So in middle America, that was a very different experience. So for me, that was my connection and understanding. My classmates, we're still very close to this day, that elementary group. And so for me, that dialogue needs to actually happen. We have to stop running away from our fears and stop running away from people that we feel like are threatening us. I think that's the biggest, it's so simple knowing you're a child. It's like, just because we're a different race or different color, like, so what? There are reasons that has happened. But to me, there's this fear scapegoating that continues to happen as if we're children and we're adults and we're still acting like we're children. So for me, it's the dialogue. Don't run away, run towards each other and find out, the differences, the similarities, and we can move forward. So that's my connection. So
Thank you. Dialogue is so powerful. Invite others to join in.
Yeah, actually, I want to pick up on what you said about dialogue. I think that is key, and I think we don't talk anymore to each other. I think we're not sitting at a table and we're all trying to be politically correct. And I think that is a mistake, maybe, to be political correct. Maybe we should actually have arguments and should disagree. And actually, I think through disagreement, you come to something else, and that actually brings you together, right? So I think opening up a wall and maybe putting a table in between and actually put people on the table, but what is that, why are we at the table, right? And I think that's really important. And I think this idea of sharing, and if it's a seed or if it's a cooking recipe, or is it like a garden that you share, I think this is really important, that we are sharing again with one another, and that we're not actually claiming something that is mine and don't trespass. And I think sharing, and even if it's just like sharing something that, an anecdote or knowledge or something very ephemeral, I think that's really important. We don't do that anymore. We're too busy with our smartphones and doing other things that do not bring us together, right?
So may I pick it up too? In Vienna, we are trying very hard to get people into dialogue, to discuss topics. But we recognize that people go back, they do not want to talk anymore with humans, they talk to their smartphones. And so we got a phenomenon in Vienna, it's called loneliness and isolation. We are recognizing in the city, Vienna is, maybe you know, chosen to be one of the cities with the highest living standards from the Mercer study, years and years and years. But we are recognizing very, very deeply that people are going back to their flats, to their houses, and do not talk anymore. And so isolation and loneliness is becoming a big threat. Many people are isolated and lonely. So that's the thing, we try to bring them out of their homes, out of their flats, talk about the problems, and bring in the situation to help them go out of it. But it's really very, very difficult. And to the belongings, I want to say, we are on the lucky side in Austria that many people are living in the city, get cheap apartments from the government, but people that are living on the countryside, they all have their own houses. Yes, they have houses and they say, well, I'm proud to have a small house in a village out of Vienna and live in my house, and that's my house. And my home, I don't want to say it directly, but my home is my castle. That's what they say. They also do not go out of it. So we try, our aim is, we try to bring people out, talk together, and solve the problems for the future.
There's a, using, again, the porch as a construct, a way of thinking as well as a way of being. There's a fantastic literature, and the team that we had, which included Marlon Blackwell and his architecture practice, and Maura Rockcastle and Ross Altimer and Julie Barkman in landscape architecture, and then Stephen Burks and Malika Leeper from Stephen Burks Man-Made did a lot of background work looking at this. And Stephen and Malika in particular identified work by Bell Hooks, who talks a lot about belonging and the need for these places where we can understand that we belong, and that historically, well, it's complicated, but historically porches are a place where we can understand that we belong to each other. We're not just privatized. To put it in very positive and concrete ways, tangible ways, yesterday we had some dialogues with people, some of our participants, one practice working in Northern Virginia, in Arlington, doing affordable housing, which in the United States is 30% to 60% AMI, and they're working at the lower end. And in discussion with the people who were, and you need to know, especially from the European context, there are immense long waiting lists of American citizens who want affordable housing of good quality. And they were talking with those people about what they would like to have in their homes. Even if it's multi-level, even if it's across an expanse, people wanted porches. I'm not creating a tautology here, but just to say that this dimension, we can, yes, construct belonging architecturally, right, and as well as in our minds. And it does have, I think, a spatial correlative. The other practice that we were talking with was Atelier Jones, which is in Arizona, and they're one of the first to be commissioned by the US government to design one of the border stations in Mariposa, in Arizona. A very complicated place. And yet, in again, discussions with both sides, and it might sound very surprising at this point in time, but both sides said, what we want is architecture that respects us as we move across the border, whether that's Mexican citizens seeking entrance into the United States or US citizens moving towards Mexico, and of course the vast amount of transportation and freight traffic that moves. We want to feel respected in the architecture itself, and therefore there was a great deal of thought about the sequencing of spaces before you come to that more intimidating moment of having to confront the immigration authorities. All of this is to say is that belonging can be at every single scale and should be addressed at every single scale. But I think it is, in fact, about being open to that dialogue and understanding that we just want to be, if we're vulnerable, we also want to be listened to and respected in what we have to offer. And that the construction of that dialogue is as important ultimately as the spaces that we construct.
Beautifully said. So you talk about scale, and many of you had mentioned work that was done in urban areas. What about those of us who are coming from suburban or rural areas? How might we leverage architecture and design to create the metaphorical table or porch to have real connection and meaningful dialogue within the community at large?
We'll jump in, perhaps. I think this rural-urban divide, which again I think is artificial and yet reinforced, unfortunately, through media representations, having moved between urban contexts and rural contexts now for 40 years, you know, it really is important to begin to indicate what we have in common as opposed to what we have that divides us. And if what we have in common is a simple desire for shelter, then let's talk about that. Or food insecurity or food security, sorry, can we talk about that too, which exists in many different contexts. We have, I think, the need, again, for these types of in-between spaces that are less controlled, that in fact are open and yet still provide us with, in a sense, covering our back, so to speak, so that we have that sense of support. But I think in the wide open spaces of, the vastness of the United States, there is that real desire to have that, I think, out in the open, which is why our documentation finds porches on libraries and porches on town halls and porches on community theaters, as if to say, we actually want to have that kind of space for us where we can have those open discussions. So all I'll say is that I think that these types of spaces can be identified, and we need to do so as architectural researchers and as architectural designers. Otherwise, we're only going to dwell on what we don't have, as opposed to emphasizing that, in fact, we have sufficient mass to begin to build forward and to build upon.
Example for Vienna, there are two things. One is money. Who will pay for it? That's a big topic. And the communities in Vienna, they built a new city in the city of Vienna. It was called Lake City. This was built by the government of Vienna, and the aim was bring the people into a dialogue. They should live there, they should work there. It's called the city of the short walks. Just live, work, relax, and the city, the community, will build with special architects this lake city. maybe if you come to Vienna, you should go there. They even built the underground out of the city to this lake city. And people live there on low rents. And the goal is that they should stay there, talk. It is really totally multicultural, but totally. This was also the aim. It is also that young people living there, elderly people living there. It is more or less, I wouldn't say an experiment, but they built with clever architects, paid by the government, a city in the city. But I'm sorry to say so, you need the money for it. And that's the big topic. You need the money, because even the people that are living there, they get schools, everything. You cannot imagine what the city of Vienna built there, but without money, without a budget, it wouldn't be possible. And that's the obstacle from my point of view.
What Coleman was talking about, dialogue, and I think in rural areas, I think it's dialogue what brings people together. But there's a third thing that always comes to the foreground. You don't come together just to talk. I think there's also something else like coming together because there's a festival going on or there's something in the neighborhood that needs to be repaired. People get together. But there's always something else that why people want to get together. And that's also to talk to each other because there's something else going on. Even though the houses look all kind of separate, I mean, I don't ever assume that they're separated. People do talk and people are actually connected to one another. Just because there's a road and there's a property, don't trespass in between, people actually are connected. And I have a house in upstate New York, and where I spend most of the time when I'm not in St. Louis, and we are actually a really tight community. We actually talk to each other. I mean, we use the cell phone again, right? We have our little neighborhood little thing. We write to each other, and no matter where we are, we talk to each other. And I think that is really important, that people really are in dialogue and actually really do connect. Hey, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Are you okay? And I think that's important, to care for the other and share. Right? And stewardship, I think that's super important. And it's not necessarily always architectural, right? Even though it is supported by it, but I think the willing of actually wanted to be connected and wanted to share.
Excuse me, it starts with the morning phrase, good morning. If you don't do this anymore, then it's getting difficult.
That probably doesn't happen in the suburbs, the good morning. But I think in the rural areas, I think there is more positive energy there. One example I think is really interesting in Canada. When I was teaching there for a while, an organization started this connection between immigrants and refugees that were coming into Canada, and instead of moving them into the city, they understood what their professions were, and many of them knew about farming. Many of them wanted to start their own businesses. So instead of moving them into the city, they moved them into rural areas. And I'm saying moved them into, they had options to move into those areas, which actually was helpful to sustain those rural areas, because many of the children in those areas moved to the city or moved out of the country or moved elsewhere and were not sustaining the farms. And so I think that had a really positive effect in the development of this sense of immigrants taking jobs, or this in the city, but it became a larger conversation about rural and urban connections coming together because they're supporting each other. So the rural areas, I think, are okay. The suburbs are a different story. Now in the US, I think the suburbs are different because we have too many cars. People are driving too much. I think it's a landscape issue. I think it's a planning issue. It's a developer issue, because most architects are not designing those houses in these suburbs. It's developers and realtors, and they're pushing red line still. They're pushing and I say that because my sister bought a house in this McMansion. It's horrible, but a McMansion home. Don't tell her I said that. But in that context, when she was buying that home, the realtor she was working with, she was running across like the neighborhood 10 blocks away, which looked just like the other one, but she ran into this realtor, and so the realtor was talking to a white couple and said, no, you don't want to purchase over there. That's where we're actually sending the African Americans. She sort of whispered, and my sister overheard that. And so things like that are still happening from our realtors and developers. So that being said, as far as the suburban areas, I think those are a little more dangerous. They need to get rid of the connections from the garage to the house because they don't see each other. Get rid of the cars. They need to start working with landscape and really develop parks and spaces where people can actually come out and meet. And I think that's what's missing in a lot of suburbs. We don't have any place to meet. It's like, they're really horrible spaces in a lot of places. And, I mean, some are, I'm sure are great, but I don't know too many. So.
All right, Petra, you mentioned the word steward, and Coleman, when you gave your talk, you talked about the ideal role for a university in working with communities, and not as being an expert, but as being a partner. So let's talk a bit more about educational institutions, and I'd like to think about their role that they play uniquely in shaping urban life. So how can a university serve as an anchor for housing models in a way that strengthens community while fostering inclusivity, resilient forms of belonging, and rather than a divide, an inclusive and connected community?
Sorry. Well, to say, Vienna compared to the States is a small city. And we got 9 universities in Vienna. One is the University for Applied Arts, I have the big honor to work for, and the other one is the Academy for Arts. And within these systems, there is architecture. And this is a very important system that they are working in, because they try to improve with their teaching life in Vienna and also the educational system. Because there are not too many people, to say, that want to study at these universities, because it's complex, it's not easy to get in, people do not get a job afterwards, so it's really difficult. But education in Vienna is one of the prior points. But we need media work to bring out this message, because it's so difficult really to bring in people to universities and say, well, my education at the very end will bring me a good life afterwards. Nowadays, it's really, I don't want to be negative, but it's very difficult to study on universities for the arts to get a job afterwards. And the education is really high end. So we are working together and say, well, let's make a curriculum to bring it out to the people to improve education, and on the other hand, that people will get a decent job.
So I'm teaching right now the core housing studios, and at the very beginning, I asked the students, so how did you grow up? Where did you grow up? And most of them grew up in suburbia. So, and I said, okay, so what would you think about a communal kitchen in a row house typology? They looked at me like, what are you talking about? So we invited then a colleague of mine. She's doing research on restrooms and on kitchen. And she told us about how people actually are gathering in kitchens, and how people come together with cooking, and how other cultures, not necessarily our culture, but in the Americas or in Africa, how they actually are coming together in cooking. And cooking is a really important activity in the community, and so is the stoop, and so is the porch, right? So we had these 3 components, and all of a sudden sitting there, and students brought in the stoop inside of the row house, brought in the communal kitchen into the row house, and had all of a sudden a conversation. How many people can we gather at the table? How many stoves do we need? How can we actually bring people really are living in a row house together and talk? And it's not an easy task to have students sitting there who grew up in an environment that this sharing never occurred. And sitting in a car, right? They were like, I grew up in suburbia, what are you talking about? I mean, we don't talk, right? So that was a really revealing moment of having 13 students sitting there And the majority of them grew up in suburbia and not even thinking about what does that mean to sit together and cook.
Yeah, so Petra, we actually did something like this with a group of first-year students at the university, and they were all part of a first-year fellowship program trying to establish belonging, and considering oneself as well as the value of diversity as they transition into college life. And one event that we set up in trying to really forge community was called A Taste of Home. So we used a communal kitchen in one of the living spaces on campus and invited each of the students to come in and to prepare a dish that reminded them of home. And you know what happened is we had the most mismatched and wonderful meal together. And as our meal started, we engaged in dialogue first and foremost by talking about what their dish reminds them of home. What are the memories? What is part of your heritage or your culture that you're bringing to the literal table in this sense? It's amazing.
One thing I'll add, I think that I would love our universities to be free. Some of them actually are trying to do that now. Harvard University, I think MIT, maybe a couple of the universities. Johns Hopkins, that's the other one. That if your income is under 100,000 or compared family under 200,000 if you're a married couple, they're allowing students to come to school for free. I think that's something that we actually need in the U.S. Because it allows many people to come together that would never have met in the first place. The other thing that I think is really, I think one of the major issues where we can even see it in our political context in the U.S., we need to value those that do not go to college, those that are the trade schools, those that are in those workforces that work on cars, the mechanics, those sectors when we're in our schools typically are not valued. And it becomes this divide within the U.S. You have not just the haves and have-nots, but you have the town and gown issues that become problematic. And I think that if we could value everyone, no matter what their interest is, understand who's who and what they need to do and accomplish, and understand we need that person to do whatever the job is for the rest of us to move on and move forward. And I think that's a problem in the U.S. I was in Canada teaching there, it seemed much more balanced. There are colleges there versus the universities are very different. The colleges are applied, the universities are typically theoretical, and universities but a lot of the university students will come back to the applied programs because those are taught by professionals, they're taught by plumbers, they're taught by comedians, and they go to these schools and there's a much more understanding of, I would say, human value and understanding what people bring to life at this time for all of us. And so I feel like in the U.S., in the context of education, that's one of the things I think that we're missing. We're still very separate. You can see it in our politics. We know who's on what side and what, and a lot of where they're coming from in a lot of ways. So.
Yeah, think about how we're preparing the next generation to tackle the work that needs to be done. And you mentioned even the question of certain disciplines and whether there are job spaces. What I'm seeing is that more and more the issues that we're facing are complex, they're multifaceted, they're intractable, and it's not enough for a student to come into the world thinking singularly within a solo discipline. They have to be able to think from an interdisciplinary perspective, cutting across different sectors, or even better, transdisciplinary approaches in their training to education. And I think that's what you all are doing, and that's why you're being successful. So along those lines, and thinking about the interdisciplinary sectors that you're engaging with as you're building these spaces and creating community, from your own experiences, what lessons do you feel like can be adapted across sectors, across political and economic landscapes, and others to support housing as a common good?
Well, yes. I think setting aside what we're doing through the U.S. Pavilion, although I would argue that what we're doing through the U.S. Pavilion is trying to indicate that there are reasons of optimism cautiously. But more specifically with regard to perhaps the role of schools and even universities. I know very well that the now tradition of teaching housing studios at Washington University in St. Louis, I can say, not quite authoritatively, but over 40 years of teaching, I have seen, and I think my colleagues in the audience would agree, the resurgence of housing as a typology and as a cause to be addressed within American schools of architecture on the rise. It is increasingly present even as a required core course, whether at the graduate level or at the undergraduate professional level. And that's, I think, all to the good. Unless we're going to talk about it, label it, identify it as something that we can be and need to be present in, we're not going to be part of that discussion, and we won't be preparing our students for what's coming and what's already upon us. So this is already one thing that we are doing. But the other thing is I think to continue to emphasize the relevance of the education that the students are receiving, whether we characterize it as speculative or theoretical or applied or actual construction through design build. We have to be characterizing it as relevant, that as you say, not only are the problems wicked or complex, they are here. They are not out in the future. So they are right upon us. And for all of the uncertainty that I know the students that I teach directly every Tuesday afternoon, and they arrive with a lot of uncertainty, what at least provides them a sense of energy is that their belief that the education they're receiving will be relevant. And part of that sense that they receive is by engaging their energies with people beyond the university while students are still in the university, that they begin to understand that they can have those conversations, that their home experiences have value going forward, but that they're capable and will be, in fact, asked to engage with those communities the moment they graduate. That is, in fact, I think, the most we can do as educators is to prepare them for that first second after graduation, for the student to say, yes, I can do this. I can have that conversation. I can be optimistic. I know how to work with others well, and I can help things move forward.
I want to add to that. One of the things that I'm actually doing a housing studio now for the first time in many years. And one of the things, the image that I showed with David Bramble, he is a realtor. And again, people like him, to me, when we talk about interdisciplinary and housing especially, I mean, we're in a capitalist society in the US, so architects don't control housing. It's the developers, it's the realtors, it's everyone else but us. We sometimes get through the door and we have a client that can assist, or we sometimes are part of the conversation. But I think we have to be very interdisciplinary with these developers, with these realtors, with all these stakeholders, the contractors as well, to make any kind of change in the U.S. because it's a different game in the U.S. Like I said, when we talk about housing there, it is generally run by how many people can I fit in this room and get the most out of that money. And so even urban planning is not really thought through thoughtfully. Like in the Netherlands, we take students to the Netherlands, and when we go there and we speak with the urban planners there, they cannot believe the policies, the humanity in urban planning and design that happens in the Netherlands that doesn't happen in the US. So I think, to me, that's one of the areas where if we're going to be interdisciplinary, that's what we need to do. We need to bring everyone to the table. And that's not easy. The David Brambles are not everywhere. He's a very special individual. He's working with not just HBCUs, but other universities and trying to understand the importance of everyone working together and being at the table. But it's a challenge. We're a different society. And it's going to take a long time, I think, for us to really make a difference in that area. We're reactionary. It'll have to be some tragic incident, and all of a sudden we come together. So, not to be pessimistic.
I mean, when you look at history, developers in the 1600s were very present in building housing. And it was not the architect. The architect just put the book together and stepped back. It's like, I'm not participating in this. You guys go ahead. And this has been going on for a long time. How do you stop this, right? This is it's a tradition of developers building, right? And I think this started in England. This was also back then in France. It was in Germany. It was in the Netherlands. I mean, now it's a different model, but in the US it prevails and it's very strong. How do you stop a developer, right, taking over housing? And housing pertains to all of us. We all want to live, right? We all need to live. And how do you educate a developer? And I think that starts with the students. I mean, I have students in my core studio. I know they're going to be developers. I can see it already. And we're working together and trying to, hey, how about looking at this from a different point of view? And so you can only put hope into this, right?
Just one, optimism is the key. And in Vienna, we try to become a so-called a caring city. That's the message. Optimism and caring city. Hopefully we can make it.
I know we're short on time, right? But I think that, is it possible, and I would say already, yes, it is possible, but to develop or write policy that is based upon a principle of care? Is it possible to devise a pro forma developer-driven housing approach that is based on a principle of equity? And I would say it is. And I think this is where the discussions can be richer within not just schools of architecture, but all disciplines, perhaps. And I'll give one example that, there are many across the United States, certainly, where students are being asked to look at developer pro formas and invert them completely. And rather than think that you are, as a developer, being asked to design for a market rate model, which is leads to McMansions of one character or another, but to in fact design for income and start from that dimension. So for instance, in our school, we're devising a pro forma that's based not on market rate, but on income for people who are making $16 an hour, which in many states is not even minimum wage, right? And what does that mean in terms of what you have ultimately to pay as rent or to pay on a US-based mortgage? You have to unpack the mortgages, you have to talk to the banks, you have to understand finance, cost of materials, cost of labor, regional costs, land costs, who runs the land. Suddenly you're in, of course, a political realm that you never thought you would be in, but that's, of course, preparing you for the moment you graduate. But it is then based upon a principle of care and a principle of equity. And that, I think, is cause, I think, for optimism, if we can end it this way. It's just, that's where we have to be focused. The images of that wall coming down are images of, the divisions in our heart going away, right? That's what we have to grasp and understand and communicate to that next generation.
But we also, we also in Vienna to the economy of the common goods. That's what we try to bring out, economy of the common goods. This is so important, optimism, common goods, and spread the message out.
All right, you mentioned communicate to the future. We're at the Shaping the City Symposium today. You all have really amassed tremendous success in your own careers and have had incredible impact within the communities that you serve. What is a very brief piece of advice or recommendation that you have to the next generation, regardless of the discipline that they're studying, how they can make an impact in being civically engaged for the better good?
For me, I would say, hello? Yeah, for me, I would say that I think the students just need to know that they matter. I think that's the most important thing. A lot of students come in timid and don't think that they're part of the, especially in minorities and women and those of different backgrounds or whatever. Yeah, they just need to know that they matter. And that's what's going to push us all forward. So don't hold back.
I agree. I think they do matter. And I think also be aware of yourself, where you are, where do you stand? And I think sharing is super important, and sharing knowledge is actually really important, and share with each other and do not hold back. Share. I think this is super important.
My message is to the students, follow your ideas and trust yourself.
One qualification here, to speak of architecture is to speak of every single design discipline. Architecture, landscape architecture, urban design, interior architecture, product design, that the world needs more and better designers always. But if I was to say this, that if you're receiving or entering into an architecture education of all of that spectrum, is to believe that that is the best education to prepare you for any situation going forward in life, even if it ultimately does not lead you to making a building. It will lead you to constructing, I think, a better place.
Outstanding. If you are interested in continuing the conversation on transdisciplinary education and shaping or designing futures, then I'll put in a shameless plug for coming to Palazzo Bembo tomorrow from 3 to 5 p.m. to hear from the wonderful team at the Virginia Tech Honors College. But this morning, I hope that you found this as enriching as I did. Thank you to the ECC. Thank you to the City of Venice for hosting, and to our wonderful panel from Coleman, Petra, Wolfgang, Peter. Let's join me, please, in giving them your full thanks.
Thank you. Thank you again, Becky, and to all the presenters today. While I kindly ask you to continue the conversation off stage, I'm going to invite the next panelists to join us here and to swap. If you don't mind, thank you very much. All conversations can, of course, continue later on during the lunch break and later also during the aperitivo. But the audience in the room, please, we continue with the program. Thank you. So, okay.
Okay, see you. I'm here until Tuesday.
All right. So I kindly ask everyone here in the room to keep it a little bit quiet. Maybe. Thank you. And thank you to the team to helping us to reset everything, please. Thank you. Thank you. Vado, 8. All right. Yes. Thank you. Grazie. Grazie. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Okay. So we are now ready for panel number 3. Yes, fine. So panel number 3 of the forum and panel number 2 of today is titled Architecture as Encounter, Form, Materiality, and the Space of Living. So today we have the pleasure to have back on stage in the role of moderator and not as presenter, Heather Ufter. Heather Ufter is the Dean at the School of Architecture of the University of Texas in Austin and is co-director of Axiome in Austin and Cleveland. Heather taught at Virginia Tech and spent 20 years at the Washington University, serving as graduate chair and director, where she advanced community-engaged studios in interdisciplinary research and international programs. Her work at Axiome spans build project, speculative research, and major cultural commissions. So welcome, Heather, and welcome to Sango, Jose, and Keishiro.
Welcome here today. It's a real pleasure being back for the second day. So I'm going to briefly introduce the panel and get started. This panel investigates architecture as a mode of encounter between bodies, materials, technologies, and the environment in which we exist. The speaker's work expands speculative urbanism, digitally augmented commons, and community-centered public buildings that restore empathy and also a social life. Their approaches foreground material intelligence, ecological responsiveness, and an architectural atmosphere as a catalyst for connecting to one another. Through research and also built work, they explore how envelopes, infrastructures, and spatial logics can reimagine to foster shared meaning, intergenerational engagement, and civic responsibility and possibility. Together, this panel reflects on architecture's capacity to mediate between the formal and the lived experience. To kick us off, I'm going to start with an introduction of Sung-Ho Kim. Sung-Ho is the co-director of Axiomi in Cleveland and Austin since 2003, and also my partner in crime. And the practice explores architecture as an expanded field across several different disciplines and scales. He was previously the Raymond E. Moritz Professor of Architecture and Professor at Washington University in St. Louis. And currently, he's the Director of Architecture and Urbanism at Kent State University. Please join me in welcoming Sung-Ho.
Thank you, Heather. Oh, I think you have to introduce.
No,
Oh,
we'll do
okay,
them one
okay.
at a time.
So one of the things that we want to do today is we're going to go through a lot of projects, but we want to talk about how speculation brings community and hopefulness into the future. And we're going to talk about two projects right now. Actually, I can't read, so I'm going to have to stand. Sorry, I'm getting old. So this project is about arts, and we're going to talk about Art Walk, Coca, and Prism Tower. And in Art Walk, what happens in St. Louis is that people start driving a lot, and that creates a boundary between how people walk through the space. And then at the same time, because of the people leaving the city becomes abandoned. And Coca expansion, it's one of the first building designed by Eric Mendelsohn, and we did an expansion to it. And how do you bring arts as a community of young people to perform in that space? And the third project is in Winston-Salem, in North Carolina. It's a prism tower, how prismatic phenomena could change the skylines of the city. So Art Walk is not an architectural project, but it's a landscape and urbanism where spaces between buildings are designed and how roads and entrance to buildings, which are porches or awnings, could develop into a people to gather, and how landscape could actually fulfill and create a place for people to commute. And at the same time, we were designing all the artifacts of the infrastructure, which are garbage cans, lights, benches, trash cans, bicycle racks, all those things to kind of cohesively activate the urban space, how people meet, and how do you bring ramps, all these facilities that doesn't exist in the urban condition at the time, or even re-looking at entrance to buildings, or even parking garages or parking lots. How do you develop a way to use a parking lot into a public space? Or even landscape changing different seasons. And to communicate these ideas, we developed an 18-foot long model, and at the same time, quarter scale model to really embrace and projecting human body into the design. Second project is Coca expansion. And then the big site model was built to really to convince the neighborhood to embrace the project, and how do you bring people into the space. And this is a built constructed building. And it was really about understanding how a new expansion could be expanded into the existing Mendelssohn building. At the same time, what we wanted to do was using models to really understand the relationship between the two buildings and the neighborhood. But at the same time, we were looking at how do you make a performance space for children. And what we did was we made the angle of the seatings to be more extreme, so the parents looking at their child could feel connected to their performance. And at the same time, the dance studios had these glass with angles on it. So at nighttime, when parents come, and they're coming into the building, they see their children performing. So it's not about looking from inside out, but also outside in. And the interior space were designed for community, for parents who actually come and wait for their children to take lessons. And then also occupy the hallways as an urban kind of a gathering space. This is Prism Tower in Winston-Salem. One of the aspects of the project was how do you activate the skyline? And one of the questions they asked was how do you make this tower without casting a dark shadow onto the site? So by using a prismatic skin, we were able to create a kind of a rainbow spectrum of color onto the landscape. And also with solar cells, you would actually develop electrical solar panels, and then that would actually power the whole tower electrically. And then with the misters in the space, you could actually develop a cooling system that would bring the temperature by 5 degrees during summer. And also the tower actually bends depending on the affluent neighbors could only look at it a certain way, but also at the same time, a distance away, the poor neighborhood could look at the tower at the same time. So the next set of projects called Media, two of the projects are in St. Louis. This is Media Arcade, which is this was actually done very long time. It was our first project in St. Louis, so it was probably 25, 26 years old. And we wanted to make a projection surface that dealt with gaming medium. And then for Nine Network, which is a radio station that dealt with the urban conditions of the site. So the idea is that the building is not a building, but it's a kind of a movie theater that everybody comes to embrace. So you're living in a screen. And the site is a triangular site in Grand Center in St. Louis that nobody was occupying. And we were looking at how do you make a building with housing on top, and at the same time, how do you kind of let the ground level to be hollow so people are moving through the space? And these are models showing the relationship between the housing and then the theater spaces. You can see how the surface of the building is very translucent that you could project on, and then the ground level is very open, so it doesn't create a boundary in the urban sidewalks. And how the projections actually animate the building surfaces. And then when it's projected, you're in the surface of the building facade. So you're living with the projections as a light. And this is the Nine Network, which is a radio station, public radio station. The idea was that to develop a building that responds to the city's views, and at the same time, how do you allow people to come through the public spaces and the entry? So these models were built to communicate with not just the engineers, but the community to understand how the building is a very multifaceted surfaces that allow people to move through the city in different ways to the viewports. So this is a front elevation allowing the cantilever to frame the public space plaza. This is from the plaza looking in, so it creates a backdrop. And this is the back of the building that allows all the alleyway to be reactivated into this urban condition. And these sawtooth facade allows different view into the city. But at the same time, the building is very transparent, that frames the view of the city. And then we're going to talk about two projects about environment. The first one is called Urban Mirage. It's in Incheon, Korea. And that one was kind of interesting project because that happened right, it was a competition in Incheon to redevelop the historical fish market, but that happened right at the time when the Japanese nuclear reactor exploded and all the contamination was leaking into the ocean. And at the same time, we were really interested in how to live with the ocean animals. Can you be part of that? And for the lens bridge, we were looking at how to take filter water, contaminated water from highways to be filtered and making a pedestrian bridge. So this is Urban Mirage. So what we did was we created not a building, but canopy that allowed fish farming to happen. This is a kind of a personal image where our son was only 5 years old and he was crazy about Ponyo. And we wanted to live under the water and we wanted the building to experience that. So the fish market was right underneath these kind of spaces. So the fish were swimming above you and how the light comes through. And we were looking how the sunlight affected kind of a illusion. At the same time, how do you use circular way to make corn and rice and soybean to feed the fish and using their byproducts to fertilize the vegetation. And this is a lens bridge in St. Louis that connects a fragmented neighborhood that's been cut through a highway. And this bridge becomes a kind of a threshold into the city. And it's about a gutter. So you take all the water from the highway and you filter it through a gutter using different kind of materials. And at the same time, the lens bridge allows the lights from the trucks and cars underneath it animate the surface of the building. One thing that's interesting is that when it filters into these kind of retention ponds and gardens. And every time it filters, what it does is it changes the amount of pH levels to happen. So that allowed us to plant different kind of plants that depending on different pH levels. So in St. Louis, the sewage system is 200 years old. So every time it rains, it overflows. So this is like a sponge strategy where it allows to take all the water and it slows it down going into the sewage system. So it's all about landscape at the same time, how the building and the landscape and the infrastructure could play a way to bring people together. So these are marginalized spaces near the highway. So we were looking at how to bring this water and filter into a swimming pool, public pools, or event spaces filled with different kind of plantings. Okay, 5 minutes. So next one is about culture, and then we're going to talk about Glenville Master Plan in Cleveland, Korean American Cultural Center in St. Louis, and Crystal Armature in Kaliningrad, Russia. So in Glenville, football is a very important factor of the culture. I don't know if you know this, but 50 NFL players are all from Glenville. So for them, it's not just a cultural issue, it's a way to make a living out of it. But at the same time, Glenville becomes a kind of emptied out because all the strip malls are being used and then the downtown's emptying out. For Korean American Cultural Center, it's kind of interesting is that in America, there's about 2.5 million Korean Americans, and the only cultural centers are Korean cultural centers. Korean Americans are being marginalized. But I don't know if you guys know K-pop Demon Hunters. It's the first kind of phenomena where they're only wanting Korean Americans because they're the kind of the byproduct of being Western and Eastern at the same time. And then we're trying to bring HMAR into the whole project. And then for Crystal Armature, there was an existing castle that got destroyed during World War II, and we were going to use the foundation of that the construction to rebuild a new kind of crystal, like a glass building. This is Glenville. So what we did was, normally a new football stadium for Glenville High School is always put on the edge of a site. So we brought it into downtown Glenville. The reason is that by doing that, you could actively reactivate the city. And you can see what we did was also we put a housing down where it's on a left side and the bottom without any kind of infrastructure in it. That means everybody parks on the edge of the site, and that gives more land to urban farming, because there's a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits are not growing near the site. So here what we did was the housing, it's all walkable because you park at the edge of the site. And at the same time, we put a green roof on the parking deck that allows people to come but use the green deck as the public space. And I don't know if you know, Glenville is the birthplace of Superman. And what we did was, by the main road becoming part of the bleachers underneath. Normally in American football in high school, bleachers are a place where you buy drugs or you do illegal activities. So what we did was we activated the bleacher space, and you come through, and it has names of all the high school football players who have been successful, who's won Heisman trophies. And also this kind of a greenhouses to grow fruits and vegetables, teaching the neighbors how to grow together. And even the football scoreboard becomes a kind of a gateway into the stadium space. And this is the Korean American Cultural Center in St. Louis that has the Korean American Cultural Center with H Mart and restaurants in it. So this is Grand Center, where it's people have emptied out, but there's a lot of cultural centers within the district. One of the things we wanted to explore is the notion of a pang. Pang is, in Korean, you don't go from a building into hallway into a room. You go from outside into a room. So in here, what we try to do is you're going from courtyards to open spaces into different rooms. And these are kind of models studying how you move through the space and how the collection of the different buildings make a kind of a Korean American campus on into St. Louis. And this is a sections through the city, how the building is very shallow. And you can see how the building opens up to different angles. And this is the crystal armature. And what happened is that because during the war, the building was destroyed, we took the existing foundations and we tried to give a contemporary life to it. That means not just the form, but materiality. So we took glass as a way to kind of creating a facade that will allow to reflect the city and make a kind of a very light condition. At the same time, at night, it becomes a beacon of hope. And even in there's a tower that was a Russian government center. We use that to make it into a theater. And it changes the way you use the space between landscape. And then the building reflects all the images around the site. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce the next speaker. We have a presentation entitled Noli Revisited, the Redefining the Commons Through Material Cultures by Juan Jose Castellón. And Juan is co-founder of the collaborative practice XMade and assistant professor at Rice University. Through his research, he explores the sustainable design of lightweight structures and building envelopes and focuses on the implementation of innovative material processes and structural systems in architecture. as well as integrative and ecological design of urban infrastructures. Please join me in welcoming Juan.
Well, thank you. Before starting, I would like to take a moment to say thank you to the amazing team of the ECC. I think that we give for granted sometimes the difficulty that it has and the challenges to organize something like this. This is not easy. You made an amazing job. Everybody in the team, including the person who is taking care of the door and opening and closing it. Thank you. Because this is architecture, right? This is a collective effort. We need each other. Each of us, we play an important role. And I'm here today to speak about this. I mean, I'm probably part of what you described before, but not all. I'm born in Barcelona. I'm Catalan. I'm also the son of two immigrants from South Spain, from two tiny villages in South Spain. I was educated in a public school and in a public university, the Escola Superior of Arquitectura de Barcelona in Catalonia, in Spain. But I was also awarded by a bank foundation to do my master at the AA. Then I moved to a public university at ETH to do my PhD. And then now I'm at Rice University, a private university. To add on top of that, I have a practice bridging Barcelona and Switzerland. So what I mean by that is I'm a hybrid profile, of hybrid animal, result of this complex society, this complex world that is beautiful, sometimes challenging and fragmented, but is also unique in the kind of condition, right? Being part of this kind of global network and also operating at a local and global level is a privilege. And I'm here also to show the work of others, right? My work is not individual work, it's a collective work as well. So in this fragmented work, when I was, let me see if it works. It's the yellow one, right? Or it's the other way? Yeah. So when Hadi was asking me about participating in this forum, in this fragmented world, I wanted to go to the essence, right? What is a city? And in my education, in my culture, sometimes when you have this kind of hybrid profile and you have been part of so many different contexts and conditions, you need to go back to the roots, right? You need to reevaluate where you come from, who you are. As an architect, of course, the city, we started learning the city with this plan, with the Nolly plan, even if it's a kind of classical model of the city, is essential and is abstract in the sense that it brings the question of the void and the solid, right? A very, very strong, very essential question in architecture. But it's not only important what is seen there as a kind of model for the city, is the idea of the void. The void as the public also is a force that shapes the public realm and transforms the solid. So the private is solid, is like passive. What is active is the void. And the void is also the kind of the realm of architecture, right? We work with space and material. So in this model, there is also an essence in the understanding of this classical but also abstract relationship between solid and void. There is a Spanish sculptor, Eduardo, that he described his sculptures he's not excavating matter to produce a void. He's introducing the void into the material, right? It's another kind of action, right? It's an intentional production of solids and voids. But if we think about modernity, I mean, what Zygmunt Bauman describes is like liquid modernity, right? We move from this kind of solid context of references and this dichotomy, solid and void, into a kind of different realm, this liquid modernity, right? That is, everything is becoming more liquid, more dynamic. And in this context, Koolhaas was talking about this question of the build is kind of charged or of political, many kind of different things that my colleagues have been describing, the idea of the housing, the idea of the build, right? But the void, in the void is where we have the opportunity, right? It's always a kind of dynamic element that can be rethought. And in these plans, both in Noli plan and the plan by OMA, it's not only what is there, but what the absence. So if we have to think, when we think about shaping the city, the things that are not there is, for example, the air temperature, the air pollution or quality, the acoustics, the sound or the noise, but most of it, people, right? We build for people, for communities, for citizens. So the idea of solid and void is a very interesting one. It's part of my PhD. I did my PhD at the ETH, and it was called Stereotomic Models in Architecture, Hierarchical Porosity, with this idea of how we operate with the solid and the void, and how we can move from hollow city, hollow materials, into more porosity, a porous city, and this idea of multiscalar. So in here we see that if we zoom in, there is another kind of resolution, right? The public space and the private start to blend at some point. But even if you zoom in, this plan by Bramante or some, you see that you can go into the column, and the column is also a void. There is a void, there is an occupation, there is a stair inside. So I would like to bridge this with my work, again, my work in research, and I will show a bit of practice. But Alberti, also another classical reference, he was referring to the city like could be a big house. A city could be a big house, or a house could be a small city. But I would also include that maybe in a column there is also a city, right? So, because in the column, for example, in this small project, when you see this section, there is air, water. Is not there. Is absent, but is implicit. There are forces. There is a material culture. There are processes. So there is a lot. There is a project of synthesis. Architecture is also a synthetic process. We integrate many things in small. Yesterday, Tatiana Bilbao was speaking about how architects, we can transform things even with a bench. I think in a column, you can also have a city. And actually, when you see the process, I did this with a local manufacturing company, with fabricators, a family, Kumeya, Enrique, who is here, a good friend, knows them very well. And it's also part of our culture in the area of Catalonia, but it's also local and it's global and it's universal. And they are using traditional techniques, but also they have a robot. And I think this kind of is also part of this kind of broad, rich constellation that we live in. I have been working in different prototypes, like trying to build from the small to build a city, starting from the column and scaling up, thinking about modularity, sun shading, water collection, water cleaning, but collective spaces. If you see about this section, you will kind of put the attention into the form, but actually I'm more interested in the void that generates, which evokes the idea of a house, of an archetypical house. If you look at the shape of the void, is a house. If you repeat it because it's modular 1,000 times, it's a house for everyone, right? It's a house for the city. But it also is a void in the columns, and it's a kind of combination of poetry and science, right? We are collaborating here with scientists, with colleagues at the engineering department at Rice University. So the membrane is also developed with another family, family Mr. X. So we are rebuilding a tradition of the material culture, but we are also connecting poetry and science, right? This membrane can clean water because of research that is now ongoing at Rice University. And then these columns are hollow, but are also collecting this clean water, and they are active in terms of thermodynamics. They are also active in terms of awakening our senses, right? There are also classical references like the impluvium. That's the name of my installation here that I'm presenting or sharing at Palazzo Mora. Also a classical reference, right? Is the idea of the impluvium in our culture. 2 days ago, TEDA architects were receiving the Holcim Award for this school in Gauzas in Girona. We are part of the team. My practice is part of the team as working in the building envelope. This materiality is completely different, right, of the one of Nolly. Nolly was black and white, was kind of an abstract. Here we are talking about local materials. We are speaking about the idea of stereotomic and tectonics, but we are also talking about the void, the materiality, the solid and the void. And this void and this environment is also informed by an idea of education, right? How we experience the outside. So this is the small prototype that I have at Palazzo Mora, which is a synthesis again, but it's a kind of opportunity to develop multiple projects. So this idea of robotics and this combination of tradition and innovation. This idea of, this is one of my favorite photos when Tony Kumeya, the father of the family, he's kind of glazing one of the pieces that have been extruded and cutted using robotic fabrications, and in the back is all the production of the family, of all the tradition. There are pieces from Gaudí, there are pieces from his father, and that is where my work becomes meaningful, when it belongs to a tradition, a material culture. I have some videos, but you can take a look at them probably in the Palazzo Mora, but also online. But I want to show you just a glance of it, just to show how the process becomes an art piece, and they are doing just what they do. But I wanted to film this in this way because it shows the beauty of technique, the beauty of the process, the care that these people, these families have, and the meaning that they give to everything that they do, the way they touch the pieces, the way they interact with the robot is human, right? And it means a lot because it's a part of the tradition, it's part of a culture, and it's part of a family. Yeah, this is, I'm gonna go. But also another family Huguet. Huguet is another company working with terrazzo. So it's again material culture, it's modular, but it also, so the whole model is a kind of, again, a synthesis between arts and science, but also is an opportunity to go back to the roots of architecture, to rebuild these connections with tradition and with material culture, and incorporate this as part of the education. So we built the prototype. The first time we built the prototype was with my students at Rice University in a global workshop. The first one that was organized by the Department of Architecture at the School of Architecture at Rice University. And I traveled with my students from architecture department and engineering department, which is very important. We are bridging disciplines. We are not working in silos. We build across disciplines. And this is the role of the architect, to rebuild and to connect these bridges, but also to give value to all these families, all these traditions that are part of also of the quality and the poetry of everything that we do, and the meaning. So the students were building it with us. There is also a kind of interesting part of the research now, working with origami and the idea of the dynamics, right? Again, when we see a Nolly is a static model, static plan. When we look at contemporary systems are responsive. They kind of interact with the context. So it's Nolly, but it's also Buckminster Fuller, right? I work in Barcelona, in Switzerland, but also in the US, and these are all my references. So I think this is also very important to acknowledge all the teams. This is a collective effort. There was a long list of students, collaborators, scientists, musicians, engineers, fabricators. Well, today probably is the last day that you can visit the installation if you didn't do it. And again, it's also part of the effort by the ECC, the invitation to be part of this amazing initiative. And I'm glad to share with you this kind of complex condition between tradition, the local and the material culture, but also the future, technology and innovation. They all are part of the future, and they are meaningful aspects to shape our cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our third speaker, we're going to hear from Keiichiro Seiko, Reconnection Through Architecture, Landscapes of Learning and Sharing in Chuanchi. And Keiichiro is a Japanese architect and the founder of Seiko Architects, established in 2004 and based in Tokyo, Fukuoka, and Beijing. He worked at Yamamoto and Field Shop and later served as a visiting scholar at Columbia University. His work is defined by color, playfulness, and empathetic spatial strategies that seek to reconnect people, communities, and cities through the play of light and space. Thank you.
Thank you. Please enlarge my notes as possible. Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Japanese architect Keiichiro Sako, the founder and the principal architect of Sako Architects. It is truly an honor to speak here today at Shaping the City in this historic city of Venice. I'm also honored that our Kaleidoscope Kindergarten is currently exhibited here in Venice at the Palazzo Bembo as a part of European Cultural Center's exhibition. Sharing this project in the very city where it is being exhibited gives today's theme, reconnection, a deeper sense of immediacy. The theme of my talk is reconnection through architecture. It is a question for whether architecture can gently reconnect people to one another, people to places, and communities back to their cities. Modern city may seem connected through digital technologies, but behind that surface, something gently fading. Our conversations with the person beside us, the small memories woven through everyday life, and the gentle warmth we once shared. Before speaking about project intensity, please allow me to briefly share my background, as it has shaped the way I understand connection in architecture. I founded the Sako Architects in 2004, and since then I have devoted myself to architecture, while moving between the three cities, Tokyo, Fukuoka, and Beijing. After studying architecture at Tokyo Institute of Technology, I worked at the office of Riken Yamamoto, the 2024 Pritzker Prize laureate. Under his guidance, I learned that architecture is not merely about buildings, but about shaping relationships and cultivate the life of the community. Later, I had the opportunity to spend time at Columbia University, where I encountered diverse perspectives and the way of thinking, and reflect deeply on my own architectural philosophy. Through this experience, I came to believe that light, color, and space can gently reconnect people to one another, people to places, and communities to their cities. This conviction has guided my work ever since. Tenshui lies near the geographical center of China, and once flourished as a key hub along the ancient Silk Road. Its cave dwellings, Yaodong and the Maijishan grottos symbolize a landscape where nature, learning, and prayer have long coexisted. In recent years, however, Tenshui has faced challenges common to many regional cities: rapid urbanization, aging communities, and the quiet widening of distance between generations. In this context, I was entrusted with designing for facilities that my client, Mr. Pan Xi, donated to his hometown of Tenshui: a kindergarten, a library, a rose garden, a vegetable greenhouse. Each has conceived not as an isolated building, but as a way to offer new forms of everyday connection for a community quietly becoming fragmented. Among the four, the kindergarten and the library, just 3 minutes walk apart, have created the most intimate and daily forms of reconnection. Today, I will focus on these two projects. When I first visited the site, I found an aging building that had been left uncared for. Children came every day, yet it offered them no story. So I choose to breathe life into the architecture through color. The 438 pieces of glass in 10 different colors, arranged like a spectrum of light, shift their expression with the angle of the sun throughout the day, transforming the entire atrium into a living kaleidoscope. Every morning, children encounter a different quality of light, and these encounters naturally become part of their learning. This is more than visual stimulation. Color and light play an essential role in nurturing children's curiosity, their ability to focus, and their spatial awareness. The exterior quietly references the arched form of the local Yaodong dwellings, creating a bridge of empathy that connects future generations to the memory of the land. All the openings on the facade were designed with arches. After completion, children began running into the building. Parents found themselves naturally engaging in conversation, and neighbors gathered for small seasonal events. The kindergarten has grown into a small public square where generations intersect. This is a library. Square's library stands on the site of Yao Yanzhen School, a private academy founded in 1903. The challenge was not merely replacing an old building, but responding to the subtle forms of social fragmentation that had emerged in the city. Intentionally, elderly people often spend long hours alone when children and students remain in school for much of the day. Their forms of isolation different, yet the distance between generations was widening. So instead of creating a closed box, we choose to design social landscape. The ground floor accommodate a senior day center and the library, both facing Main Street. Direct access from the street allows everyday life to follow naturally into the building, a small but powerful gesture that soften boundaries between the private and the public. The second floor is the main library. Small rooms organized by genre, the courtyard and the quiet corridors encircling it form a nested mandala-like plan. A lounge leading to the backyard, creating subtle opportunities for generations to meet, gentle architecture, or in between. At the kindergarten, Byron Wright guided the children. In the library, Quiet Wright helped organize relationship among people. Children searching for the same book, elderly visitors taking a break, students seeking a quiet pool of light. Their purpose differ, yet this spatial network cultivates unexpected encounters. And through this architecture, daily interactions between the two generations became the part of everyday life. It gradually transformed the library from the merely a place of knowledge into the social landscape of encounters. The building is also the first zero-carbon library in China. Through a combination of solar power generation, wind power, geothermal systems, and a high-performance external insulation envelope, the building products 172% of its annual energy consumption. In this way, the architecture itself became a living classroom for sustainability. Healing does not begin in the centers of the large cities. It begins in the places where people can meet again. What Tenshui taught me is that architecture is not defined by form or function. It is, above all, an act of empathy. Color, light, and shared spaces draw an emotional geography across the city. quietly moving the hearts of those who pass through. Even small buildings can shift the rhythm of community and gently reweave relationships. In Japan, we have a concept called ma. It refers not simply to empty space. It refers to the quiet in between where relationships take shape. Our cities too need this sense of a quiet common ground where public and private gently meet. I believe that the cities of the future should be shaped not by efficiency alone, but by the in-between spaces that allow us to encounter one another once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. We're going to begin with the first question. And I just want to recall a couple of key phrases that I heard, especially Keiichiro, the ma, or that kind of quiet in between. You also talked about everyday life and unexpected relationships. To me, I just want to pull some themes that I found in the three talks. And Juan, I think the idea of the global network and collective spaces, from the void, but also the space underneath the canopy, the gathering. You talked about material culture embedded in a tradition that allows us to speak through generations. And Sungho, I think, the projects, many of them, although you might not have spoken about them this way, but the radio and the television station are citizens actually telling their stories. And also the idea of access, kind of some of the architecture bridging boundaries that were completely impassable before, and allowing new populations to filter into spaces where previously they were set up as kind of blocking participation from multiple different groups. In that context of the three talks, my first question is around contemporary architectural and urban theories and how they move beyond this dichotomy of public-private, kind of as kind of separate entities. And if you could frame that in terms of climate crisis and also that issue of inequity, are there spatial barriers you're trying to break down or have a new relationship with, social structures that are kind of being reformed, or do you want to move a conversation into an ecological direction is fine as well. I know it's rather open-ended, but I will begin with Keiichiro. Did you want to start? Particularly moving is that concept of ma.
In today's cities, public and private no longer describe how people truly use space. Intentionally, even privately donated buildings became everyday commons through the concept of ma, and by opening and softening their boundaries, creating spaces where anyone can pause, stay, and meet. And like the Zero Carbon Library, commons should also function as ecological infrastructures shared across generations. What matters is not ownership, but the quality of relationships, who can enter, who stays, who encounters whom, and how the environment is collectively cared for.
Yeah. So to your question about the role of history and theory and how this kind of, what is the response in this kind of complex context, I think we have many theories. I think we have an abundance of theories, and I think it's very important. But I would like to connect with Hannah Arendt in her book, The Human Condition. She speaks about the vita activa, right? So that differentiates from the vita contemplativa. So we are used to look at things passive, with a certain passive attitude, or even if it's fast, even if it's the phone or what, or it's a city, we look at with a distance, right? Like we are not part of it. We also listen rhetoric, like aspects of architecture, especially in the American context. I'm experiencing how important is the narrative, and I think it's very important by no means, but more important is the action, right? So I think that, and the action for an architect is building. So we have to be part of this transformation by building, by transforming, by assuming an active role. Coleman was speaking about barriers. You were speaking, if we have some barriers, we have nothing but barriers, right? But this has been always the kind of context for an architect. So we have to use imagination, we have to use technology, we have to use also this collective power, but we have to do things. I think it's not enough to speak or to write or to build theories. I think we are in a moment where when action and commitment is important.
So the way we've been practicing is in kind of Midwest of United States, and cities are becoming emptied out. It's not like Asian or European cities where people are occupying the urban condition. In America, everybody goes to their home and everything is empty. That's why downtowns are being emptied out and strip malls are being filled, because you go from your car to your home to the strip mall. And that allows, American cities to needs to be more experimental. So to bring this kind of boundaries to be broken, or bring people in to experience different things. That's why I like Korean American cultural centers, or even the Grand Center radio station. These institutions have to open up to engage other populations. That's why the notion of Korean American Cultural Center is very important. It's because it's not about being a good Korean, it's about being a good American, and that shares its culture with others. Because like K-pop history is not a Korean or Asian culture. That's coming back from American, especially from urban, cities, the hip hop music that endorsed it. So all these byproducts of hybrid of cultures are changing. Or even in the radio station, normally when we were doing the station, one of the issue was safety. And the idea that radio station should open up its doors, because now everybody's using podcasts, so they could give more voice to themselves. So the world has changed. So all these institutions has to redefine themselves. So architecturally, we got to reprogram and rethink, and how the buildings of these kind of older generations could be rethought.
Just following on that, you bring up the issue of technology, Sung-ho, and maybe we'll start with you and kind of move in the opposite direction. But how do you think that we can counteract that social erosion that you hinted at and others have in their talks, especially when we have digitally mediated spaces where the interactions are, basically screen-based? I think it's been brought up, empathy, our ability to move across generations, and also a sense of collective belonging kind of mediating between these now ubiquitous kind of phones and devices and staying in touch with one another, and it's the beauty of all of that. And then we've already talked about it, but more specifically to your talks, the kind of physical space and the critical importance. And I think Juan, also talked about, we're architects and need to take action and build. Maybe start with you, Sung-ho.
Yeah, the absence of physical space has been, in some ways, the problem with American, culture. It's like, you could be online constantly, but the ideal is that the day you come offline and you have to, when you order pizza, you have to open your door and pay the delivery guy. And then when you eat that slice of pizza, you're in the real world. And when you look out the window while you're eating and drinking Coke, what do you see outside? And that means that we have to kind of work harder to inspire the spaces that we're in right now. If it's not, what's going to do is everybody's going to kind of go towards the screen as a escapism. And that's why architecture is so powerful, is that when you could sit comfortably, when you could look at someone differently, and you could have a conversation, or you could have a meal with someone. All these things are important, and we have to endorse. That means design has to really be elevated with craftsmanship, or even color, or phenomenon. Those things are almost, not talked about in architecture schools nowadays, because a lot of architecture theoreticians believe phenomenology is a dead, theory. They want to more talk about, advanced theory of AI or something else. And we have to bring that back to engage the world.
Yeah, when I was referring before to an active role of the architect, this idea of action, but it's an idea of building not as we were building years ago, right? We have to rebuild, and we build with people and for the people, right? It's not, the role of the architect is not anymore the protagonist, is the mediator, right? Or at least is how I see the role of the architect right now. So one very important part of this kind of idea of shaping the city is also rebuilding. And rebuilding, again, like I was trying to show in my presentation, is not only the evident, right? The material world. It's also rebuilding the connections, right? To reconnect with the things that what we belong to, our culture. I always like to bring this example that in my project I'm collaborating with Family Kumeya, Family Miserax. Family Kumeya is in the world of ceramics. Family Miserax in the world of textiles. These are two material cultures of my city, of Barcelona. The parents, they were working together in projects, but the Lancelot and Guillem, the sons, they didn't know each other. So through this project, they reconnected. And it was so beautiful to see how they know each other, because they have the same tradition, and they were talking, oh, my father did this, that, my grandfather did this. I remember that your father did this. So it's there. We live in a broken world, right? We have been breaking so many connections that are fundamental. We are still doing it. We are now doing this in politics, in society. We are architects. We build. And this is what I call an active role of the architect. Not too much to be the protagonist, but to recall where we come from and how can we rebuild these connections, these material cultures, and this connection to where we belong as locally but globally.
Digital life connects us virtually, but isolates physically. Architecture cannot replace technology, but it can create quiet, unplanned encounters. Intentionally, the kindergarten and the library were designed for overlap. sight lines, circulation, and light, bringing generations into gently proximity. These small moments of shared presence become a school of empathy, rebuild trust and belonging.
One last question. It's going to concern interdisciplinarity. I think as designers and architects, we work with communities, but we also work with engineers. It's already been talked about, craftsmen, communities, educational systems as we think about pedagogy and how pedagogy might shape a building, such as a kindergarten. Could you talk a little bit about material culture, but also the innovation that we've been kind of running as a theme, and how this relates to pedagogy, and to whether that pedagogy is coming from, I'm thinking of the kindergarten, and how that shaped, the form of the building. But also, as we are frequently academics and visiting faculty, how it makes you think perhaps differently about the kinds of questions that you ask your students. So I know it's kind of a big bag, but you can take the parts of it that you want, and again, focusing on the interdisciplinarity. Juan, do you want to start this time?
Sure. Well, I think a very important part of the question is that we don't have to be afraid. As educators, architects, we have to be brave. We have to communicate that we have hope. I think when we educate our students, they also feel when we are afraid. If we say this is bad, if we say this is the only way, they accept. I think we are in a kind of moment of obedience, and I don't like that. Also in education, is when you are a bit rebel, when you are a bit out of the expectations and the norms and the protocols and the processes, everybody's skeptical, right? But I think we need this. I mean, paradoxically, we need less obedience. We need a bit more rebellion. We need to not be afraid and to educate with, let's say, confidence. Even though it's difficult to be confident looking around, but it's the only way. It's the only way. So we don't have to be afraid of AI or technology. We don't have to be afraid of, because this is also human. Technology is part of our nature as well. Why to be afraid of it? In the plane when I was coming to Venice, I was watching a documentary. It was called The Thinking Game. It's speaking about the founders of an AI company. It's called AlphaFold. It's brilliant. I mean, what they have done in a short time is the result of a brilliant mind, but also determination, and for the common good. So they received the Nobel Prize, and they were not accepted in the academy. They were not feeling part of the academy. Nevertheless, thanks to the work that they are doing with artificial intelligence, they are decoding scientists. They are decoding treatments for cancer. How can we be afraid of this? We have been. We had the COVID situation, right? In 1 year, we had the vaccine. Can we be afraid of this? No, we cannot be afraid of technology. But we cannot rely only on technology. We have to know where we belong, where do we come from, and what is meaningful. For what? For what we use these technologies. I think this is the key issue.
Interdisciplinary practice gains power when rooted in specific community. Intentionally, new spatial logics emerged from integrating local culture, environmental technology, and learning. The Yalton Arches the zero carbon system and experimental learning through light made the building more than architecture. They became shared infrastructure, shaping new social and ecological relationships.
Well, I think architecture itself can't save the world or the environment. It has to come from landscape, urban design, biology, and all sorts of other kind of engineering. The reason is that, you know, this planet, we've kind of misused this world, and only way we could really save it is, or not even save, but to engage it is through planetary experience. That means how do you regenerate this, the environment? How do buildings or infrastructure filter or give life back to the world? And that's the only way. And we have to almost pedagogically teach our students not just to be successful or solving problems, but to inspire. And I think that's one of the lacking things that architectural education has been, is that we teach them to be witty, but we don't teach them to be loving and, how do you say, like, you know, the work they do is a meaningful thing. And then by doing that, they're inspiring other people. And that's one of the pedagogies that we have to kind of work towards, is that it's not what you say, but it's what you do, and every day how you live that life. And that's what's missing. And that's hard to teach, but that's what we have to do to make this world better and to be more optimistic and hopeful.
Are there any questions in the audience? I think we close out the morning session. There are any questions? Well, I want to thank the ECC, the European Cultural Center, and our great friends here. We've all become friends with the folks at the ECC, not only through the, you know, kind of the exhibition, but the events that you have put on, dialogues. I think there's an effort to transform society, and there's some pretty high goals attached to the conversations here today. And I feel very honored and grateful to be participating with this group of just fascinating people. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Like this is of course mutual. We're very happy to have you all here and to start building this relationship through the exhibition, but then expanding with the conversations that we have over over these 6 months and beyond. We are going to take a break now, and we are going to be back at 2:30 for the afternoon session. So enjoy your lunch break and see you very soon. Thanks again.
Test, test, test. Lucia? Test, test, test.
Test, 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 test. Welcome back for the...
No,
Meglio.
Give us the go, Timur. 32 slides. All right. Sì, è qua, grazie.
Welcome back to Shaping the City, Forum for Sustainable Cities and Communities. We are here at Palazzo MacKeith this afternoon for the closing sessions of this 6th edition of the forum. As usual, we would love to thank our media partners that supported the program and the project: ArcDaily, the Architectural Review, Design Boom, Domus, Stir, Platform, VNews, and UrbanX. Thanks for the support.
All right, so a very quick recap for those of you who haven't been here yesterday and today in the morning. Shaping the City Forum is this year's focus on housing and community for a shared future, and that's the title we dedicated for this forum. And we have one common question that we're going to ask all our panelists also today in the afternoon. How can we connect meaningfully the architects, the planners, designers, and the local communities to really work together on housing challenges today? What are the frameworks? What are the structures? And how can we actually support this all together? We're also preparing a manifesto that we're going to tell you a bit about what we have done so far. So this manifesto is a shared call to action and how these cities should be shaped for the future, and what are the challenges for the housing issues or discussions for the future. This is going to be made available on shapingthecity.org. To give you a brief overview of what has happened yesterday and what we will expect today in the afternoon. So yesterday we had the keynote speech by Tatiana. And Tatiana's keynote was all about, titled Architecture as a Care Act. This was an image. A big shout out to Celestia Studio, who have been very quick and very fast in providing us all the pictures, documenting all of this. So thank you very much, Chiara and Federico, for all the pictures and all the support. The afternoon panel was titled Living Together, Housing as a Collective Project. We had Heather, Michael, Sabine, and Ludwig all together discussing these issues together. The most important points have been highlighted basically here in one of the slides of Michael, all underlining the housing crisis and all the issues that we deal with housing. In the afternoon also, we had a book presentation titled Unveiling the Unseen by Abdullah and Faisal. Let's go over the key takeaways from day one, and this is the build-up for the manifesto that we're building for the end of Shaping the City. Housing as care. So homes are not just products, they are platforms for rest, growth, and collective well-being. The second takeaway, rights over markets. What does that mean? Housing is a constitutional right. We must question who it truly serves and how it can support everyone and not just those who fit into the system. The third point is rethinking domestic life. To shape future cities, we must challenge the productivity-driven domestic model and really imagine more communal, adaptable, and human ways of living. The fourth key point and the fourth takeaway is housing as a shared civic project. Home must be imagined as a collective endeavor that is rooted in a community, not in a private commodity. The fifth point of yesterday was renovation as a social, economic, and environmental care. What do we mean? Renovation, this really was inspired by Ludwig's presentation. Renovation stabilizes neighborhoods, preserves communities, sustains the local jobs, and really reduces waste and carbon emissions. So this was everything that we have done yesterday for those of you who weren't there, and this will really serve for the manifesto, the call to action for Shaping the City. This is going to be made public and available on the website. Oh, there's one more, I'm sorry. Gender planning as a tool that improves lives in cities for everyone. This has been highlighted by Tatiana, and this has also been recalled in the presentation that has been done by Sabine and Michael also. I'm trying. Today, what did we speak about today in the morning? The first panel, titled Building Belonging, Housing and the Architecture of the Common Good. We had Peter MacKeith from the American Pavilion and the Dean of Arkansas, Wolfgang from Municipality of Vienna, Petra Kempf from Washington University of St. Louis, and Coleman from Morgan State University. The second panel was titled Architecture as Encounter, Form, Materiality, and the Space of Living, moderated by Heather. And the panelists were Song Ho from Kent University, Juan Jose from Rice University, and Keishiro Sako from Japan. And the manifesto that we're speaking about, the takeaways of this morning are the following. Housing as a civic infrastructure. So when housing is sustainable, affordable, and accessible, it really acts as a civic infrastructure that supports shared prosperity and not just displacement. We're reclaiming space through inclusive design. So cities must really heal the spatial legacies of segregation and exclusion by redesigning the urban fabric towards openness and collective access. Common ground as spatial justice, transforming the functions or walls or divided geographies, as we have seen in Coleman's presentation, as we've also seen on the party wall of Petra, how to transform them into shared spaces as a key to rebuild connection, equity, and belonging. And the fourth point is housing as a common kit, reframing domestic spaces as adaptable and shared system to enable new forms of coexistence and collective life. Point 6 is really merging between design and education, and many of the speakers have actually been coming from academia themselves. So we really want to highlight that architecture grows through a continuous exchange between both teaching and practice, where ideas are not just explored in the classroom, but they're really tested in the world, ensuring that the discipline remains socially engaged and ethically grounded. And the final takeaway, Lucia, what is that?
Partnerships, partnerships, and partnerships. And partnerships. Enduring progress depends on collaborating between institutions, governments, and communities through participatory planning and shared stewardship. So this is the last takeaway.
Last takeaway of yesterday and today, but we still have the entire afternoon to really have more takeaways, and we're going to build on those as well. So
now...
No. What are we expecting this afternoon?
Oh, sorry.
What are we expecting now? Rethinking Home, Innovation, Affordability, and the Future of Living. That's the next panel. To highlight where these presentations are coming from, we have Yimei Chan, who is coming with us today to give us an interesting presentation about affordable and accessible housing from China. The second panelist is joining us from the Netherlands. We have Eric, who is coming from the city of Amsterdam and is going to give us a presentation under the title Home Sweet Home Metropolis. The third presentation is by Anne, and bringing a lens and perspective from Paris. The fourth presentation is by Endrick, who has just joined us very well. Welcome, Endrick. Home as a Living Lab is the title of his presentation. And the final presentation is by John Majewski and giving us a lens about California. So a very wide span of different projects from all over. The final panel is titled Architecture of Place, Local Grounds, and Situated Practices. We have the first presentation by Maria Isabel Paz, who's giving us an example from Quito, from Ecuador. Mark giving us an example from Canada. And Jean giving us an example from Togo, she's the curator of the first pavilion of Togo, the Venice Architecture Biennial. The closing keynote is going to be done by Mads. Bear with us, it's going to be a long but very interesting afternoon. And the keynote is by Mads Birgens, who is the head of urbanism from Cobe. And by then, we would have covered this geographic span over the 2 days. Lucia.
So now we dive into the first panel of this afternoon. While we welcome on stage our panelists, I'm going to introduce the topic. The title of this panel is Rethinking Home, Innovation, Affordability, and the Future of Living. This panel examines the future of a home through innovation, affordability, and systemic transformation. From community-centered, data-driven housing frameworks in Hong Kong to Amsterdam metropolitan challenges, to co-ownership models in Paris, to climate-responsive prototypes in Spain, and legislative reform in California, the speakers present diverse strategies confronting the housing crisis. Together, our panelists explore how social equity, ecological resilience, and technological possibility can reshape how homes are conceived, financed, built, and governed. The discussion highlights the need for cross-sector collaboration and bold policy shifts to create homes that are adaptable, inclusive, and future-ready. So let's welcome today Himei, Eric, Han, Henrik, and John.
All right. We'll start this panel that has been introduced by Lucia. I'm going to introduce Yimei first. I'm going to give you the clicker. You're going to need that. Yimei Chan is the co-founder and the design director of the Experimental Architecture Laboratory, LOD. Her design focus lies in exploring space, form, and function, emphasizing the connections between architecture, technology, and community. Her research combines AI and big data technology with architecture creativity to envision better communities that also explore the interactions between people, time, space, and activity. She is was the president of the AIA Hong Kong chapter in 2023 and continues to collaborate with many design organizations on lectures and tours all over the world. Yimei, thank you very much. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to start with maybe the abstract for my presentation today, and then while we're preparing. So in contemporary society, interpersonal relationship grew increasingly distant, creating an urgent need to reconstruct neighborhood ties and intergenerational connections. This challenge requires understanding shifts in urban lifestyles and addressing how the very ecology and fabric of urban residential life are transforming, from evolving family structures to changing social dynamics. So today, my topic is around communitopia, and it will be I'll be talking about the user-centric model that we have developed in our projects in China. And I would like to start with talking about global housing crisis. So by 2030, population aged 60 or above would double to 2.1 billion. And 80%, close to 80% of them would be in developing countries. At the same time, from the statistics from 2023, the US Census report, more than half of the households would be childless. What that means is 30% of marriage household would be without kids, and also there will be another 30% of single households also without kids. And together with the aging population, that brought us to two issues. One is there will be a lot of people living alone, and also they will be living in apartments that are more than what they need. So when we talk about affordable housing and what do we need for the society, it will mean that how we can leverage the space to reduce the amount of space in each studio units, but at the same time, how we can enlarge the communal functions. So in a lot of our projects, we have studied the different co-living as a response to the housing crisis. And we started to look into co-living, which means collective housing or communal living. I think there are different terminology about it. We've been doing a lot of projects in China since 2015. It's partly because of the shortage in housing to address the fast development in the country, when a lot of the young people, they're moving to the what we call the first tier city, the main city, and they do not have a place to live. So for the government, they have to address this very critical issue. So we are doing a lot of projects, and they range from private developers, operators, to also government enterprise to build a lot of residential apartments. And these are not residential units for sale, but instead they are residential units for rental. And there are different rental models and different development models. But what's interesting is when we start to work on a lot of this project and coming from an architecture and urban planning background, we start to look into modular, how we can use different modules to develop a lot of this project. So from modules in terms of the studio units, we talked about kitchenless yesterday in communal living. That's a very fundamental part of co-living concept. And while we have less functions to be accommodated inside the living unit, then all these are shifted to communal sharing. So the sharing include like the shared kitchen, which becomes a very popular place as a place to gather, cook, and social, but as well as different lounge and library and wellness areas. And not only that, we start to break down how we live and work and sleep in these modules, but also how we play and how we work with our collaborators in terms of defining the guidelines of what these modules are and how to apply the modules in the different projects, because the projects will range from like 10,000 meter square to sometimes like 200, 300,000 meter square community. And we are referring to the modules not only as a space, which means it could be inside the unit, in the community, or in the building, but also the functions, meaning what we're doing inside. And then with all this come together that build the idea of hybrid community and how we co-live, co-share, and also in some cases co-create within the community. And as I was mentioning, when we're doing a lot of these projects, sometimes it could be in the scale of a neighborhood. So there are projects that are close to 300,000 meter square, and we are talking about maybe 15, 20 buildings within the neighborhood that has the opportunity that you actually plan it all at once. And then in this case, we are able to structure that the whole neighborhood actually could be divided into different co-living community, and then each community would have its own target users, which I will cover in some upcoming slides. And by defining who are the community that was staying there and the more specific functions, then we are developing what we call the community user journey map, so that everything could be shared in a more grand scale. But at the same time, they're also addressing to a particular neighborhood. So this is another project example of what we're doing with one of our clients is there are the flexible modules in the public space, and then these are built around like 10, 12 functional modules, and that like they would form the communal area of each of these co-living project that we work on. So from modular living, then we start to ask ourselves the next question. So besides covering how we can do it more efficiently and how we can work on this modular design, but what are they for? I mean, we start to question like about the people. And then that's when we slowly to get into the user-centric PTSA framework, which is what we call people, time, space, and activities. And, oops, lagging. Oh, okay, so we were doing a lot of ethnographics generation study, and especially now with the increasing mobile generation. So we're looking into the difference between the different age groups, so from Gen X, Gen Y to Gen Z, and how they actually have very different traits and different needs. And then we also expanded into something what we call the nomadic generation, because now people are more free to work and live in different places. So what does that mean also to the change of lifestyle? And then we start to, by doing a lot of this generational analysis, then we build what we call the user profile study. So for each project, we are developing who we are building it for. We want to make sure we understand the people and understand not only the functional needs, but also the emotional needs. And that brings us to the framework of we call people, time, space, and activity. Because we have people, then we have the activity, because that's what we have to do every day. But then all this actually tie into a third and fourth axis of the time axis and also the spatial axis. We are doing it in different space, and the space are actually used differently at a different time. So then with these 4 parameters, we're looking into this as a matrix. So what people do at the different times of the day and what people do in the different spaces, as well as what people actually do. Some of the activities is necessary, but some of the activities like social interaction we could consider it as optional. So once we understand the 4 different parameters and how they play in the project, then we would map them back into the space and create what we call the user journey mapping. And this is something very interesting as we apply this methodology and framework to each and every single one of our projects. We start to develop something we find very interesting is even when we were, by understanding our users' needs, and then by talking to the client, what all this thing means is we go beyond as a designer just kind of like thinking, oh, what's the best, but actually everything is based on our research and also our understanding of the users. So with the user-centric PTSA framework, I'm going to move into some work example that we have. And the first one is actually a project in Beijing that not only talk about co-living in general, but also something very interesting as it weaves into the existing neighborhood. And also we talk about intergenerational living. It's a project actually located in Second Ring Road, north of Beijing. So it's very, very close to the city center, close to the Forbidden City. But it's considered part of a Hutong neighborhood, which is the existing kind of like traditional neighborhood of one-story courtyard houses. And this building sits in the middle. It's an 8-story building right in the middle of the Hutong area. And the history of this building is it was actually built in the 1960s when communal living was very popular at that time. And also it's one of the first building that was built at the time with elevator. So I think there was a shift from how everyone was living on the ground in 1-2 level building to suddenly being able to get to a high-rise communal. It's also very interesting that this building, even it was designed back then in the 50s, the communal ideas include having no kitchen in the unit. And there will be like a common shared kitchen and a common cafeteria for everyone living in the building, as well as there is the kindergarten and also other auxiliary spaces that support the social function. So in a way, when we start to work on the project, it's kind of like reviving the original idea of the communal living back in the 1960s. And so this is some of the existing photos of what it has always been a residential building. I think back then it's probably considered like one of the luxury apartment, although I think at that time it's not like, we don't use the word luxury, but at the same time it's not, there will be like not a lot of people will be able to live in a high rise with an elevator. So right now, this whole area is put under preservation by the city. So all the Hutong would stay, and there's like a museum and some other landmarks nearby. So there is a huge kind of preservation planning called Baitasi. Regeneration of the existing neighborhood. And so that makes this building even more interesting is how we can connect to the existing areas and to revive kind of the collective memories of what was there from before, and how we can kind of revive this, we live this memory right now. And not to forget, the reason being is since a lot of these are still the traditional courtyard houses, so there's still a lot of old people living in these houses. So that makes it very interesting. When you walk around the building, you would be seeing like old people just like sitting around and selling like, like their little convenience store, or like just hang out, but then like, there are people rushing to work. And so a very core part of this project, what we're trying to do is to connect to the existing neighborhood. So they are the different user. We talk about user groups. So they're the local residents, but there is also the symbolic meaning for other residents in Beijing, because that becomes a landmark of the city, and that as well as for visitors. So these are the 3 target user groups that we are looking at. At the same time, we also talk about the social, economic, and the environmental sustainability for this project. So how we can use this project not only to provide additional living space, but actually to use it as something that could help to bring the community together. And then as well as to connect the different generations. So that's when we start to talk about the elderly, the adult, the young people, and also the kids. And to, when we think of the, very interesting in China, because a lot of the time the client leave it very open for you to design the program. So then we were able to suggest different interior and also landscape programs to try to integrate and provide opportunities for the different user groups to interact together. For example, I think there are other models internationally that talks about how the elder generation would integrate with the kindergarten kids. And especially when we talk about the PTSA framework, that means how the space will be used differently by the different user groups, and also like when are the times when they can actually start to have interaction together. So all this becomes very interesting matrix that we could plan ahead to allow things to happen, and that they could happen at the different spaces that could also, you know, connect to the existing residents and the existing neighborhoods. So all these are like research that we have done for this project. So next I'm going to shift a little bit to talk about Hong Kong. So there is, we talk about public housing challenge, and I think a lot of people might not be, you know, we're already very familiar with those high-rise buildings in Hong Kong. So we were doing a separate set of studies looking into housing, because I think like many other countries, housing is a big problem right now in Hong Kong and in China. So this the comparison of on the, sorry, the text is a bit small, but on the left-hand side, the gray part is the public housing that are driven by the government. So it accounts for more than half. The middle graph is from Singapore. So you can see 3/4 of the housing in Singapore are actually what they call subsidized housing by the government. And then on the right-hand side, interestingly, the green part, which takes up for more than half, are still the rural village in the big city. So for example, they are still like, you know, 3 levels or 5-6 level stories of row houses that were really packed together. So that's kind of like the living conditions right now in the different cities. And some images of showing all these high-rise buildings, neighborhoods that are happening in these 3 countries. But the thing is, some of them, especially the ones in Hong Kong, a lot of them were built in the 50s, 60s, or the 70s. And right now, all this housing account for over 2 million of population are living in public rental housing by the government, and they were at very, very good price level. However, since they were built in the 60s, 70s, they're already quite old also, and built at a very different era. So meaning the functions and, you know, like a lot of things are not being considered at that time. And now how do we look at this housing and see how we can regenerate some of these neighborhoods? So there's a big push recently in the past 2 years to actually look into the well-being when we renovate the estates, but also to look at the well-being side. So there's a well-being design guidelines that is being put together by the government. And during this well-being design guidelines process, there's also some renovation works that were being done as part of the regular maintenance. They use this opportunity to kind of look at different strategies where we could rebuild the neighborhood. So even at very low cost, so all these new images that we are working on some of the projects to use this opportunity to kind of like rebuild the neighborhood. So I think the time is up. I'm so sorry. Forgot. Okay, so I think all in all is we hope that some of this information in projects that we've done in the different places of the world would provide some insights for the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Himei, for sharing about like your approach and your research methodology at LOD. It's very interesting, and I'm looking forward to hear like how the conversation is going to develop later on. But then now we move to the next presentation. Our next presenter is Eric Pasveer. He's a urban planner, and he has been working on various positions in research, education, planning, design, and policy making. In the past 20 years, he has been working as a senior expert and manager for local governments in the Netherlands, currently for the city of Amsterdam. He is a board member of the International Federation of Housing and Planning, as well as the Delta Metropolis Association. Welcome, Eric.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Hagi and your colleagues and the European Cultural Center for inviting me. And I know it's with you, but after only this morning, I missed yesterday, but only this morning I'm already filled with inspiration and ideas and new questions and new doubts and new curiosity. So I was always feeling like I needed to change the presentation I'll just do after all the things I heard. So because what I feel is what we're doing is we're giving words and images that we share for this cloud of problems and developments that we all experience. So I think it's a wonderful moment. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I work for the city of Amsterdam, and I'll take you to some developments. I'll end up with a program that we just finalized a year ago. But I'll start with some megatrends, because I think that's fundamental. So what you see here, I love design, I love images, but also love numbers. And these are the numbers of the number of people that will live on planet Earth, that have lived on planet Earth in steps of 100 years. Now, they're a little too far away for me to read, but it will end. The prognosis is by the year 2100 by an estimate of 9 billion people. But the interesting thing is what is behind that number, the division between the rural and the urban. So by the year 1800, and that's only yesterday, 98% of the population on planet Earth lived in rural areas. It's interesting because the history of our profession, urban planning and design, is written by people that live in cities. So I don't know what books you had when you were in college, but probably about cities, and hardly about the rural area. But this is the truth. And 100 years later, the situation wasn't much different. 85%, between 85 and 90% of people lived in rural areas. And only a small portion lived in cities. And then we passed a magical moment only 25 years ago. By the year 2000, it was 50-50. So 50%, finally 50% of us humans lived in cities. And the other half was in rural areas. So we passed the threshold of becoming an urbanized planet, and that will be the truth of the end of this century. By then, almost 90% of the population will live in cities and only a small portion in rural areas. But what's behind that number is, I think, is monumental. Because it means that in this age, this century, there will be a growth of 4.6 billion people in urbanized areas. That means every year, in this 100 years' time, there will be a new city by the size of even more than Tokyo, which is the biggest city in the world, every year. So when we meet again next year, there will be one more Tokyo in the world. At the same time, the changes in the rural areas are as monumental, because the rural areas will decline. And that will be a gradual decline. If I would recalculate that in numbers of cities that are to disappear into rural areas, you'll get something like what will be small cities like 5,000, 10,000 inhabitants. But the real drama is the journey towards the moment when these cities are disappearing. That will be the living environment for many people that will experience, well, their city where they were born is gradually emptying, and they will be left with half the population, and the shops will close, and that drama will occur in this century as well. And it's interconnected. And the name that we use for that, the more is migration. So this is what the big megatrend is. That is for me. There are more megatrends to describe, but this is one thing that I really would like to share with you. The population peak may not exactly be at 2,100. The expectations differ depending on which source you read, but the trend is very solid. This is what's going to happen. This is the situation that we're in the middle of. And by the end of the century, we as human beings, human species, will live in urbanized environments. That's not just a number, that is about human behavior. So we all have to adapt to a way of living that we call urban. And at the same time, what does it mean for shaping sustainable communities? Now, the growth, as I explained, is it's huge for urbanized areas. At the same time, a dramatic decline in rural areas, and the interlinkage between that, because it's not two worlds. It's not decline in the rural areas, and then you look somewhere else, and no, that's growth. No, it's about the same people that go from the rural areas of decline to the overcrowded areas of urbanization. It's about the same people that carry the same stories, and they will be in the middle of that. So I know migration has become a dirty word in the political discourse of today, but for the same reason you could say weather is a dirty word. It's there. We have to accept that. Migration is the big issue of this century. And it doesn't stop at the border, just like the weather doesn't stop at the border. So for me, just two images that inspire me and that concern me. I was very much touched by the book, some of you may have read it, by Doug Sanders, Arrival City. It's about migration. And it changed my experience and my perception of my job. Maybe you have had this experience as well. You read a book, and once you close that book, something has changed inside. It's, I felt like you have this expression for a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And I felt like that, a little stupid after reading that book. I felt like I'm an urban planner, and I regard every urban problem as an urban planning problem. And it's not. It's not. It makes you cautious. And at the right-hand side of the sheet, there's this expectation, and they use a very particular word, megacities. Before you know, you think of this problem of migration and urbanization as a problem of megacities. And we have already, by doing that, by giving it this name to this trend, giving it a framework of thinking, of designing, of imagery. But there's something we have to choose. We can choose. It's absolutely not already decided that the form in which this megatrend will take place is a form of megacities. We have something to discuss with one another. The form and the good form, the best possible form for urbanization in this century. And just 4 books. There are many books today that deal with this discussion on the question, what is, in our time, the good form of urbanization? Is it the triumph of the city, of the metropole, of megacities, of megaregions? Will it be a one-size-fits-all concept? Or probably not. It's a rhetoric question. It will be differentiated, but it's something to be discussed very seriously amongst us professionals. Now I go to Amsterdam. again, I'm fond of numbers. Amsterdam is, by global standards, small metropolis, doesn't even deserve that name. We have almost 1 million inhabitants. We're part of a metropolitan area, 2.5, 2.8 million inhabitants. Rapid growth to Dutch standards. In other countries, in other parts of the world, growth are much, much faster. But it's 1.2, 1.5% population growth per year. And what we try to do is to provide enough supply of houses to keep pace with that development. If we succeed in doing all we have programmed, we probably won't make the problem much bigger. But we're not building enough, we're not increasing supply of housing enough to really do something about the lack of supply, which is part of the crisis of the housing market and housing situation in our country. This is a graph that takes the long-term development of the population of Amsterdam, and you can divide it in periods of time, combining sort of political conception of the housing and planning situation. It was before the war, probably if you all studied architecture and urbanism, the Amsterdam School approach, which was a combination of ideals, ambitions, building technology, way to organize building production, floor plans, this is the time of urban expansion, post-war, time of urban suburbanization, and then we stopped suburbanization and we took on the inner city derelict areas, the housing areas that were abandoned, the so-called compact city approach. And then we did what most cities around the world did. We took up the abandoned industrial areas around the city core and filled it in with houses for the middle income groups that left the city before that. This was policy. It was not just something that occurred to us. And one of the things that happened is shown in this series of graphs. This is the prices of housing by the year 2000 in Amsterdam. And I'm one of the guys that didn't buy a house in one of the blue sectors in Amsterdam in 2000. So I lost a lot of money by not doing that, because what you see is, in only 20 years' time, the whole city gentrified. This is what happened. So if you were one of these guys in the blue area, you're lucky. You won the lottery. It was planned. This was the comprehensive plan of Amsterdam, 2011, and the whole idea behind it was very, I think, recognizable. It was conceptualized. It was thought of based on a new liberal ideology that was very much at that time common. To reinforce what is already strong. That was one of the basic ideas. So the city core is strong, and then we expand the city. It was also the idea of trickle down. If we make strong things stronger, if we make wealthier people wealthier, in the end the poor will profit. Trickle down. I'm afraid it didn't happen. What happened was that the urban core expanded. Derelict industrial areas were converted, and the gentrification took enormous proportions. This is what happens in terms of people. You see the green is the natural growth. Yeah, I have only 2 minutes. Yeah, I can do this faster, but okay. Green is the urban natural growth. This is the difference between how many babies are born and how many people die. And the orange and the blue is migration. And you see the portion of migration getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And the consequence is that Amsterdam has become sort of a hotel where you only stay temporarily. You come in, the blue, that's foreign immigration. And once you have a job, you have an education, and you have a partner, you move. You leave the city as a domestic migrant, and you go away. You don't go very far away. You stay close to the city. We call that metropolization. But you leave the city. So everybody's only there for a short moment to stay. And this is the drama, again, in graphs, in numbers. You see on top 3 lines that represent the prices on the housing market and the capacity you need to buy a house. And you see on the bottom the capacity that starters on the housing market have. That's declining. So the gap in the end, that's the problem of the newcomer. That's the problem of the migrants. They come in and they can't afford a house. Now, in 1 minute, a pitch about the program that we established a year ago with the motto, building neighborhoods of the future. Just the main issues of it is, we really want to maintain a high level of production of houses because we have an affordability crisis and we have a supply crisis, both. And you can't say because the prices are too high, we stop building houses. That's immoral. So we keep building houses, although we know they're still too expensive. But we have a political decision made by the municipal government saying we build 80% of the houses we will build in affordable price. That means 40% really low income houses, 40% middle income. And it's an average, of course. It's not that we take every project and recalculate it, but year by year we try to do that. We reevaluate working in the city. We stop making new plans for derelict or for brownfield areas. We really want to preserve them as part of the urban economy. We shift towards renovating and improving existing neighborhoods, so we don't expand the supply of housing and the housing stock in the former industrial areas, but we start to renovate more than we already did the existing housing areas. And we push back on speculation and gentrification, and I think that's essential. We don't reject growth, but we use growth to improve the urban agenda. So that leads to a number of notions, spatially for urban planners. We work on what we call the emancipation of the periphery. So not expanding the core, but reinforcing the post-war housing areas. We accept that we're part of a metropole. There was this piece about migration around Amsterdam, people coming in, people going out, but they don't go very far. So they're part of the socio-economic structure of the region of Amsterdam. We stopped with this brownfield conversion, and we accelerate the improvement of existing housing areas. And that means also that we're working with different partners and in different methods, something we have to learn. For a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. No, we have to change, and maybe we're not hammers anymore, and we work with different people. And one of the things that I'm most struck by, you see to the left, a Dutch paper on the wall, sort of a protest crying out, I myself decide where the center is. So this is really what people feel like, the city is more than the city center. My urban environment, my neighborhood is important too, and I decide for myself where my center is. So these are the takeaways for me for today, but probably at the end of the day, they will be a little different, having learned so much from you. First of all, this is just what I really want you to remember is this big mega trend. This is about migration. That is the matter of fact of the century. The second thing is, we probably all read this wonderful book, Triumph of the City, but for many people in cities, the triumph of the city has become a nightmare of unbearable housing conditions and unaffordable houses. And then the last takeaway is, I think, contemplating about this idea, what is the center of the city and what is the place that I belong? Good form of urbanization should be on the top of our agenda. Thank you very much. And sorry for taking a little bit too much time.
That's perfect. Thank you very much, Eric, for the presentation. Thanks so much for, the numbers are quite alarming, and what you showed us, the projections also, and underscoring the issues of affordability, the density, But also you raised the very important question, what is the good form of urbanization? But I think we're going to dive into that probably in the discussion later on. And now we will move, let's say, from the metropolis of Amsterdam to the mega city of Paris, notorious for the housing issues as well happening in Paris. So let me introduce our next speaker. Anne is an architect and the head of research at Atelier Mas in Ivry-sur-Seine in France, and holds the position of Secretary of the Droit et Habitat Association, committed to fighting undignified housing in Paris. Her interest lies in hidden stories in history, thus valuing research in architecture as an investigative process, both historical and social. Her work revolves around the common memory of territories that we inhabit, considering the multiple reusing of materials and the building as a way to archiving the production systems of our living environments. Anne, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So today I will be focusing on private collective housing in Paris, as nearly 75% of the housing stock in Paris belongs to the private sector, compared with 25% designated as social housing. In this 25%, you have projects that are still being built, and the city of Paris has a serious goal of aiming like 40%, but at the moment that's the current situation we're working with. So privately owned multi-unit residential buildings are almost exclusively managed as co-ownerships, and more than half of it in Paris were built before 1946. So today I will be talking about Paris itself, I mean inside the périphérique. So that's the maintenance, preservation and improvement of buildings governed by the system of co-ownership or central issues in urban renewal in Paris, and therefore for architects. The issue of renovating privately owned multi-unit housing confronts us with multiple challenges. So the environmental challenges in a dense capital city like Paris, governance challenges linked to public policies supporting ecological transition, but particularly regarding the energy retrofitting policies for private landlords, and technical and heritage related challenges specific to Paris historic building stock. But above all, privately owned collective buildings raise social and legal issues inherent in the relationship between landlords and tenants, in which the basic conditions of decent and healthy housing should be guaranteed. So these challenges will be addressed through this short presentation through two perspectives: that of the architect, based on the experience of Atelier Mas, the architecture practice I'm representing today, and that of the non-profit organization Association Droit et Habitat, that would be Rights and Housing Association, if I translate it, involved in combating substandard housing, that I am also representing as a volunteer architect, but also as a member of the board. So valuing the existing means for the studio only working in existing context, which means trying to not only producing more as architects, but building with, if I can say it that way. Our projects advocate for like a broad notion of heritage, one that includes both recognized historical heritage and anonymous heritage that surrounds us in our daily life, often labeled as ordinary or common. But we like to consider all these architecture a form of common heritage with different type of definition. So our project go from public programs like kindergartens to social housing, but a big part of our practice is collaborating with collective private housing with this heritage issue regarding the renovation of these specific buildings in Paris. So just to go back to what is maybe French culture regarding private property, so it all started in 1789, like many things in France, with the French Revolution. And the property is one of the natural and inalienable rights, as it's called. They're like the fundamental values of this kind of liberal system based on the social contract, if we go back to political and philosophical theories. So then this right would become an absolute with the Civil Code in 1804. It's just a little reminder that actually women were initially excluded of that right of property, so they would only be able to manage property with their husband's permission in 1804, and full legal control over their own property was not granted until 1965, so it took 200 years. So it's interesting to see that it was already not for everyone. So with this new world that was opening, new buildings were built. And if we go back to Paris, there is this very famous, huge master plan project, the Haussmann Paris project. And so you have new buildings being built with this typology known as Haussmannian building. So it was, there was kind of a social hierarchy in the way these buildings were organized. And so obviously the poor were on the last floor. And what's interesting in this kind of typology is that you already see how you have the private units. So this is what people own when they buy an apartment. And you have the common parts that we usually think about, like the hallway, the stairs. But actually, the common parts define the structure, facade, roof. So basically anything that is the fundamental elements of architecture to be safe, not to have water or air that would enter in your apartment. And that's very interesting because you think about private property, but actually there is something common in these buildings. That's why it's called copropriété, co-ownership. So working within co-ownerships means, as an architect, raising awareness to these individuals that they are part of a shared project. So like I said, we work with a lot of ancient heritage. So the common typology in the center of Paris could be on the left, these faubourg buildings. Then you have the Haussmannian, and on the far right is the modern ones, let's say, from the 20s, 30s, constructed with bricks. So as a condominium architect, you kind of have to oversee these buildings and understand how they work, and also do a lot of pedagogy, because obviously the owners, they don't know how it works. They're not professionals. So it's really interesting to understand how these buildings work as machines, and also, like I said, to go back to the primary stakes of architecture as a habitat, as a shelter. And there is a social stake, like I said, because there is a whole co-decision process. They have to vote all together what they're going to do as refurbishments. And sometimes some people don't want to, some people they do. It's obviously a lot of money. It's complicated, but very, very interesting. Yet, the maintenance, conservation, and improvement of privately owned buildings remains a very undervalued area within architectural practice. I mean, at least in France, I personally had never heard of that during my studies. And it's raising some questions because, like I said, it's the dominant situation in Paris. So, I don't know if you see it well, but if you look at the datation of ancient heritage, most of it are oranges. I don't know if it's very clear. So this is the period of the Haussmannian urban program, let's say. So as you can guess, they were not built in the idea of being well insulated as the way we consider that today. So housing renovation is a key driver of the ecological transition, I mean, everywhere. But also, as the largest energy consumption sector in the territory, housing represents a key leverage for energy saving. And so in Paris, it takes part of a big public program called the Plan Climat, so Climate Act, I'd say, 2050. And so one of the tool is it's a European tool. So in France it's called DPE. So that would be the Energy Performance Certificate, translated in English, I think. So it provides information on the energy and climate performance of a dwelling or a building, and it's rated with letters. And it's kind of assessing the energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions for a building or an apartment. So this, so as you can see on the left, the situation is not really good in ancient buildings, especially in the north in the 18e arrondissement, the 10th, so near the outskirts. This climate plan tend to reduce energy consumption by 50% in achieving a fully low carbon renovation housing stock. And it takes, again, it takes part of a national strategy for energy renovation, because in France you have more than 7 million homes that are poorly insulated. So this letter system, it's the idea of banning the rental of all energy inefficient properties from 2028 and onwards. So what's happened if you don't do it, and if the tenant is well aware of this situation, they can kind of, well, basically people just have to pay. This is a bit new, so everything is quite new and experimental, and we're just finding out how this is working or not. And when this is happening right now, and everyone is kind of panicking, because, like I said, many private owners, but not many of them were just concerned about these matters, and now they have to. So again, as architects of the common, this is a lot to do for us. So if you look at the renovation work that's being done in public housing, so there is a lot going on. Instead, if you look at what's going on in private housing, you see that it's kind of starting. And these are the data from the APUR, so that would be the Parisian Institute of Urban Studies, something like that. And so these private housing that are referenced in these data, there are programs that are already involved with the help of the city and assisted by many public programs like Eco Rénov'Vous. And for example, the project we do with Atelier Mas, they don't take part of that, but you can already see that there is a big difference. So the thing is, like I said, 75% of the housing stock belongs to private owners. We have, I think, around 45,000 co-owned buildings. So it's about 1.2 million houses, but only 33% of homes are occupied by their owners. So it can kind of raise concerns about the fact that these houses will be well taken care of. So you can see on the central map the inoccupation of the housing stock in Paris. As you can see in the center, it's quite empty. So what's considered inoccupied, it's also the Airbnb houses or secondary houses, but vacant houses as well, which means that these homes, you consider a vacant home in France after 2 years of no one living there. So it means that people own these apartments, but they're empty. And usually, like the one we see in red, orange, the crazy thing is that they belong to, like, one owner has maybe 5 or 4 apartments that are vacant. And this vacancy represents almost, I think, 145,000 homes that are empty. So if you look at the same map the other way around, you see that in the north and in the outskirts, but specifically near the 18th, 19th, 20s, many people live there. And you have less empty houses. That's also because, for example, in the 20s, you have a lot of social housing. So this raises concern about, like I said, decent housing. And like you can see, you have public policies trying to work with that and help private owners to fight substandard housing. And you can see that a lot of the critical situation are again kind of in the outskirts and near the 18th arrondissement. So all that kind of map introduction to give you the context of this specific arrondissement, the 18th, and the Association Droit et Habitat. So it's a non-profit association of public interest founded in June 2004. It provides support to households in inadequate housing. So it means overcrowding, unsanitary condition, unsafe building, and also those without housing or those threatened with evictions. So actually we've have another office in Marseille, but our I don't have enough time to talk about it today, but obviously I'm available if you want further information about that. So the association offers social legal assistance according to the issues faced, with the ultimate goal, which is beyond accessing to your housing rights, is securing long-term rehousing in social housing. So we're working for tenants experiencing social and economic vulnerability, and therefore they are being in precarious housing situation. The team is consists of 8 people, with the president, the director, Violette Volson. They are mostly lawyers or legal experts. And then you have the team of volunteers, where you have architects and also people with expertise in social work and obviously law. That's very important. So there is another part of the action that is a partnership with the Fondation pour le logement des défavorisés, so a very big stakeholder in that field. And so it's not only in the 18th arrondissement, but the team of Droit et Habitat helps with basically other side of the city. So there are 2 important dynamics to understand. One, so I will be focusing on, like I said, the fight against substandard housing, but actually in the organization, the eviction is one of the most problematic situations. So as I'm already getting to the end of the presentation, just quickly to understand what kind of housing we're talking about when we're saying substandard housing. It means disastrous sanitary conditions. With the pictures you can see, this situation is because of structural problems. So I'm going back to what should be done in co-ownership properties. And the picture you see with all this humidity stains, actually it was covered everywhere, ceilings and walls. In this kind of apartments, you make the visit as an architect, and actually there was a 3-year-old living there. So all the people living there, they have health problems, lung problems, and this is actually happening right now. So the other important thing, and I'll just conclude on that, is that when it goes well and we write a kind of a diagnosis to help the families basically to get in a better situation. There's also a support to take legal actions, because being in a city with like everywhere this kind of like market financial logic, some landlords, they know perfectly how bad these apartments are, and they don't really mind because they think they will go away and I'll find someone else. And so it's really important to take legal actions against them so they don't remain, let's say, unpunished. So we'll, as a kind of conclusion, but opening remarks for the rest, I think as architects, the idea of maintenance is very interesting. And I'm referring to a beautiful book here. I don't know if it's been translated, but I know they work in maintenance studies in that field, so maybe soon. And anyway, we'll be able to talk about it later. And so just thank you again, genuinely shaping this city and ECC, because it means the world for us to be able to just give visibility to these matters. So yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anne, for your presentation and for showing us, the different challenges that the city of Paris is actually facing and grappling with, dealing with contemporary issues of energy and meeting objectives of the climate goals that the city of Paris is actually putting. We have a lot to discuss about this in the panel discussion later on, especially regarding the housing stocks, the private ownership. If we compare it to what happened, what we heard about yesterday, where 75% in Paris is privately owned compared to 60% publicly owned in Vienna, that's a major difference between 2 European cities. A lot to discover. We're going to speak about this in the panel discussion, but I want to give it now to Enric. I want to introduce Enric, our next speaker. Enric is the founder of the architecture studio Cloud9, and he's the curator of the project Unearthed, Second Nature Pollination at ECC's Marina Ressa Gardens for this year's Time Space Existence exhibition. Go and check it out. He is also the professor of practice at Virginia Tech's Honors College, where he leads innovative, research-driven approaches to collaborative discovery, sustainability, and design experimentation. His work has been highly recognized by the New York Times and is featured in major institutions like the MoMA, Centre Pompidou, etc. And Rick, we're very happy to have you with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, jet lag and this fantastic sofa, it's a little. What is it about teaching? What is it that is so something about teaching makes us Thank you, Lucia, amazing, Suzanne, so many friends, these 2 years of work, I think walking, so it's Venice, so walking. Thank you, Dean Bott, Honors College, thank you, Sarah, Lefter, so many of you make me be on stage from the operational side to attack with so much care, which we were talking about caring this morning a lot. Let me see, 0? No. 1? 1 minute. No. Okay. All right. So I'm going to talk about their work, but before I talk, which way am I doing this? Oh, yeah. Oops. Can you go one back? Yes. Thank you. So the work of Cloud9 is what allows me to be a professor of practice. You have to have the practice to be able to share, and it was discussed this morning, no, the sharing. This house is the one that I want to talk to you. It's about housing, and it's one case study I want to share with you. Next. So in Spain, we believe in Truman Show movie. You've seen the movie? Yeah. Well, we built it. Actually, we built it because we wanted to bring tourism. We wanted to bring Germans and French and some kind of, in the 70s, we destroy a wetland, and my students are protecting the wetland of Venice. Quite a contradiction. Architects design houses thinking we were Flintstones. These houses are new. From the back, from the side, from the left, and from the right. Is this architecture? Well, my position is that if this is the system, these are the houses, I'd rather be a Edward Scissorhands in the castle, okay? And then you need the system, and then you have the hacker, or then you have the hacker, and then the hacker also needs the system. Remember, he needed those ladies with the hair. So it's about water, no blue, no green. And there's a moment in which the conversation with the client, with society, with citizens gets here very strange place of innovation. And then you start, and then you call it villanures. And then you start imagining that a cloud can be built, and then we have the technology and the tools to use innovation to produce a flying house that operates with thermal heat that protects. It's the summer house and then the winter house. Working with engineers, with other disciplines, obviously. So what is the door of these villanures? Obviously, a little bit of pop culture, Batman movies, for example, but also new innovation. Every of these innovations has a patent. Light structures, decarbonizing architecture, working with artists and introducing media and mapping. So this is the digital model in Rhino, projecting the model over one night on the house before building the house, and working with the clients. I like it, I don't like it, I feel it, I don't feel it. Down, another window. Can I have a window here? So not to do mistakes later on, so you can interact and involve the dialogue of the clients as you go. So it is about making architecture as a platform of contemporary art, bringing a ceramist like Kumeya, bringing Frederica Matt, bringing whatever it takes that architecture starts to breathe, and it may become a monster, but it is all of us, the me and the we saw this morning. Yeah, thank you, Frederick, to take this project forward. He builds these landscapes. This is 2003, okay? So there was no digital technologies out there. This map exactly shows all the machines used during these 10 years living lab. Now all these machines are available to everybody, any architect who wants. So it's not like closing innovation, but called open innovation, all right? This should play, if you like. So these technologies are open to other architects to start playing with it, building with it. So we are makers. It's about making. I should be 6 minutes. Now, yes or no? I did 5? I'm going to give you 2 minutes, maybe. All right. So machines, you know, we talk about jobs. Architecture has a problem. We are the #1 cause of global warming. We emit 40% of the CO2 emissions. Yes, we are the problem. So if we are the problem, perhaps we are the solution. If we are the problem, we may be the solution as well. Playing video? Oh, here. Oh, nice. Oh, okay, here, no, here, yes. All right, so if we involve the industry and then we create green jobs, then we can do this. We can go from being #1 cause of global warming to be the solution. Thank you. Through innovation as a living lab. Next. Thank you. So we need light, natural light. So here we're using the material corian. Corian is a molecular material. It uses powder, and then this becomes translucent. This is the prototype, the one prototype. It's related to the house of Charles Eames, where the house is the experiment, and the living is the experiment, right? But it's an open case study. We were there during the construction, and finally, someone knocked the door in the construction site and came, and they said, "We are the New York Times." And you know, I was 32 or 34. I'm like, "Sorry, we are not finished, come back." No, we are here to do the photography of this making, this experiment. Well, it's not finished. Ciao. Ciao. And he was, "I'm here to do this." So, yes, they devoted 7 pages in the New York Times, and this was a moment in our studio that we somehow understood the responsibility of a studio that is being seen from New York, right? They call it Machines for Living. Thank you. You see, very young architect, yeah, very promising. Thank you. Next option. All right, so now we are not doing houses for humans, but we're starting to do architecture which is interspecies. So the students of Virginia Tech, Honors College, started saying, well, we may care about bees. If we do something about bees, we can change the butterfly effect of the wetlands. Bees were taking care and were pollinating our landscapes by Venetians. There were families taking bees according to the farmer's schedule to the different islands, okay? So I'm gonna show you, if this is okay. Oh yes, Paige. Paige is this student of honors right here on the right. She's a coding expert. She does Python, and she comes from computer science. She thought, well, the Biennale architecture design is not my thing. What she is doing here with me, we are carrying this moment of problem solving on site. USM has to be very, very completely flat, and we didn't have that intended, so we have to do something. Do you want to know what she told me in this moment? In this silent moment? Yes or no? Yes. Big yes? It's only between Paige and me, okay? All right, all right. 2 words. She said, farm power. She said, farm power. Because I said, Paige, you're impressive, all this energy. My God, the making, you're a maker. And she said, farm power. Today is about rural, no? This rural condition, right? That we're taking this rural condition down. Well, that's what she brings, this rural power. And what did she do is using Python, she coded, play, please. I'm discounting you these minutes, okay? Because they are late, sorry. Okay, so she started coding all the bees, lizards, birds, in the garden of Marina Ressa. So she makes us visualize this entropy, this mutation, this utopia. There are no bees right now in this garden, just a few, but if we reintroduce and regenerate the condition of the 70 plants and species that are lost and back to Venice, we will return back to this complexity. And according to the students of honors that are in biology, they say, oh, Paige, if you continue like this, we are going to get the bat. The bat of Venice that left Venice would come back. That was science. That's what science is saying. Thank you. All right. So, because this is a student-driven project, is there a student of honors here? Oh, please join us. We have 2 more minutes, correct? What do you mean we don't? Oh, 3 more minutes. Please sit down. The stage is yours. We haven't rehearsed this, okay, Junior? What's your name? Oh, Junior, of course. Thank you. Welcome on stage. Don't worry, there are only 2 million people in YouTube. Can we have, oh, yes. Yes? All right. The student of honors ended this project by saying the Biennale is a moment in which the discipline of architecture creates a manifestation. And the manifestation ends with a manifesto. This is what they did, a manifesto. I'm a faculty, I cannot read this manifesto because it's a student manifesto, but you are a student, so you can read it. Okay, read the last part if you like. Okay. You like? Yeah. Okay. Kill it, are you ready? All the cell phones ready? Come on.
A movement must take root, one that spreads across communities and industries like pollen. Every part of our reality must be immersed in regeneration and sustainability. We cannot escape this need at any scale. We call this new movement pollination, a collective of transdisciplinary creators, thinkers, and leaders who unite at every scale to develop and implement novel solutions for saving our world. Our pavilion here is proof of what this mode of work can achieve. Only when we come together and transcend the boundaries of our disciplines can we truly change the world. We urge every one of you to employ radical empathy, transdisciplinary collaboration, and a deep awareness of your actions to help repair the environment we are rapidly destroying.
Radical empathy.
We cannot wait and hope this issue resolves itself. Governments must act. To do otherwise is a crime, condemning the planet and its people to death.
Are we doing a crime?
To ignore this moment, to dismiss this urgency, is to stand still in the face of an oncoming tsunami. The question is no longer whether we must change, but how quickly we can awaken before we are swallowed whole.
Awaken. You did it. Thank you. I invite all the professionals that are happening here in the symposium to join forces inside what is called academia. I really want to address this. The expert One moment. I want to really address this. This is a call of action, as it was explained this morning in the symposium. So what you heard from these students is a movement. What you heard is radical empathy. But somehow, I believe, and I'm a strong believer of Coleman's speech this morning, the universities were not ready for this radical empathy. But right now, Honors is ready with a radical pedagogy, creating studios of 12 students and 9 disciplines. This was not ready. The construction wall was not ready with sustainable thinking, and digital fabrication that allows less cost and less carbonization was not ready, but now the industry is ready, I just showed you. So are we architects ready? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Enric. Thank you very much. And from the point of view of someone who also has seen like the work that Enric does together with the other faculty from Honors, like, and what they did, like bringing to Venice, like the pollinator and all the research and all the troubles, but joking, the troubles and all the beautiful experiences. I'm super happy that we are here today to share more about it, and I hope you also had the chance to see the pollinator, and if not, like you can go there tomorrow. That is the last day, and I'd love to highlight how, like it's important to show how education is important, as we have seen like over these discussions, of course, and also like how the interdisciplinary approach that you base your practice and your education, that is really, really relevant. So thank you very much. So now we move to California with John Majewski. John, with nearly 40 years of experience, John Majewski is the president and founding principal of the award-winning architectural practice Majewski Architects. A Fulbright and Booth Fellow, he studies in Scandinavia and worked with Helmut Jahn on large-scale international projects, shaped his global perspective. Since founding Majewski Architects in 1994, John has led with a passion for design, education, and service, translating initial brainstorms into beautiful, habitable spaces. Regardless of the style, John seeks to design buildings that last in both function and visual appeal. Welcome, John.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I think this is going to be a little bit of a different approach to looking at some of the big issues that we've talked about. Just every one of the things that I've heard have been so interesting, and they just seem to all add up, and they make a lot of sense, and it will be really interesting in the end how we can kind of pull all of this together. But I brought this aspect in because it's kind of the hammer for trying to solve affordable housing. You may not like it, but it's something that's actually working. So I did want to share it. So I've lived my life doing housing, and most of the probably first 20 years were not in my backyard, but now it's finally changed where it is, yes, in my backyard. And most of the backyards that I'm working in happen to be a little bit more liberal communities because they're generally college communities. This one I'm going to talk about today is in Berkeley, so it's at the University of California, Berkeley. And there's an open mindset there to the idea of housing, but there's also the fact that it's in California and a lot of people didn't want things in their backyard. So when affordable housing came up, the solution had to be really handled by the state itself. And that really came about not because of the Campanelli in Venice, but because of the Campanelli in Berkeley, which is just a tower, a beautiful tower. But there were issues that just snowballed when a project, they wanted 3 sites to be built with a very large scale building. It was a decision that the city made with the community. And we were fortunate to be invited for one of those sites. But after the first architect wore himself out over about 4 or 5 years because of this tower, the issue was when you stood at the base of the tower, you would look straight across and you'd see the Golden Gate Bridge. And in California, views are ingrained rights in people's lives. It's a little bit crazy, to be honest with you. So it may have to do with whitewater views, it may have to do with water views. This is the first one with a bridge view. But our site, that little light blue building that you can see, stood right in the middle. And it was very hard, but we went through a process after the first architect went through the process. And the building itself that was created isn't really important today, but it was important for the original architect who did it. But it was what then we inherited and we had to use under some new rules that were set up. And the rules came about because California is 49th out of 50 states as far as housing per capita. So it's pretty much about as bad as it can get for providing housing for its citizens. It has 33 out of the 50 the worst conditions for housing. So it's got 33 of those cities, but yet its per capita income is makes fourth to only sitting behind the United States itself, China, and Germany. So it has plenty of money. It just needed to figure out a solution. So it did. It said the state's going to change the rules, and we're going to do it through something that's called SB, State Bill 330. And we're going to also then apply something called a density bonus. The ideas had always kind of been around, but this building, which kind of looks like a shoe because that view corridor had to be opened up, became something that when I'm going to talk to you today, when we think about housing, we often talk about it beds, because beds are actually where we can count the people that are generally in a unit. And we appreciate that people are concerned about windows. Every one of our bedrooms has a window. Every one of our bedrooms actually has a bathroom. It's a little insane, but it's an American thing. So we have a bathroom for every bedroom. And we always are trying to ensure that we meet all of the criteria that people live. The units in these buildings will range from a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and go all the way up to 5 bedrooms. And what's different is you actually rent by the bedroom. So you have a kitchen if you have a 5-bedroom, and you could be 5 bedrooms that are friends or 5 couples, but you're in there together with a collaborative effort and the kitchen. The amenity spaces are insane. We have a whole system of creating some of the best amenity spaces that you can imagine because we build things very tight, and the idea is to try to get as many people in the building as possible. And I think this is a good example. The original architect did a great job, but these were condominiums. The building got to be so crazy in its shape that they were going to have to be insanely expensive to be built. We had to look at it in a different way. So we basically went from here, where we ended up with 341 beds in this building, to just adding in this piece that got taken away from the view corridor, and we went up to 725 beds. That's not because we had the little piece, it's just because the building is much more efficiently laid out and planned out. But that's what it takes. Now, what's interesting about this is now we're back to what is your by right zoning in California. This is what the city determined the zoning should be. Then density bonuses came along. When density bonuses came along, you can get concessions if you provide 10%, 15%, or 20% of your bonus towards affordable housing. And affordable housing is low income, moderate income, I think it's low income, moderate income, and then there's another one that's, I would almost consider it more workforce income. Low income is extremely low. It's in all honesty, it's homeless people. But you don't have to do as many of those. So it's only 10% of the thing. Most of the ones we do are about 15%. So those are just people that really need some help. They pay about 1/3 of the rent of the other residents that are in the building. It's not subsidized by anybody but the development itself. But each community generally determines who is going to do that through their housing authority. So you sign up, you get in through the housing authority, and once you're there, you can stay there. The first bonus that came along, which we did in 2022 after this was passed, allowed us to effectively go from the 725 beds up to 966 beds. We went through that process. I think we were literally one of the very first to do it. It was hard for the community because they actually became relatively powerless, except for their design review board. Design review board still engages, goes through the process, and they're either a friend or an arch nemesis to an architect. Berkeley, they were friends. They were very good to work with. And in generally speaking, I just kid that because we really have great relationships with all design review boards because we almost are always faced with that. But zoning couldn't change anything. The planners really couldn't change anything. They just had to make sure that our original rectangle you saw there conformed. And then if we were just repeating what was happening above it, we were permitted to do this. That resulted in this building, and when we do a project, generally we do a lot of projects across the country in the United States, we always team up with a local architect. Here it's Trachtenberg Architects, and we work together to try to do something for the community. It's very much a community-oriented process. That doesn't go away, but now it's how is that architecture going to be transformed into something we're all happy with in the way that we look at it visually. This is what the building ended up being. We finished construction drawings. We got it done, ready to go. We're right on top of the BART station. That luckily, I think in this case, that delayed us a little bit because this building shakes a bit and everybody's worried about when it's going to shake. When it shakes at its bottom, we don't want it to shake the BART, which is the subway, which we're right next to. Well, oh, I do. Okay. Does this one work? Yeah. Great. So what ended up happening over that time, they passed the new state bill and the density bonus grew. So the density bonus ended up, this is just the base of the building, they added another effectively 25%. So we just found that out about 5 months ago, went through the planning process, and so now that building has gone up to this. We haven't done it yet. It's literally being submitted next week, but this building will grow. The architecture will change. We have to. It's a different building when you add that on in a seismic zone. Everything kind of changes more or less at the bottom 25% to support what will lift up on the top. But this goes up now to 1,208 beds. And from that 1,208 beds, about 200 of those will be affordable units. No question about it. They have to be built. It's part of the process. The city doesn't pay for it. They pay for it in that they have to allow this building to happen. The state allowed this to happen and effectively almost forced it into the communities, because even the best communities, and I think we work in them, that are so liberal and good-hearted in what they're trying to do, they always have a hard time as soon as it ends up in their backyard. So I think when this first started, the thought was we're going to see 2 3-story buildings go to 4 5-story buildings. This is going to be the tallest building. It'll be about 360 feet. I can't tell you if that's appropriate. All I can tell you is that's the way the rules were set up. And as architects, we're going to do our best job to do it. The developers obviously want to maximize, but there is a price for that. And there'll probably be a balance with this building now because it's getting so tall that we have to offset that with the affordability issue, because these are not expensive condominiums. These are going to be built at a very relatively reasonable price. And to do that, there's a balance. As something gets this tall, it becomes very, very expensive to build. And we were pretty much at that maximum point, but I'm hopeful that we can kind of get it up to a higher size, because that just results in more affordable housing. And effectively, for us, that's kind of been a goal. And we don't build affordable housing. We build housing that part of it is just affordable. These units are split up depending on the need. There is not an assigned unit. It will rotate in and out. All the sizes change, just like they do when we have to build accessible structures. Accessible units. Almost any project you'd see in the United States is really obsessed with accessibility, so that becomes a very expensive part of our architecture as well. And that's difficult in that in today's day and age, every one of these bathrooms that's next to the bedroom is competing for square footage and size, and our bathrooms are huge because they have to meet requirements so that they could, in the future, be adaptable into an accessible bathroom. I think 2.5–3% of the units within the building are fully accessible, and the rest of the units are all then adaptable. Those are meaningful questions because I think accessibility is a wonderful thing. It's just gotten a little out of control in the way that some things are applied. We usually see about 1% of the units in a building like this actually end up being used for accessible units. So just trying to find balance as we think through everything and look at it. And that's really just a quick idea of, oops, there's just kind of an overall massing. And then that's what we do. So I think we've done 60,000 beds so far, something on the order of right now, about 4,000 of those are affordable, very small because this is something that is ramping up. But I can rapidly see that change over time and really improve because the way we're doing it has been improved. Most cities are doing a model similar to this. A lot of cities do allow you to pay something on the order of 125,000 to 250,000 to get out of building the affordable unit, and then it goes into an affordable housing trust. We haven't seen those be as excessive because they're, I mean, as successful because they're very new. But there is meaning to that as well, because is the best place for an accessible unit at Main and Main, at that best kind of an intersection, or could it be 3 blocks away, still easily accessible to transportation? These are kind of all the questions that I think have to be answered. And it's really just fun to be a part of the process. But today I just really wanted to share a solution that we think is working because we're actually seeing things get built. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. It's a solution that actually works. So that's very positive, very hopeful. Yeah, we're very happy that you got to show us this project actually in California, and maybe there's ways to replicate or learn from this and apply it in other different contexts. Can you still hear me? Yes. Okay, it's only my... So we're gonna kick off the discussion right now. We have understood over the past day and a half now that cities are very complex, and the housing issues you know, are one of the most challenging problems that these cities are facing. And I would also say, and I want to quote, that this is a wicked problem if we really want to quote back to Urbanism, the urbanists of Weber and Rettel from 1973, looking back into theory and to the books. A wicked problem where there is finding the right form of urbanization. As you mentioned also, Eric, in your presentation, is very difficult because there is no one solution that fits all. And we, within this forum of shaping the city, we really want to build on different ideas. We're snowballing, right? So how do we untangle this problem? How do we untangle issues of housing related to affordability? How do we work together? How do we collaborate together as architects, as planners, as city planners, together to really work around the complexity of this issue? And mainly, what are the structures that you might imagine might be needed and to be put in place? So this is my question. This is the main question of the thematic of this year's Shaping the City Forum. And it would be great to have this round one by one to have your views on this. Would you like to start? You may.
Hi, sure. Okay, so I talked about user-centric, and I think what I didn't have time to cover is community-based. So in a lot of the projects, I think research data, they are very important. And while we are limited in terms of what the space, like housing, we're talking about land, buildings, you know, how we can change zoning, but ultimately we are limited in terms of the resources. So when we have limited resources, we have to be smart in terms of how we can build more units and still being able to consider the well-being of the residents. So in community-based design, then we look into participatory design. So in a lot of our project, and also now it's quite popular in Hong Kong, is will involve stakeholders. That will include, like you say, institutions, governments, professional institutes as well, to talk about how we can design more smartly. It could be more lean, And we may want to advocate also how we can live more lean living. And then in this case, by encouraging more community sharing and understanding the community needs in a more organic kind of framework, then we would be well, we are hoping that, you know, like through this kind of framework, we will be able to find more creative solution that can address the housing problem.
Thank you, Yume. I turn to Eric, if you'd want to intervene and tell us your point of view.
I was just thinking, structures, what do you really mean by that?
What we want to do is, or what we really hope to bring forward within Shaping the City is, when we're having an architect with an association, with someone working with the city, bringing all the different policies, with an architect finding this different kind of solutions, how can we really work together? This is what we mean.
Structures for collaboration.
Collaboration.
Okay, I see that. I see that. Well, I'm not sure if we need structures for that. So, like, first thing that comes to my mind, you know, if you want to quit smoking, you don't need structure. You need to decide that you quit. You really need to want that. So I think collaboration starts with being really curious for the other, and understanding that you don't have the solutions all by yourself. So it's about your attitude. It's about who you are, and I think in many cases structures are in the way. So that I'm not sure we need structures. I think we need a culture of collaboration, and that starts with yourself. So maybe it's about not about structures. I think in many ways you have too many structures. We could really do without. Sometimes the structures are the structures that were conceived of 10, 20, 40 years ago, and you know they're in the way. What I think we need is leadership. I think moral leadership. Because in the end, what we're talking about is not just making money, but it's the right for people to have a decent home. And that's a moral thing. It's not an economic thing. As soon as you start talking about that human right in terms of economy and profit, you're in the wrong journey. So I think it's about moral leadership, about standing for the right of every human being to have a decent home and a decent living environment. And moral leadership is also personal leadership. You don't believe a leader who says, you know, I'm morally right and acts in a different way. So it starts with yourself. I don't know if I answer your question, but it wasn't an answer about structures, but it was about a
very good,
answer of personal commitment.
No, that's super. You know, we're all trying to snowball here, right? Like getting more and more ideas get together. So leadership, I think, is spot on. Thank you, Eric. Anna, I turn to you.
Actually, yeah, I like a lot what you said about structures. I'm not sure it's the answer, but that would be the thoughts I'm having now for the past 2 days. This kind of event is really interesting because we not only, because for everyone in any field, sometimes you just happen to end up in a self-centered microcosm and you don't even realize it, and you can do your best, and we all have very good intentions, but it's just another world next to another world, and they don't communicate. So these kind of events or events are really interesting. And obviously we think about university, and I agree, but on the other hand, sometimes I feel a bit like, honestly, if you're lucky if you have the chance to study in a university or in an architecture school, at least in France, usually you're socially determined and you're very lucky to access that. Not everyone does. So my question, I think, would be, how do we collaborate with non-architects? Like, I think what's interesting is working without architects. I mean, with other people than architects, sorry.
Right.
Maybe a good example, and very concrete, would be, again, with the Association Droit Habitat. I wanted to mention that work. So there was one so Charlotte Mallet, her name, she's doing a very interesting PhD based on the things she's discovered while working in the Association Droit Habitat, and she initially studied sociology and law. And because we had some situations facing domestic violence, and it was very specific, and they realized it was a very specific way to assist this kind of situation again. So she's been including this matter in the association, and to kind of like and now she's doing a PhD, sorry, on the impact of domestic violence on the personal and housing trajectories of women who have experienced it. So, and her PhD, she's doing it in an architectural university. And so that's very interesting because I think it's so rare and important, her work, and maybe it's not that common in architectural field. And on the other way, she's learning a lot about how cities are built and housing policies. So maybe trying to invite, speak, meet, being curious, like Erit said, in keeping in touch with people dealing with these issues that are way more experts than we are, and see what can happen.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you so much. Enric, what do you think?
Yes. Thank you. We are friends with Tanur. There is a structure. I don't think there is no structure. There is a structure in the built environment, and also an intangible structure in our knowledge condition. Back to collaboration. When you see these studios in Honors College, you see that day one, okay, we don't know what are we going to do together, because we have a builder who doesn't like the architect doesn't like the engineers don't get along well with innovation, the innovation don't get, there is this tension, obviously, because there are silos, they are coming from silos. But the first day, we have to start collaborating. How? Games, research, papers. One thing we do is a knowledge map. And by understanding the skills of everybody, from music, you start to build relationships. And those relationships are very powerful, because they are in the age of 19 years old, 20 years old. So it's not like I learned to do teamwork, as you in your office, at the age of 35 or 42, that's when we learn to play with policy, with communities, with the structural engineers. But they are learning at the age of 19. It's a new game. It's completely a new dialogue. When the architect says, actually, I would like to have a light structure, but and then the engineer jumps, I can work with you. Well, but this cannot be built because the policy is not ready. And then that one says, I write policy, because it's a policy school of policy, a SPIA. So you start to see, well, there is no boundaries. And if you have an anthropologist, I'm learning a lot of anthropology with faculty, Rachel, just like, I think I know her just 10%, just a little bit. But if you bring anthropologists into the discussion, the work community, it's like not light, it's deep. So through learning, we have to build structures, academic structures, professional structures, urban structures. And I think, for example, Barcelona, when Cerdà built that structure, he was conceiving waste, industry, mobility, horses, water, drainage, housing. It was a very complex structure, no? So I think one of the things that make the city machine, to run, is that someone really thought about that structure. But he was thinking very holistic. He, as you know this well, he lost the competition to design, but then he took like, no, not a train, but like a horse's car to Madrid to the ministry, and he said, my plan is much better than the winner. Cerdà. We all know now Cerdà. Yeah, but he was an activist. He went to the minister, and he said, this is much better. Convince me that this is not better than that one. So there is that role of design, activism, holistic, all of this is happening. And then you can have, at the same time that you build, you can have also degrowth, right? You can have degrowth at the same time of growth. And if there is a structure, knowledge structure, the real ground will start to, as I mentor him in the mornings and he mentors me in the evenings, Kevin Jones. He mentors me and he is saying, there is a mutation right now in our face. That is the collaboration mutation that I see day by day in studio. Both studios, academic studio, Barcelona studio. Thank you.
Thanks, Henrik. Thank you so much. Again, snowballing knowledge structure. I like it. It's noted down. John, what do you think?
It's a really good question, and there is, again, no one right answer. I think it is all about collaboration, and I wish I could tell you that the collaboration is like somebody has to be the conductor for an orchestra, but it's really more like somebody is the ringleader at a circus. And it's trying to get all of the crazy aspects that need to come together in a community to pull together. And I think in my practice, the architect leads that role, but that comes out of tradition, but it isn't leading from a design perspective. I'm very much against that, actually. I worked for Helmut Jahn for 9 years, and that is where you have a star architect and everything needs to be done his way. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not where we are. So it's this idea, but you still need somebody to help pull all those pieces together and get them to kind of talk together. But the most important thing I've learned is you just need to listen and you need to participate. So we usually start out having community meetings well before we start designing. We're hearing what people want to hear. And the best thing that I can hear at that final planning commission meeting is pure and simply when somebody gets up and says, you know, we met with this guy or we met with this architect. They didn't do what we wanted, but they did some of the things we wanted and they listened. And that's, I think, the best we can hope for. So I think it's really about listening.
Yes. Thank you, John. I hope this works. And I want to go back to what John said, like before starting his presentation. So, like, I'm gonna do like a different kind of presentation, and I think like that is important to highlight like the richness of the different voices that we have in all panels, but in this specific panel, because you really like have different background and different contexts that you have to deal with, no? And those are your closest challenges, no? Like your everyday challenges. And also like to continue this idea of building our manifesto, no? To collect like ideas and actions that we can take in specific contexts, but also in general. I would like to ask you to share your opinion about like if you could change one policy in your context or in general that could accelerate the affordable and accessible housing, what would that be?
I think I learned a lot out of my experience in California, and I think communities have to find a way in their zoning codes to create some sort of concession. So you may have to pay for that concession, meaning you may need to do something for the community, if it's affordable housing, if it's sustainability, whatever it might be for that community. That concession I'm talking about just might allow us to do something different. It might allow the height, which adds a whole nother level of complexity. So I think it's just the idea if planning and zoning could see some way to help us with a concession.
Thank you, John. Enrique?
Oops. Yes?
Yeah.
You didn't give me time enough to finish my sentence. So good. Yes, there is one thing, in my opinion, in my thinking. Cooper Union is now back to tuition free. They are like, we heard this morning, right? Also Harvard or MIT trying and so on. So maybe there's something there that is changing dramatically the idea that you cannot sustain a system on tuitions. Those tuitions are struggling, families, etc. And it's a shift. So housing, as we see on cities all over, can also shift to a much more global, I would say, socialism. And I am a socialist, social activist. Public education, public school, public middle class parents, a lot of responsibility together, a lot of work, but it's really, in the moment of Bauhaus, there was this critical condition, and then the design reacted to it. So there are these waves in history. Sayark was created in a catastrophic moment of education, and then you create Sayark. And Black Mountain College was also created in a moment of firing this faculty who doesn't understand education, and then you create Black Mountain College. So schools have done it. Can we do it in housing? If you look at the way in which we have privatized water, water is a public domain, right? And we privatize water. Well, now we are turning water public. So the policy of making public water could lead us to making housing public. For a capitalist real estate market, sounds like a big jump. I know the houses I do, I know the value I create, I know the impact they produce, and if we could do maybe a policy that produces case studies, like the Bauhaus did in Berlin, we as architects out of the ECC could start creating pilot projects in Paris, for sure. Cities that would say, okay, we want to share a pilot projects, and we replicate and multiply as a butterfly effect quickly when we understand the value of a pilot project. So the answer of a policy is to allow pilot projects, public policies to pilot projects. And it's like when you take a pill and the whole body changes. We just need those case studies and the whole tissue changes. But we have to have those pills, right? Those vitamins. It's not year zero. It's not like year zero. We start from zero. But the society is calling for action. We're running out of time. So yeah, that's why we're here. And that's why ECC leads, because it's happening in your house. Thank you.
Yes, we need, how did you say, sorry, case studies? No, case studies. From the context I know, some good case studies exist. And like you said, if we consider it in the long term, maybe they could develop, expand, and become the new model. But at the moment, they're kind of like alternative solutions. And because they're case studies, it's kind of experimental. But in your question, there is kind of like an ideal. So I'm just going to dream. I think the first point that could change the situation is considering that housing is not a financial product. If we start with that, everything is solved. And I'm just going to add something else, but it's the same thing. If we decide to control the market, because housing, again, is not any financial product, to go back to Paris, it would be fighting strong against vacant houses, because like what I said, there was so many, like we would not need to build new houses. But again, these are strong political decisions that made a lot of lobbying, I guess, pressuring. But yes, I think concretely that would be that.
Yeah, on the risk of becoming boring, I very much agree with things that my colleagues here just said. See, what happened in the Netherlands is that until the 1980s, housing was considered a public good, and then the housing corporation were privatized. They were turned into companies, private companies, and then the next step was the housing stock was offered on the market of investors, and it became part of flows of capital. And what happened at the same time? I showed you the graph where the amount of money you need to buy a house in the Netherlands goes up, and for starters on the market, it went down. The opposite went for the profits of the real estate experts. So the profits of the construction companies didn't go up. Building a house in the Netherlands hasn't become much more expensive than it was 20 years ago. But buying a house has become much more expensive. So where did the money go? And that was not just something that occurred. It was not a miracle. It was conscious political decision-making. And so we can reverse that. And I think one of the things that should happen is, because you can't do that today on the level of a national state, that would cause tremendous trouble. But I know that in the European Union there are strong voices that promote a European housing agenda, and I think that would be a great solution. I'm not sure whether that will be instantaneously a solution for everything, but at least the least thing you can do is to harmonize the legal framework and the fiscal framework for building affordable houses in Europe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Elaine? Very interesting, because also my colleagues here have pointed out about several major parameters, but I want to get back to policy, because I think there's a point when government used to build public housing as a as a human right. And then suddenly, at some point, I think I had this conversation with John and Enric, that it becomes an asset. So the real estate market and the investment comes in, and then suddenly it becomes a way of making money, and so the whole housing turns to another direction. Then now, after another like 30 years, then we'll be facing all these problems. So, but then I also think is a way of reverting back with that work. Because then I was showing the graph of how's the housing composition in Hong Kong and Singapore and versus China. And then at the same time, when you look at Hong Kong, I was sharing about how all these public estates were built in like 50, 60 years ago. And then now they're running down and they're not suitable anymore. But then like people want to live in private housing when of course, there's the affordability, but there's also the quality. So we're talking about quantity and quality. And sometimes government, right now, they want to build to satisfy the number of people that needs housing. And then we forget about well-being. We forget about the quality of the housing. So that's another problem, is when everything is in the government's hand, then is it actually better? So I think there are like public-private partnership models that are happening right now in some countries. There's also something worth to explore. So I don't have an answer, but I find it intriguing. Even I don't have an answer. And then another thing, another obstacle, I think zoning is definitely all the building regulations pose a lot of difficulties in terms of how we can build more housing. And at the same time, Anne talks about vacant houses. Also, I think in a lot of the cities, vacant houses or vacant buildings, how we can turn them into proper use is also a policy that could be changed, but somehow it's very difficult to change in my countries and in the current setting. So I think if we could look at all these building stocks in a way, and that it's just like a tipping point of whether we can have a policy that can allow that flexibility. I think we are still tangled with all these urban planning strategies and policies and the ideal urbanisms that maybe it was like 100 years ago, 50 years ago, and now how we can trigger it to change. We're facing a lot of difficulties, although we get a lot of stakeholders to discuss, to advocate. It's very difficult for the government to change. So I am very happy to, to hear a lot of the different new perspectives from all over the world. And I think probably the manifesto could be a way for us to kind of come together.
I don't want to leave this room with having the misunderstanding that I have anything against the market. Markets may function very well, very efficiently, without, I'm a civil servant, without lots of civil servants intervening and trying to arrange things. That's an efficient way. The problem is that in the real estate market, way too much profit goes to parties that don't add value, except their own value. And that is something that should be changed, because in the end that is perverting the market. And it's only because of their financial power that they earn so much money, and it's not necessary. If we can come up with legal and financial structures where the money making is used to add value and to improve cities, I have nothing against market, and I have nothing against profit making. And one of the things that we did in the example I showed you in Amsterdam is constantly choose to shift from this brownfield real development, which is basically based on private market solutions and real estate development, towards the periphery of the city, where the dominant position is for the existing housing corporations. So we didn't really need the European Union to intervene. We just decided to bring other parties in position to come up with solutions. And because for the social housing corporation, it's in their interest to reinvest the money that they make in the areas that they already have under their responsibility. So you can actually do something right now. At least we think we could in Amsterdam, and that's what we did.
Thank you very much. We are running a little bit out of time, but we would like to take one quick question from the audience, if there is any. Questions?
One burning question. Anyone back?
Maybe criticism. Contradiction. You got it all wrong.
Hello, thank you first of all to everyone. It's a non-architect question. So we're talking a lot, and we've been talking yesterday as well, about policy, about administrations doing something for citizens, and unfortunately this is not the case in many situations in Italy, in Venice. So do you have example, or do you envision projects that can work from the ground up, so community-based, taking into consideration that we're talking about normal people, so not big funds, not enough money sometimes?
Who would like to pick it up?
Can you guys hear me? There we go. I think you really have to start to look as a community. Obviously, I can appreciate how difficult that could be, especially here. But the best way I can think of it is to find a community need, and then you know the need for housing. And if you can find those two to come together, that might be a way to solve it. So we could call it a public-private partnership. And I don't know if that's a big thing in Italy. It's a huge thing in the United States. So if you need a new library and you're in an urban area, the best thing you can do is a public-private partnership where somebody's going to get a new library, somebody's going to get some housing, the library gets to determine what the rules are. It's probably going to involve a very sustainable building, and it's going to involve affordable housing. I know that may not work in Venice, but on a small scale, it could. It's just the idea of finding something that you need to combine with somebody else who needs something, and seeing if you can find the political realm to pull those two together.
I just like to add by a small example. I was recently at another conference on co-living. So there is a small group in Korea is in Seoul. So the lady started off a community housing project. Basically, just like what John was saying, is you find the needs of the community, and then there were needs for people with low income. So it's totally not government driven, but that this lady just happened to find a housing unit. It's very small. I think in the end, they're only able to accommodate 12 units inside, but that's what a community can do from the ground up. So even though maybe finding the community needs and then finding people that are willing to offer and sponsor. In Hong Kong, we also have some social enterprise that is doing something similar. So finding corporates or semi-government institutions that are willing to contribute some resources or abandoned building, but really need to push through policy to use it, like even temporarily, to establish a concept. So there was one for a single mom with kids. So there's, like how to build a community as transitional housing for them to empower these people even for 1-2 years. Because a lot of the times for some community needs is for low, let me put it this way, for low income kind of like population, the problem may not be that they don't have the money to afford the rent, but they are not given the opportunity, especially maybe in countries like America, that you have a high criteria requirements. Like, you need not only the income, but you need stable income, and then you need all the bank credits, and then you need like your employee reference, and then like many documents to support that you're a good tenant. And otherwise, even though you can afford to pay the rent, but you're not allowed to rent. So I think these are the questions that the community can help, and that if we can be more inclusive and more embracing, then I think, it could solve some, just by the community, we could solve some of the problem here.
Can I add something quickly? To answer the question, this is going to be probably a very French answer, but that's a real thing. So there are many bottom-up projects in France, but it starts with resistance and uprising, honestly. It never comes from the public policies, it comes from the citizens, the inhabitants saying, we need that. It can be very practical, like, okay, in this area, we don't have enough schools, or we don't have a library, we need this and that. And it doesn't work the first time. And I met amazing people in a quartier, in an area, a post-war area called Le Chemin Vert in Caen. And amazing people, they've been fighting for 60 years for anything that's been built in the city. And so I know it's very difficult in Italy. I know it's very hard in Venice. I remember what happened with La Vida. You've been resisting a lot. I mean, I don't know if you're Venetian, but that's what I remember. And it didn't make the difference for that matter, but just keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing, always resisting, never giving up, because at least you're disturbing what the top wants to do. And at least that would be in French being the little stone in the shoe. I mean, that's already a lot, I think. Keep being the stone in the shoe.
Hello. What's your name? Sorry? Camila. Camila, you just became our client. So who's the client, right? It's a very fundamental question. You see the client as the mayor who's going to make an urban plan resolving top down into your needs and your solution. Probably not. You don't think this is coming, right? Camila? Big no. Okay. Completely agree with my colleagues here in this sharing sofa we have. When we got the invitation almost 2 years ago to come to ECC, and we had this possibility to build an observatory, we were exactly like you right now. We know what we need, we don't know how. Universities are not builders by definition, but when you do design build, then there is hands-on education, there is experiential learning opportunities. So universities, public universities like ours, have to go into the built environment. It's bottom up. Our students want to make. And the learning curve is like this. So do we have the rights to build? No. Can we be a real state? No, but we have to. And this is what you have to see, that the way we've done it is with industry partnerships. And I think that's going back to you, going back to your idea of the cooperatives. Industries are also very interested in what's new and what is next and what sort of innovation starts to happen in these pilot projects. Your project could be as a pilot project, as the observatory could be, where we, and Mary said this to me in the corridor one day and empowered me for the next month. She said, "We've done the Biennale, we can do anything." Well, this is, we are supposed to do courses, right? Yes, but beyond that, that is, of course, they are very loaded in work, and now they do this extra work. But we don't have much of a chance if we do want to change education without that extra step. You don't have, Camila, you don't have any chance but to do it. You know, find the partners. Industries are very much willing. This house I show you, the owner owns, you the owner, will own the innovation of those technologies and processes of architecture. And this owner has received back his investment of the house in royalties of those innovations, the patents that he has produced. He owns it, not the architects. In a partnership, he owns it. So there's a new economy of innovation that you can have in your case study that in 7 years, in 10 years will pay the project itself, but you will always be the owner of that innovation. The game is changing, believe me, and it starts bottom up, as you are suggesting. So we start the contract. Come, let's go. Partnership. Well, contract is partnership. Oh, good. On y va.
Thank you, Enric. Anyone would like to add any final comments? By that, I think we are a bit ahead of time, but thank you very much for all the panelists. Please, let's give them a big round of applause.
For the last panel.
Oh, well, no, you. Very nice to see you. Yeah. It's not over. It's not over.
All right. So no, no, we continue. We continue.
Please, yeah, please, have a seat.
I don't know if you need it or it's gonna be like for you're the first presenter, right? Yellow is.
Can you hear me?
Marisa has the speaker. Just fine. What do you need?
Nothing. Let me sit here.
right.
All right, shall we go? Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, so we have reached the final panel of today's forum. Yeah, yesterday and today's forum. And let me give you a brief about this panel, what we're going to expect, and then we're going to hand it over to our moderator and our panelists. So this panel is bringing together practices that are rooted in place, in craft, and lived cultural landscapes. Through weaving-based cartographies of Quito, community-led housing in Nunavik, and the curatorship of Togo's first national pavilion, the speakers reveal how architecture emerges from specific ecologies, tradition, and solidarities. The work foregrounds local knowledge, material memory, and the politics of representation as tools for reimagining ethical, grounded futures. Together, they will explore how situated design practices can challenge extractive models, strengthen identity, and chart new paths for resilience in fragile or rapidly transforming environments.
So the next panel, which is called Architecture of Place, Local Grounds and Situated Practices, is moderated by Fabiola Buchele, co-founder and studio director of Studio Neida. Fabiola is an Austrian creative manager, curator, and writer. Following 4 years as Francis Querré's creative director, she co-founded Studio Neida with Jean Autran-Erdo. In her work, she foregrounds media and creative practices that challenge the prevailing Euro and male-centric interpretation of public discourse around contemporary culture and its history. So, Fabiola, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. So welcome to the final panel today. There is someone speaking after us, but this is the last group, and I'm super happy to take you through it. So we're going to traverse the world a little bit, from the mountains of Ecuador to the far north of Canada, and then to Togo, which is by the sea in West Africa. We're going to go through the presentations first, and then I will talk to our 3 panelists about their practices. So we will start with Maria Isabel Paz, who has a panel titled Quito Fragmented, Weaving a Shared Understanding of the City. So Maria is an architect and a professor at the Universidad San Francisco de Quito, where she advances creative methodologies rooted in artisanal knowledge. Her work integrates design, drawing-based research, and Ecuador's rich craft traditions. She explores weaving, material experimentation, and methods to envision Quito's future. And she also is based in her own practice, which is dedicated to craft-driven, culturally grounded architectural design. So I'll hand over to you, and we'll travel to Ecuador first.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure to be here in Venice. So it's great to share my work. This project is a project that you'll see through creative research. I started inspired by Francesco Carreri and his book Walkscapes, where he mentions that the idea you get from a place is the idea that you envision that place or how you proceed to experience that place. So I've been creating for over a long time a vision of Quito. And vision of Quito because the capital of Ecuador is a very interesting shaped city. It's 4 kilometers wide by 40 kilometers long. At the moment, it has around 3 million people living in it. And through the section or the long section of the city, you'll find the topography being changed. From the old town protected by the UNESCO, then it leads up north to these high-rise buildings that until 2013, these buildings were only 12 stories tall. We got an airport that got vacated, and this changed the situation of the city, allowing us to build up to 32 stories tall. So starting at that
center of the city. It is a gridded city laid out by the Spaniards on a squared sort of format, and this gridded city is protected only this small portion by the UNESCO. So we have a double condition of the city where we see it up close. We have almost one church per block. And these churches are filled with amazing artwork. They open these small doors into gold paneled roofs and floor to ceiling artwork. And it looks very much like this, you know, very short in height, and the topography is very near. And the condition of these churches often have a relationship to the mountain. And so we have this presence of the colonial area in this portion. But while we change and we see that the city is vaster than that, we see the city going beyond those mountains and trying to preserve these voids within the city is quite complex now, that the city has projected each of the lots to rise at 32 stories, meaning it will look like this someday. Very dense and very complex, yet to be seen. So these images often envision a city that is intertwined, but it still, as many others, looks for those spaces that go beyond the city, and we have to look how to bridge the topography. So if we see the city in maps, it's quite diverse. Depending on how we take the maps, it might be looking as a line, it could look more like a river-like, but the conditions of the topography often have that border-like situation, right? So for me, in these set of models and drawings, I have been often finding how to represent the city as I see it, right? And this is just a drawing of all the streets that meet the edge of both of the mountains that embed the city within it. And this is a drawing of that vacated airport in a way that we can inhabit it as a park, right? And those conversations lead for us to look at the city in a more abstract way, and often thinking of the city as far as we can, almost in like a nightlife. And that's when I started collaborating beyond my practice with my own sort of hand and pencil, and tried to be drawing with others through the act of weaving. So I had been working with the Awano artisans to think about the way they weave the practice and how this ancient way of weaving would be preserved. And the invitation to come to Venice came by. So I said, why not combine the drawing of the city and combine the drawing of weaving through one piece. And it came about to how to put these pieces together that I had been looking at. So the drawings came in relationship to understanding the symbiotic relationship between the topography and the pieces of the city. And how would that become a map that someone that is from Quito can situate itself in? It definitely had to have two main identities, the Pichincha, which is the big mountain up top, and the Ilalo, which is the round mountain down in the valleys within the sort of urban area. And this is the drawing that came about. So I wanted to share video where we are speaking with the artisans and handing off the 45 pieces that each belong to a neighborhood of Quito. They're scaled to size where the artisans can read a 5 by 5 millimeter, and that 5 by 5 millimeter transcribes as 4 knots, and those 4 knots add up to 42,000 knots per square meter. There's only 11 artisans who currently weave this craft in Ecuador, and it's a 400-year-old craft. So for me, it's really, really important that we know about them and that we're able to see their work. They themselves live in Huano, which is about 3 hours away from Quito, but most of their families have migrated to the capital because they wanted a different life, and the life of the craft doesn't pay enough. So they wove this piece during an 8-month period, and we drew the pieces over a 6-month period to be handled onto them. And as we discovered today, this piece now measures 4 by 4 meters, and it was exhibited in Ecuador before it came to Venice. And that gave me the chance of Quiteños, the citizens of Quito, to find themselves in the map, so they could find the neighborhood they live in. So, and that's the map today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. You already now touched upon craft that's based in locality, which is something we'll come back to in our panel as well. And we'll move from the mountains of Quito to the vast landscape with very different boundaries, I imagine, in the high north of Canada, with Marc Blouin, who is the I hope I'm saying that right. Okay, is the co-founder of Blouin Orses Architects in Canada. His work could be described as a sustained reflection on the vast concept of Nordicity, and I hope that you explain to us a little bit what is meant by Nordicity. It's a new word for me. His firm's first project in Canada's north in the early 2000s was a decisive one, establishing the importance of landscape, climate, and the resilience of northern populations, who were also, I think we should add, migratory ones before, so not necessarily ones that are rooted in place, to its vision of architecture. Since then, his approach is based on sustained community engagement and a mastery of the technical aspects of building in northern environments in time of climatic change. So I'll hand over to you, and we travel to Canada.
Thank you. Yes, I would like first to thank the entire ECC team for giving us the opportunity to come here to Venice for first time-space existence at Palazzo Mora, and continues today by participating at Shaping the City. So, as it was said, the title of this talk is Reconnecting to the Land with the Land, the challenge facing Canada's northern communities. So it could also been called Shaping the Village, because we're working at a very small scale compared to the large city issues that we discuss along these talks. So I will share with you today how we approach the vast subject of community-led development from the perspective of social housing in northern communities, and more specifically in Nunavik, a semi-autonomous territory in Canada's far north, where we collaborate as architects with Inuit communities for over 25 years now. So what you see on this map, in fact, is the north part of Canada, and we have built projects in most of the villages shown on this map, which are only accessible by boat or by plane. So it's really a remote region in northern Canada. So this photo of a house in the valley of the northern village of Salwit alone represents the scale and complexity of housing issue in Nunavik. This dwelling sitting on a gravel pad without any contact with the natural ground that the Inuit people lives on for thousands of years. And what is adding on this situation is that this ground is rapidly, maybe this house is moving due to the melting of permafrost in this highest northern regions. So it's an added challenge that are facing these communities. The climate change are really important in the north of Canada, and it's increasing with the melting of permafrost that accelerates, in fact, the effect of green gas houses, and so it's a real problem that we have to build for any project we built over there. The social and economic condition of the Nunavik are often associated with the region's persistent housing crisis. This phenomenon, in turn, is the result of unilateral government decision in the early 1950s that imposed permanent settlement on Inuit populations who were grouped together to form villages. The mass slaughter of sled dogs several years later by the Canadian government's authorities was experienced by these historically nomadic communities as a traumatic manifestation of their new reality. For many Inuit, they are the painful symbol of the forced sedentarization, and what we can see here is this poorly insulated and unsanitary dwellings, totally unsuited to the culture of their inhabitants, are part of the context for the deep unease and difficult adjustment experienced by northern population as they face their new way of life. Still today, the abruptness of this forest settlement and the rigidity with which the mechanisms were deployed color how Inuit think about their living environment. Inuit communities have been sedentary for only few generations, to extent that Inuit associate their homes and village with the imposition of a foreign way of life, the appropriation of the built environment in the north remains limited and tenuous despite attempts at more culturally responsive architecture. In this context that we have asked ourselves whether architecture had been or still is a tool for sedentarization of northern populations from a nomadic culture forced to settle permanently in villages. We found a partial answer to this question by carrying out our first projects directly on behalf of the Inuit cooperatives, which allowed us to perceive the role of the architects as a support for these communities in taking charge of their economic, social, but above all, cultural destiny. In more than 2 decades of working with Inuit communities in Nunavik, we have seen an evolution in both the ways villages are developing and the role architecture is playing in that development. Our partners in the villages, who were in the past essentially the end users of government contracting authorities, are now increasingly the promoters of their own projects. For example, supporting this, the Kuujjuarapik community for nearly for years by consultation, programming, fundraising for the construction of their cultural center was a turning point in our practice.
This experience for over 4 years made us pretty proud seeing this young student at the sound and lighting booth during the opening concert as it was a very nice experience because this student was trained by by the construction team that built this community center, and in fact it was there with the at the opening ceremony that celebrates the culture, the Inuit culture, and it was a great moment for them and for us. It became a real change in the way in our relation with the communities for the future of this community, and the way our relation with them with confidence. It was an important point in our work in the Great North. More than ever, they are seeking for a new balance. These communities are seeking for a new balance lifestyle in order to integrate their cultural identity and traditions. For many Inuit, the land outside the village remains the host space of cultural values and practices, and thus for traditional identity. We hypothesize here that the reconnection to the land is the key to the balance these communities are seeking. Housing is a vast and complex issue in Nunavik, partly due to technical constraints related to its climate and remote location, but above all because of the cultural specificities and socio-economic realities of its inhabitants. Almost the entire population of Nunavik lives in social housing. This was the backdrop against which we have been involved in consultation with northern communities about their living conditions. In a series of workshops, including one in which they were invited to draw their ideal home, participants expressed their needs and reflected on their vision for the kind of home they would like to live in. During these consultations, the relationship to the ground and the expression of their disconnection to the land was a key issue in how they perceive their homes. Historically, northern population have not had a culture of permanence in regard to building. Beyond the still resonant trauma of forced sedentarization, the house as it is built today remains a foreign object that the users have difficulty appropriating. Following this consultation, we were asked to continue the reflection begun with the participants by developing plans for a northern home that would be in keeping of the values and culture of the communities for which it is intended. We began by imagining the reconnection to the land at various scales from home to village. Participants had described the village as an island isolated in the heart of the tundra with a clear boundary between the two physical environments and ways of life. Their description led us to explore ways of breaking down boundaries through an interpenetration of village and territory, in contrast to a territorial experience divided between life in the village and life on the land. We proposed a design that with a double orientation with street access opening onto life in the village and backyard access opening on the land. In a linear sequence of transition from outside to inside through interconnected porches inspired by special organization of the igloos, the house could become a bridge and a site of reconciliation between life in the village and life on the land. The double orientation of these houses and their integration into a new street layout would create an effect of a natural path leading onto the land and a modulation of the interface among the land side facade that would create a communal space around which members of an extended family could live. The aim was to recreate a living environment that could integrate traditional family center values and anchor family members in a renewed social cohesion. Designing a building in the north requires both regulatory knowledge and the technical expertise to adapt the construction methods used in the south of Canada to the harsh climate and remoteness of northern regions. An additional challenge is that of fully involving local communities in the development of their own housing. As a result, that it has been virtually impossible for an Inuit to build their own homes or simply to control the environment they inhabit, conditions that are fundamental to the survival of a culture. While traces remain of house built over 1,000 years ago, whose structure was made with whale bones covered with peat moss and animal skins, it is paradoxal to note that today's Inuit populations are unable to develop a construction approach that is culturally adapted to their current reality. Prefabricated structures for storage are common throughout the region, and they are particularly well suited to the constraint of building of northern environment. This architecture without architects stands out in the landscape thanks to its form. A single sheet corrugated metal cladding makes up the walls and roof of these distinctive arch-shaped buildings. As we wondered that these examples of what could be considered of northern vernacular architecture, with its potential compelling in our reflection on how local communities can be involved in the construction of their habitat. The development of community freezer in which we were involved is a good example. The initiative gives residents of each villages access to the country food and allows them to continue their hunting and fishing traditions. When hunters and fishers return from the land, the community buys a part of their catch, cuts it up, and preserves it. The freezer becomes a community larder and a free supply point for residents or elders who cannot leave the village to go out of the village for hunting or fishing. One other example of this type of cultural activities is when the local authorities encourage the support for construction of traditional dwellings so that community members can experience and preserve a living memory of the structures and know-how that once dotted the landscape in the Inuit world. One example is the Carmack overlooking the village of Inujjuaq. These traditional structures, usually assembled by elders, can accommodate gathering and overnight stays or any typical of traditional activities like the tan of seal and caribou skins, and for other traditional practices and activities. Igloos are too often built to the outskirts of village, providing a place for short stays or socialize over a cup of tea. Based on these observations, we propose a wood concept of a house built on piles with prefabricated structures consisting of a wood frame covered with insulating sandwich panel. Based on the structural approach we use for an exhibition hall we are presently working on in the village of Kujjuaq. This monocoque envelope, which is similar to the skin cover wooden frames used to build kayaks, can be adapted to the design of house. Other aims would be to involve communities in the building process and to create links between traditional techniques and know-how and contemporary building methods. To engage the communities in that approach of participation and involve them in the design and construction of their living environment, we put forward the idea of developing local capacity through the creation of Inuit companies specialized in assembling and prefabricated structures. These enterprises could train Inuit workers in each of the villages so that housing intended for local residents could be assembled locally by community or even a family members. This would be the course and encourage residents not only to take the ownership of their living environment, but also to learn the skills and principles necessary to build a house, one that would no longer seem like a foreign object by its occupants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think you've already done something quite amazing here, which is also to complicate or to extrapolate the role of what an architect can be, from support to just working with community to find out how they can do architecture themselves. And we'll return to this as well in our conversation afterwards. And I can now introduce my own business partner, Jeannot Troedor, who will do the last intervention of this panel called Curating Togo's First Pavilion at the Architecture Biennale. Jeanne, as I said, is my business partner. Together we co-founded Studio Neda. She's a French-Togolese architect, currently also teaching at KU Leuven. Her focus is on decolonial approaches, contextual design, circularity, material innovation, and transdisciplinary practice. And we co-curated Togo's first national pavilion at the Venice Architecture Biennale, and the studio is based between Europe and Togo, so there's already a couple of places that we're working with. And though she doesn't want me to say this, I'll say it anyways. She was named one of the 50 most influential African women in architecture today. And with this, I'll hand over so she can do her presentation.
Hello. So thank you so much, Fab. Thank you to the ECC team for having us today, and we're so happy to return to Venice for the closing of the Biennale after we opened the pavilion in May. I'm not sure I know how does. Super. So a short introduction to our interdisciplinary practice, because I'm an architect, but Fabiola is a writer and a curator. And we started collaborating in the framework of working at Keynote Architecture 5 years ago. And we really appreciated this transdisciplinary practice where we had complementary ideas about the narrative and the design and different tools, right? So we starting this practice, which is committed to equitable production processes, contextual approach, and where we try to work in a regenerative craftsmanship practice and inclusive exchange. I went the wrong way. I don't know. Okay, super. Just some of the value that are guiding our practice. We like to say that we believe in nature, equity, inclusivity, decolonial approaches, and Afrotopias. And I will bring you through our curatorial journey for the Togo Pavilion. So it was the first ever participation of Togo at the Venice Biennale this year, and we were one of the only 3 African pavilions represented at the Biennale. The exhibition is titled Considering Togo's Architectural Heritage. So for this first participation, we looked at what is the built heritage that like exists in our context in Togo, and we realized by doing research in the country for a while that only the colonial period had been documented and researched in Togo. So we focused on pre-colonial architecture styles, like vernacular architecture, and then made the jump to the architecture of independence that was built from the 60s. So of course, Togo doesn't have a national pavilion at Giardini, so the pavilion is in Square Castello, an old gondola walk place at the end of Arsenale. So that's a bit of the exhibition, and maybe to start the journey in November 2024, we organized some architectural encounter that we have called the RAL, les Rencontres Architecturales de Lomé, in Lomé, in the Palais de Lomé, who became the commissioner of the exhibition in Venice. And the Palais de Lomé is a museum that has been built in the old German governor palace, which was renovated in a decolonial process to make it a contemporary art museum. And so we curated those rencontres where we invited our peers from West Africa to come discuss about the common built heritage and the question of conservation of this heritage, but also how to transform it to the needs of today. And the question of archiving the past was kind of one of the main concerns that the practitioner found in the West African context, because often you don't have access to a lot of physical or written archives. So how can you conserve this information, or how can the young generation can access information and knowledge about their own architectural culture? Which, like in parallel of this summit, we kind of bring a first, put together a first version of the exhibition that was documenting those Togolese style through contemporary photography, but putting them also in parallel with the few archival material that we could find, which brings a bit more detail about the content of the exhibition. Maybe to give also context about the research, because there was so few access to official archives. We worked with local researchers, Sabrine Bacco, and the methodology went through conversation a lot and through oral transmission for most of the information that were collected, because, for instance, a lot of the architects, the local architects, were often not mentioned for modernist buildings, but we could find their descendant or people of their family that still had old plans or information about their involvement in the project. And so it became also a really important matter to credit those people again. So the content starts with the Tata Tamberma, which are those clay castles in the north of Togo, which used to be like the most common dwelling in this area, and now there is only a few villages left, because it's not only about conserving these built forms, but also conserving the knowledge to build it, because it's about community building. Those are like housing for like families, but that are built as villages, and once a year the whole community is coming together to build a new castle for a new family, and it means that all the villagers are trained like workers, but this tradition needs to be passed on from generation to generation, and we are arriving at a point where it's almost the last generation now. We also mentioned the exhibition, the Knock Cave. There are like hidden dwellings in granary in clay that are built inside existing caves in the very north of Togo, and also a style that's quite typical from the Gulf of Benin and the regional coast. So you find it from Ghana, Togo to Nigeria, which was built by the retornados, so freed slaves that came back from Brazil in like the mid 19th century, and built this hybrid style, which brings like Portuguese ornamental in the facade, but that was built with local material. And what was quite interesting at the time is that they developed industry for bake bricks to build those buildings, which today disappeared. So it's really hard to maintain those buildings today, because the very material of what they are built is not available anymore. And it's also a question of like we talked a lot today about the real estate pressure, and those houses are built in the city center, so they are prime real estate, and it's of course more expensive to maintain them than to build. So through the course of the exhibition, like this picture was taken in 2020, I think, and this building has been destroyed since then. So there is a lot of those beautiful ruins that have, like, they are not being given a lot of values in the context of Togo, and so it was important to document that. And then we jumped to the modernist heritage. That was really an era that was about building a new image for the national identity of the country. And Lomé has quite a very interesting collection of eccentric and quite noticeable buildings. One of them is this bank, BOAD, which is still in function and quite well maintained because of that. But what was interesting about it was to realize that this quite atypical shape was actually inspired by the Tata Tamberma castle from the north of Togo that we've seen earlier. Like it was made by a French architect, but the local architect Raphaël Ekwe Agbonon had been quite erased from the files actually. And talking with his children, we realized that all the design and the principle that drawn from this traditional style actually came from him, and he had brought the French architect to visit those places and influence the design. Just showing you other examples. There is also plans that we were able to find, but quite recently. So it's also an all research process that doesn't really have an endpoint. There is a lot of those buildings that are also inspired from traditional or local knowledge. Thank you. And then I was done. That's a big market in Lomé. And then we come to this building that's maybe the most iconic because of its architecture and its shape, but because also it is abandoned for more than 20 years. And I guess with this exhibition, we also try to make a case for the building to the government because it's always on the threat of being teared down when it's in, like it really represents a lot for the local urban culture. It also kind of became the background of the pop culture in Lomé. Like a lot of video clips have been filmed there, or it's really a landmark in the city. And of course, it has to come from a political decision to decide to maintain and to do an adaptive reuse of this project, because for now, all the offers came from developers that are always trying to make it again a luxury hotel, which what it was, and the standard have changed so much from the 70s that it's almost impossible to do so, because for instance the bedroom, I don't know if you can see the size, there are only 9 square meters, I think really small, and as you can see the walls are structural in between, so it will be like the solution will be to turn it to another usage. But because it's a state-owned building, it has to come from there. Just quickly about the scenography. So it's we produced the whole exhibition in Togo, and adapted so this first iteration to our new space. And what was important for us was to work with local expertise. So we printed those pictures on canvas that are locally woven. We worked with women potter close to Lomé to produce the pots. And with Taylor, Atelier Lissanon to build an exhibition that also represents the craft, the message being that conserving the built environment and the architecture is essential, but also the knowledge that goes around building and craft. So yes, I'm still inviting you to go visit the pavilion until tomorrow night. And we're also working on a catalog which hopefully can preserve this legacy a bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all three of you and for taking us to such different places, but so clearly practices that are rooted in those. And I want to talk about that a little bit. First of all, I want to speak about this idea that these are three distinct practices based in three distinct places, all of which aren't necessarily geographies that we hear about often in the canon of architecture if we talk about it in a place like Venice where international stuff comes. So I want to hear maybe from you first, Maria, how do you approach your particular geography? What are the considerations that you take in those geographies that maybe aren't ones that you learned in your architectural formation? Yeah, what are new things you learned about it, and what's your starting point when it comes to your place?
I think so. I grew up in Quito and grew up in the Andes, and Quito is at 2,800 meters high. So definitely a steep topography. The altitude is really important to take care into consideration. So when we think about that, the flora and fauna that come along and the way we sort of eat and it all ties through, right? I was trained in the US, so very flat. And so when I come back, I always love to design in section. I think when we think of things through layers, that's sort of what reminds me, you know, trying to think about the topography.
Okay, so really working with the heights of the mountains that you grew up with. And Mark, if we then move to the very flat far north, which I assume you also came to at a certain point in your practice, it wasn't always where you worked. So where do you find your entry point to that place?
Yeah, for sure. When we're talking geography in the Great North, it's remoteness, but above all is climate. So you were talking about the new word you heard about Nordicity. It's in fact it's a French neologist. Yeah, that was launched by a Quebecer sociologist, and it can be resumed as the world of cold. So the cold is a pretty large concept, and if you add this term cold to the culture of cold, which is the Inuit people that lives on the upper part of not only Canada, you have all around the circumpolar. If you look at the circumpolar map, you see that you will see Inuit communities with, for sure, Inuit culture in north of North America, but in Asia, in Europe too. So it's the geography is important, but to meet a completely different culture, even if we are in the same country, but yes. It's that's the main difference, and this is that makes the contact with these people, because we work there, we follow them in the evolution, considering their new way of life as that was pretty brutal. This shock that
there's a big disruption there as
yeah,
well. I
yeah,
mean, all of you guys also talked about or work in geographies that have a colonial rupture or impact somehow.
Yeah. So this is the very delicate position we have as an architect, but once through some project and the fact that we are there for the good reason, we're not just going to make an architecture project and come back home and that's it. It's when you really have a real contact and there's a confidence between them, and they better know where we are there, we can achieve some really interesting project and a good relation and extremely good experience. Yeah.
Okay, and so what I hear from them is as well, like our panel is about architecture of place. So a big consideration is also temperature, not just that it's changing, but that it is so vastly different across the world. And so, Jeanne, same question for you now, from the cold to the heat. How do you approach your geography?
It's quite opposite, but yeah, I think what's quite striking from looking at also some historical reference is that nowadays we lost a lot in quality, in the way the modern buildings are not adapted to the climate. And when you look at those experiments from the 70s, yes, they used a lot of concrete, but they worked much better with cross ventilation, with using brise soleil and positioning the buildings against the heat, and even more so if you look at ancient styles and vernacular architecture that really functioned with their context and their environment. So yeah, coming also, like I was trained as an architect in Europe, and all this knowledge wasn't part of the architectural history, right? So for me, it's a lot about now, learning, deconstructing some thinking and learning from what you can observe and what exists in Togo.
And I would like to pick up on that a little bit, because I think something that's run through these 2 days, from what I've seen, from what Tatiana Bilbao said at the beginning, that maybe there is we think in very specific ways about architecture, but is that it's very normed somehow, yet there is so many different ways of living. And in the panel prior also said, how do you like to consider that not everyone has access to an architectural education, and architects have to speak to non-architects? So I want to talk a little bit about the language that you find within your spaces. How do you exchange in your particular projects with people that either aren't architects or are architects from a different tradition, not through formal university training, but through, like you were talking with the Tata Tambermas, because it's being actually handed down as a craft. So how do you talk to your localities, to non-architects? But also, if maybe each of you can tell me something that you've learned from someone who's not an architect. Mark, maybe we start with you, because you have already started speaking about coming from outside to a community. So yeah, what did they teach you?
Yeah. For sure, the language of architects, if we're talking by drawings, even it's not only for these communities, but it happens that we work with people that it's very difficult for them to read plans. So when we're more specifically for these people that their house, their way of life was imposed, it was a real shock for them. So for sure they have not been consulted. So when they realize that you want to discuss, you want to understand, so you're there to talk about a specific project. So at some point you have to see the project and to talk about space, about forms, and that's the moment where it's getting interesting. So from what I realized, that if they are confident with your work, so they will be secure that this building will be well built, secure, and in fact, as we have to do as professionals. But when we're talking about architecture with these people, these communities without any architectural culture, in fact, they never had this in this
or architectural culture, as we maybe in this room understand
through architecture, because they were in a nomadic culture. So the culture of the permanence of architecture, it's a real new concept for them. So it's really interesting to start talking about a building that will last in the time, that will be comfortable, that will be secure. So, but after this technical aspect is well understood by everything, so we can talk about some really the real identity they want to have in their buildings, and for sure the circle, in fact, is the maybe the second thing they talk to us when we're talking really architecture and we're getting into the building. The first thing is anything but a square box.
Okay.
First,
Yes.
and the second, we are going on more fluid forms, aerodynamic forms, the circle, which is a real symbolic form for them. So sometimes we hear we want this building, this school, this hospital, this office building to look like an igloo. You say, okay, maybe we can go further than that, and but for sure the circle is the
thing to
important,
take.
yeah,
No
for
corners.
the Inuit people. The circle is the place where you meet, where you and it's a kneeling place where you a place of consensus. So in fact, it's a real symbolic form that is important for them. And the other one is the color. They want they want their building to be a signal in the landscape.
Okay.
So they don't want a white building.
Yeah, and maybe with color we go to you, Maria, because the things you showed us were also very colorful. You created a map that isn't just black and white, but coming from craft. So maybe you can pick up on this. How did you have this architectural conversation, and what did you learn from the weavers about architecture?
Yeah, the first thing I learned is that I could not do what they do. They have a very particular way of working, so I had really to sit with them to see how they read drawings. And then when I understood that they read these drawings on a pixel size of 5 by 5 millimeters, then I could understand that I could take it back to architecture and then draw anything, basically.
Okay.
So when that came about, it was like maybe like 4 years into the process because it was a long conversation. So the colors come about because they produce the yarn locally.
Okay.
And
so even the color is a very a thing specific to the place you work in.
Correct. And these colors are done by a family who have been tinting the colors with sort of the local yarn and the local even plants taking the colors. So with that sort of spectrum of colors is that we decided to put the greens where the mountains were and put the black where the streets were, and then sort of gave different blocks, different colors, so you could see that we have like a variety of infrastructure, meaning schools and churches, and so, and the grays and the whites became sort of the normal housing that you'll find about. So at the end, the geometry and the colorness does play a part in considering where you're located. But it was all from sort of what you could find around them. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing there as well is that there's two aspects of space here too. One is time. You have to have many and long conversation over years, and you have to work within what's available. So I'll ping pong this to you, Jeanne, as well. What did you learn in exchanges in Togo with people who don't have the same architectural education as you?
Yeah, I think like for working in West Africa for the past 10 years, I think what I learned the most is to move to an architectural process that's more in the making than in the conceptual planning. So to not follow those like architectural phases but to be free of developing the concept through the construction and in collaboration with the artisans. Like often, like I like to say that because often like we work in contexts where actually people can't read plans, like workers will not read plans, but they are really skilled artisans. So like in sometimes also there is the question of the language even, because like in Togo, because the colonial borders were kind of built across different population, you actually have different languages from south to north. So you're not always, and not everybody speaks the colonial language, French, no? So sometimes it's about making together. Like for instance, the potters we work for the Biennale, they didn't speak French, and we started to show them shapes and kind of build those shapes together. And so we didn't like, it's almost that the planning phase and the drawing phase is arriving at the end of the process as a conclusion of the process rather than being a planning tool.
So it's also a laboratory in a way, no? And you guys each spoke about very hyper-local realities. And I had other questions for you that you kind of answered already, crafts and also mainly how you work with craft, but because you guys have all been sitting here the whole afternoon and watching so patiently, I'd rather use the last 5 minutes to have questions from the audience and maybe also input in regards to whether any of these hyper-local practices are something you can relate to in the geographies you work in.
First of all, I want to thank all three of you for your presentations. I do a lot of work with decolonization and understanding the connections of how to do that within architectural education. So I'm not sure if all your backgrounds are Western education, and then you're now working in your own cultural or a different cultural context. But I'd like to know how you bring that to students, or how you understand your own education and how that might change in the way that you actually would teach or bring that to even your own practice. Because I think that's actually the answer, where we don't hold back, but we move forward and say, this is valid. You can learn architecture this way. So how would you do that, and how are you doing that?
Yes, please, Marie, if you want to start.
I can take that on first, maybe. So I've been a professor for over 10 years now, and I think when you bridge the students with the real world where they inhabit is where the most powerful ways of teaching are. I have learned with the students that just by understanding the context in which they live in and producing something that is just a piece of one of the 45 pieces of the rugs becomes sense of realization of where they belong. I actually value that we are able to do so in Ecuador, because there's so many practices that need the help of the professionals and help of the designers to move forward. So I think just getting on and trying with the students along and failing with them, so they get that notion of failure earlier on in their careers, has been the most, to me, eye-opening experience from this sort of work. I get this by like teaching them how to draw too, and how those drawings often intersect with the objects. And so using that technology to do so, I think, is also a point in the process of learning. So.
Jean, maybe you also want to respond to this?
Yes, I think in it's a difficult process, but to shift the where the value is placed, and to look at practices that have not been recognized by the formal training or by institution, and it's often like what we face in Togo, because like the local heritage is not seen as something valuable. It's always seen as something lesser than imported standard, right? So, and even like Togo has one of the biggest architecture school in Africa, actually, the Pan-African EAMO school, and it's quite recent that there is a shift where there is a new interest in looking at local practice, and we actually had a really interested audience at the event we held in Lomé, but also a lot of questions like, why would you bring this to Venice? Nobody is interested in this architecture, but we can see that the discourses of where the value is put is changed by bringing this external view on it and this interest. But what we really want to avoid is to recreate this external validation that doesn't have any impact locally, right? So the exhibition, we also kept one exhibition was made in Lomé and was accessible by the local public, and one in Togo, but the hope is really that the repercussion of having bring Togo to the Biennale is that there will be maybe some preservation policy and new interest in the built heritage.
Okay, shall we take another question, or Mark, you also want to add something to this?
Yes,
particular?
according to, for sure, working with students, I gave some workshop in studios with students in architecture, and for sure, when you talk to students, they are just beginning in this in architecture, so you have to take away some stereotype or be aware of some trends in architecture. So even as a professional, we have to be aware of that.
Mm.
And but for sure, as soon as if you have a practice in any town in southern Canada, like I come from Montreal, and as soon as you work in the north, like what we do for a few years, the needs are so huge, and it's so complicated according to the transportation of material and craftsmanship too. So and the cost of construction is any building in the north where we work. If you have the same building in Montreal, it's 1 to 3 the difference. It's
Yes.
third. So the cost of building is so.
But so it's about making
so it's the
aware
reality
about
and
the particular
need,
places.
and
Yeah.
it's a architect of emergency.
Yes.
So you have to be. You realize that you have to be really. Specific and just spend the money
Yes.
where it's really important to do. So it's you go back on earth, yeah.
But
when
what
you
I'm
work
hearing
there.
from all three of you is also taking the power you have as an educator to say, this is what I will
Yeah.
put in front of the students. You get to choose which examples you show and what you place value on and how. We wrap up, or we can take one more question?
Quick question.
Okay, one last question from the audience, and
Any question?
or not. Ah.
I'm not sure if I missed this, but why Toga?
Why Togo? I'm from Togo. I'm Togolese. So that's how we came to that geography.
How we came
Simply.
together was always West Africa and Europe, and Jan is Togolese. So when we were figuring out where to place our practice within the West African context, Lomé made sense.
So the practice is in Togo?
The practice is in between Togo, Berlin, and Brussels
Oh, wow,
at the moment.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
So
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, it's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you so
Thanks
much.
to Fabiola and all the panelists. And a big shout out to our team that
so
is
much.
helping us today and helped us yesterday with like all the settings.
You can have my seat.
Grazie.
I don't know what's making this sound. Is it me? Okay. All right, Lucia, this is the final stretch and the closing of our Shaping the City forum, and we're very much excited. So what's ahead, Lucia?
So I have the pleasure to introduce our closing keynote speaker. So welcome to Mads Birgens from Cobe. Mads is the head of urbanism at Cobe in Copenhagen. Mads Birgens is trained at the Aarhus School of Architecture, gained early experience at BIG and OMA before joining the startup of Cobe in 2006. With a continued focus on urban design, he has been leading award-winning projects like Nordenhaven and Nordport in Copenhagen. In 2018, he started Cobe Urbanism to advance cross-disciplinary thinking, strategy, and early phase design. Today, he is working across several projects and research on the futures of cities within Europe and beyond. So welcome, Mads. And Leah. The yellow one too. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a wonderful introduction. Thank you for inviting us, Cobe and me, to this fantastic scene in Venice. It's really a privilege, I think. So I will, I've been introduced, so I'll jump right to it. You've been through a lot of talks today, so I hope I'll keep you all awake, or I can keep you all awake with some projects I've gathered around Copenhagen, which is the context I primarily work in, also live within it. It's my home. And I was born here, moved to another place, but moved back to Copenhagen when I was 27, 8, something. So it's been my home for many years. It's also the main, you could say, inspiration for a lot of the work we do within the office. So our office is located here. And in the back, you see sort of medieval Copenhagen. In the front here, you see a project we worked a lot on, which is the Nordhavn area, a modern expansion of Copenhagen that we've been dealing with since 2008, 9-ish, which has now come to a certain state of reality, which is exciting for us, obviously, to take part of and discuss and bring out to the audience like you guys and so on. So I'm also going to talk a bit about what it means to live in Copenhagen, because I think homes, it's very important to discuss homes together with the city that we relate to. I'll get back to that. But in Copenhagen, the waterfront has meant a lot to people living in Copenhagen. And home Copenhagen can be many things these days. It's also, I think, important to discuss what public sphere, what public space you provide within the cities. And one very important part of Copenhagen and the transformation the city has been going through over the past 20, 30 years is the waterfront that has changed from being a completely industrial waterfront to become a scene for everybody to participate within. and apparently even making somebody bring their couch on a floating platform down the inner harbor. But it's an important part of being in Copenhagen today. I think it's also being quite celebrated. I'll get back to that. But in the back of this guy with the stray hat, you can see one of the first harbor bath of Copenhagen. And that has, since then, the success of this been multiplied, and today I think we have 20 or 30 harbor baths around the city, which is exploiting this fantastic recreational potential of a harborfront that was cleaned over a really long process of many years of sorting all the sewers so they didn't run into the harbor front anymore. So I will talk about, obviously people in Copenhagen living in communities, living in neighborhoods, cities, and I'll touch upon also the sort of larger region of Copenhagen. I think it's important to talk about the inner cities, and I'll show some projects, but I'll also bring some projects that are in the sort of more, I would say, tricky context of outer Copenhagen, but I'll get back to that in a second. We've worked on several projects within Copenhagen in many different scales. They all deal with the homes, bringing homes together in clusters, density of homes, mix of affordable housing, very unaffordable housing. Also, I have to say, it's a complete mix of that in Copenhagen. And that is due to some policies, actually, that I'll get back to. I think there's been some really interesting talks about policy in general, and I think it's a very important thing to discuss when we talk about bringing a more affordable future. And then also the fact that we need to make more collaborations between public and private, but I'll also get back to that. I think one important thing, and that's why I'm bringing some a bit random videos here, is that I have a lot of beautiful, wonderful Copenhagen pictures, but there's also a lot of straight up regular neighborhoods in Copenhagen, like this place, which is just around the corner of where I live. So it's not only about the beautiful waterfront, it's also about regular neighborhoods of these old boroughs of Copenhagen. The biking around the city next to my neighborhood here. People on the close by bridge hanging around and plazas and so on. There's all this sort of more general life within the city, but I'll get back to that later. Copenhagen scales. I'll talk about projects within very different scales. From a silo that we did, adaptive reuse, towards the North Harbor of Copenhagen, which is this really long strategic plan. And then some projects in between, also more on this regional landscape of the city. Has anybody here been to Copenhagen within the past like 5 years? So some, yeah, okay, that's good. Just to get a sort of idea. All this talks also, and I'll stick to Copenhagen context, but it's such an important time we are framing right now, discussing housing and affordability. And when you look into the European market of housing, as we have discussed for 2 days now within this space, some very worrying tendencies of house prices going bananas. And we are experiencing the same in Copenhagen. But it's crazy to see these charts, I think, from plus 100%, and then, funnily, in Italy, quite low. But I think all of these numbers show different tendencies. And I think it's quite important when we talk about housing that it's quite, I think, even though there's some general tendencies, it's also very local how we need to deal with it and structure these sort of affordability issues. When I look into numbers on where we're moving and you ask the European Union and they gather numbers, we have to build like around 10 million homes by 2030. It's a little bit worrying to look into that project and whether that is then going to be another Le Corbusier dream, or it probably not is going to go that way. There's a lot of new agendas, as you know, and we've heard House Europe also talk about the whole renovation. wave and all these things. So there's a lot of new agendas and new tendencies. There's a lot of also young people shouting out for different ways of doing things. And when we look into this poly crisis, what we face is especially the very important fact of not expanding cities into greenfields. But there's a lot of other triggers that trigger all of these crises we're discussing. So when we talk about affordability, we also have to remember all these other issues and topics within our cities. But any crisis is also a possibility to react, as you know, as we also talk about here. And so within all of these crises, there's all these sort of tools that we can work with. And I think I'll touch upon all of them today, talking about these different projects in Copenhagen. Yeah, it's also triggered a lot of activism within our office and the need to also kickstart a new sort of debatable platform. We opened this Cobe Notes on Substack. I invite you to participate if you read Substack news, where we are trying to debate things differently than the more sort of systematic news platform on our homepage. We are plus 170 people within the office. We like to call ourselves a community. We like to discuss all our projects across urban planning, landscape, and architecture. And I think that sort of cross-disciplinary interest from anyone within the office is also what brings out these different projects and the shape of it. So that is really the base of everything we do. From big scale planning to landscape and architecture within our office. And just quickly, I just want to say, what I'm first going to touch upon is the sort of importance of, do you know about the finger plan of Copenhagen? It's a very important instrument on how we've worked our welfare society since post-war Copenhagen growth. So some of the first projects I'll talk about is projects within the hand, the palm of the hand. And then we have the fingers, which is more sort of the modernity of Copenhagen, the growth of suburbia that has especially been generated since the post-war times. Another important thing, do you have some water somewhere? I could really drink a glass. Oh, there. Thanks. I think another very important thing for understanding the housing market and dynamics of Copenhagen is to understand the, thank you. Is to understand the share of how different, you could say, instruments of housing are distributed within the city. And this is within the city of Copenhagen. So we have around today 20% almost affordable housing. We have almost the same private housing. Then we have this had this fantastic tradition of cooperative housing from the past. It's something that's not being built so much anymore. And then we have the rental housing, which has been the biggest investment case over the past 10 years, which has really is growing still exponentially. And that is probably the most important part to sort of keep an eye on, because once that gets too big, that's at least what we see in other cities, then the market share of feeling ownership around your city is going the wrong way in terms of creating good communities within the cities. A good sort of policy that was made around 10 years ago in Denmark was that the government decided that within any new urban plan, the municipality could demand a 25% affordable housing. And that has been actually implemented throughout all plans, and we see that reality triggering now all the different developments and bringing a lot of new affordable housing to the scene. There is some triggers on this because of since COVID, it's become so much more expensive to build. new houses and so on. And since these affordable housing, they have a quite strict budget. It's been quite difficult, but they are sort of reconfiguring these caps on prices so they can actually build these affordable housing units again. So that's a really good tendency. Another important thing about Copenhagen is that it's still a growing city, and they expect this sort of curve to continue to grow. So we do need to build more, but we also need to really look into this retrofitting and transformation wave of the city. Again, back to the finger plan. It's interesting to look at numbers, you know. It's at least interesting to see that in before around Second World War, there was actually more people living in Copenhagen than we are still today, even though the city is growing quite extreme and has been now for 20 years. That is obviously due to the fact that people live in way bigger apartments today, so the sort of demand on space is much bigger, because we probably have a way bigger building mass today than back then. But what you can also see here was a tendency of post-war Copenhagen, where since the sort of state of living inside the city was very poor in terms of many different conditions of living, so everybody fled to the suburbia, which was growing into the fingers of the finger plan. And that is sort of the next last chapter I'll talk about today. So now I'll talk about the fact that through urban regeneration over the past 20, 30 years, the palm of the hand of Copenhagen has regenerated into become this livability, you could say, livability project that has been showed in Monaco and these indexations all over the world for the past, especially 10, 15 years. One thing that changed in Copenhagen, which we think is a really good narrative, is that people used to come to Copenhagen to visit and see the Little Mermaid. And compared to many other urban icons, the Little Mermaid was kind of silly and a disappointment in many ways. This sort of story of Copenhagen has changed a lot over the past 20 years again. Because now people come to take the bike, they come to actually visit the lifestyle of a city which is completely been transformed. So this sort of image of celebrating a lifestyle that everybody is taking ownership of has become also a tourist attraction. And I think it's fantastic that the life of a city can attract people rather than actually buildings and sort of manifestations within icons. So this is also, I think it's important, this is not just something we did overnight. It's really long-term strategies that's been implemented since the oil crisis in the 80s. And a big investment within the infrastructure of biking all over the city, which is completely flat, so it's also extremely easy to bike around. And this is ongoing investments happening, and it keeps on being really more and more fun also to drive and bike through the city. It's like a Tivoli bridge, this one. So this has really facilitated a bike culture where people take the bike no matter weather circumstances. And it is it's basic stuff. It's actually just because it's so easy to take your bike. For me, going to Cobe to work, it takes 15 minutes on my bike, but in my car it would take me an hour or an hour and a half or something. So is this sort of facilitating what you want the city to grow around is really a trigger in terms of creating livable cities. So today we are working towards almost 50% of the city biking, or inhabitants biking to and from work every day. And that's also kids. My daughter, 12 years old, is taking her bike to school every day. And it's also because of course, it demands a lot of safety factors within the city to make these things work. Together with the walking and public transport and the new metro system of Copenhagen, it's really created a really good circularity or mobility project within the city. And I think this is so important when we talk about cities, what is actually the structural foundation and the sort of systemic design of creating a good place to live. Now I'll take you to this project of the Nordhavn, Northern Harbor of Copenhagen. We've worked with this 5-minute community. It's a bit like the 15-minute city and these things, but I think the concept has been very, it's also been triggering some weird discussions on the net. It's been politicized a bit, I think. But I think I'll just return to it and why we still think it's interesting to talk about. The vision of the Nordhavn here is what we did back in 2009. And as you can see, it's almost the size of the inner city here, which is the medieval city of Copenhagen. So it's really a big expansion. It's really a long-term vision on bringing new 40,000 homes to Copenhagen. Super important for this project has been that it's been linked to the project of the new metro line. And also, I think, a bold decision from the politicians to actually decide to connect it to the metro system, meaning that you can get from this new district of Nordhavn to anywhere in Copenhagen, to the airport or to the region within quite effective transit time without taking your car. It's also the overlapping of the bike culture and the metro system that facilitates this extremely sort of effective way of changing from one thing to the other. So this is a basic thing within the plan, but it's maybe one of the most important ones. And that's this green loop, which is the vision of making the public transportation and a highly efficient bike path the sort of central nerve of the whole urban development. Bringing those two together creates this sort of green lasso, bringing all of the different neighborhoods of the area, connecting all of the different neighborhoods, but also connecting this development with the rest of the city. Does this have a pointer or this one? Yeah. Today we've only come this far in the planning, so there's a long way to go. We've built 2 metro stations. I'll not go through all of these strategies, it would take a whole lecture, but I will talk a bit about actually the 5-minute city and how that generates and is an important trigger for generating the first cluster of this 5-minute community thinking. A very important part here is also that we have parking. Of course, we need parking in any city around, besides, of course, Venice. The fact that cars are not really prioritized in the city makes it that biking and public transport and walking is so much easier. People don't prioritize their car. They can have a parking lot, but it's all shared parking, put in big boxes like this one. And so making the rest of the city really sort of facilitated by biking and walking, etc. Actually, there's 5,000 inhabitants now living at the Nordhavn area and within this first 5-minute community. With this 5-minute community, there's a lot of discussions, but anyways, I think it's a fantastic good tool on analyzing and structuring local communities. So you have sort of at least the wish or the vision to create all the sort of amenities you need within your local everyday life. You have shopping, you have a school, you have supermarkets, and you have also a certain amount of commercial facilities. So we made this we made this public space framework, which is also connecting the city to the existing neighborhood next to it, but it's also creating a quite strong hierarchy of what is the sort of commercial backbone of this project and what is the more recreational backbone. So that's sort of as a system thinking of public space that connects the whole area together around all the new developments. So quickly said, there's these 5 different key drivers that are building up around this neighborhood thinking. And that is really high-end transportation and soft mobility networks, a sort of sensitivity to context, which is based on this industrial harbor context, creating mixed-use environment. So we have a 24 city activity within the city. And then there's sort of creating an inclusive public space. One big discussion here has actually been not enough affordable housing built. It's only like 10%. But what we can see, at least, that everybody is invited to the North Harbour area and can take part of the public realm there and also use the big public beach that's been established. Here you can see an image of how this, the node of this 5-minute city, the metro station, together with the walkability and bike paths are sort of centrally located within the area, also connected to a harbour bus down the waterfront. But also how important it is when we do design these new neighborhoods to have drivers building on local context. And one thing we sort of try to celebrate here is these old silos, the old industrial silos, which are the only high buildings in the area. All the rest of the development is a sort of 4 to 6 floors, sort of Copenhagen average floor heights. So what people talk about when they come here is that they feel like this is actually a Copenhagen neighborhood that they can relate to because it has this sort of scale they're used to. And so there's something about these, both the narratives, but also about the culture of a city that needs to connect with the new and the old. But also how important it is to celebrate the legacy or the heritage of wherever we develop these new districts. We had a whole PhD working on the life cycle analysis on the whole urban development. This is one of his maps showing how much existing and also how much we kept within the development. And very important around this is how the existing has really created a super nice old neighborhood and how the silos are sort of standing at these as these landmarks. So today, I think we see a highly mixed-use neighborhood, both of 40% office and 60% housing. We have in the center of the area a big affordable housing cluster of 10%. And then the rest is a 50-50 mix of rental and private housing. So a lot of different people. It's quite popular for expats because there's an international school out here. But it's a quite mixed-use area. But I think the biggest success is actually this urban beach that's been part of the whole economic case, business case for this is to create a huge place for the whole city and the whole region to meet around and gather within. So these sort of welcoming open floors together with a destination like this at Nordhavn has been an early phase driver, which was established 5 years after the opening of the area, and has been sort of this visitation ground for everybody to come and see this new place within Copenhagen. So I think also when we talk about cities and we talk about homes and living, these recreational areas are so important in terms of also discussing well-being. As you can see in this, one thing that's also been discussed a lot, there's not a lot of park and forest here. So it's sort of the blue quality here that we try to celebrate and create access to in many different ways. I think a super important trigger here is also something I always enjoy visiting Venice. There's no cars anywhere. So the rather car freedom, we call it, because we are not politically allowed to say car free. So we call it car freedom, is that all the cars have been put into these boxes. Oh, I missed. Sorry, it's been put into parking lots, big parking silos, multi-programmed with the shops in the ground floor and so on. And it's actually created a very people-oriented and quite car-free environment in the whole area. And that is just a nice space to visit with your kids and families, gathering around, especially, obviously, this amazing waterfront. And then it's always good when you, as an architect, can go back to your old drawings and look at the visions you made in 2008 and all the fights you had to take with the politicians that didn't believe in us. There's never going to be any people in Nordhavn. You should take out all these stupid renter people and just make a nice public space. And here we go 10 years later. It's the success has outgrown the sort of potential we thought back then. And actually urban noise has become a problem for the area. So I think these sort of strong visions and really explaining and creating strong strategies around that are such an important part of creating these healthy new urban environments. It's also been celebrated in Monaco and other places like a new urban district and so on. So in many ways, a good new phase on Copenhagen to be able to expand, but also create lively, active new urban areas. I'll just talk about one of our projects, which is this old corn silo, which is placed at the Nordhavn. It looked like this when we also did the master plan. And it's a retrofit for housing. So it's also this enormous important agenda on not tearing down buildings, but really fighting for keeping these historical legacy structures that creates identity, and they create these incredibly nice spaces that we never get to do within designing new regular housing, which has become this sort of, I would say, quite generic product, unfortunately, in many ways. So we had this fortunate assignment here to retrofit this old silo. And we worked throughout these old beautiful structures. And we envisioned 50 new apartment units, which unfortunately became incredibly expensive. So there's nothing affordable about this. But anyways, it's celebrating the retrofitting and reuse of a beautiful old corn silo into 50 new apartments. 50 new apartments with completely different floor heights. We had a very brave client on this. So we also reused the slabs we cut out for windows and doors for the actual landscape project right next to it. So there's also quite of a one-to-one retrofit and landscape project. There's some quite spectacular apartments inside some of these, and that also that concrete look of the old structures, a lot of the apartments have actually kept. So it's a super unique also environment to live within. So this is the old silo and then the transformation into the new one. And also think the whole retrofitting process of measuring this old silo, which was completely out of angle in any ways, and designing these elements that were then clicked on piece by piece, like a new overcoat, creating this climate shell for the new housing. And it really stands as a beacon, a very important project, even though it's full of expensive apartments. But one thing, though, we also got into this was obviously a nice restaurant and bar on the top. So you can also go here and just drink a cup of coffee and enjoy the view over the harbor front. And then, of course, the investor bought the top apartment and put a rooftop on top of the rooftop box. It's also been part of a Simpsons episode. I think there was a mass murderer living in there or something. But anyways, I think really one of our best, I think, designs in many ways. Today standing and sort of looking over the Copenhagen scale of all the new developments around it. I'll just have a glass of water. I have no clue how I'm doing time-wise, but let me know if I should speed up. This good? Good. I'm keeping you awake? Good. I will talk about another, I think, super interesting, also partly high-end, partly affordable project in Copenhagen. It's very Copenhagen-ish in many ways. It's also a story about a transformation of identity, I would say, keeping the identity of the place. It was actually a weird, like this is the Opera of Copenhagen right next to it, a huge ghost island closed off for the public, used as a paper storage. the most valuable piece of land used for paper storage for many years. So finally somebody figured out to actually rent this temporarily. So there was a fantastic time where we made a temporary city out here, celebrated by especially visitors to Copenhagen. This became within 2 years, this became the third most visited place in the entire country of Denmark. So that's how much you can say about food and beverage. That's really like an anchor point for visitors within a new city. So this temporary city here was not just for food and beverage, it was also a lot of creative offices like ourselves. We had an office here for 5 years. We were the first ones moving in, chasing out the doves, and we were also the last ones leaving while they were actually taking down the old buildings. One thing that's unfortunate about this is that they couldn't keep these old beautiful structures of the place. But they did make a big, they also had to make a big parking basement underneath and so on. All of these bad arguments for tearing down. But they made this big competition, which we thankfully won against many other great offices. And one thing I think that's made us win this was actually that we kept the sort of super tall ground floors of the existing context. So these halls, we kept these dimensions in our proposal. And then we proposed to put a lot of nice housing on top of that to pay for the whole renovation of the place. Then on the corner, there was a plan for a new public swimming pool, which Kengo Kuma is designing. And then very importantly, like celebrated over these 5 years of a temporary city, we proposed to make a fully public ground floor for everybody. So inside, outside was a complete merge of course, like semi-commercial functions, exhibitions, and so on, but making also a very generous public space as a new island for Copenhageners. So this is the drawing from the competition process. You can see how it completely merges inside and outside. This is the reality today. It's being slowly being finalized right now. But you can see over here in the concept of the section how we kept these big halls converted into commercial and public cultural functions. They have not been exploited or moved in yet, actually. And then on top of that, we built these, built a lot of new housing. And each of these housing units or areas, they have their own lifted garden on top of the public life. So it's creating a sort of new relation of public-private. And it's creating, I think, I have a section here. You can also see a big parking basement in the ground. And then the sort of diversity of public space, that you have an inner courtyard, which is protected from the Danish harsh winds and so on. And then the edge, which has become this new fantastic public beach within the city. So yeah, it's become a proper muscle beach also. But I think there's something super exciting about this, and I'll get back to that in a second. One thing is that we actually managed to do this enormous ground floor project. But we also managed to make two very different, this has not really been activated yet because there's nothing in all the ground floors here. But we've made this incredible destination on the outside, which again is for every Copenhagener to take part of and visit. So it's become this incredible new urban beach right next to the opera and right next to the rest of Copenhagen here. The architecture school is over here. So it's become this sort of celebrating a new way of living on the edge of an island here in the middle of the city. And because of this new policy, the city demanded the developer here to do 25% affordable housing on this probably most exclusive property within the whole city. I'm sure that the investors, they have been doing all they could to get this out and propose to build affordable housing times 10 somewhere else. But it has become this case, an important sort of signature, a symbolic case, that we have to keep the inner city, also of Copenhagen, to have the affordable aspects in the future. So if they can push it through here, I think they will push it through everywhere. So I see like a good development within this, within the city. And it is, I think, just interesting to see super expensive private apartment right next to affordable housing on the corner here. Over here we have a hotel, and then over here we have a swimming hall by Kengokuma, which is just about to be realized. Another thing is obviously the architecture of this Toblerone housing, as it's called. That it is actually, I think, embedded quite nicely in different views within the city. It's also embedded, obviously, in the waterfront, but it also has this narrative that plays on all the historical gables when you sail down the harbor front. So it's driven from a quite contextual design, even though it has this quite unique appearance. And it is really become both an object, a new neighborhood, a new community within the city that is slowly growing now, and it's going to be extremely interesting to follow that development forwardly. It's for everybody to take part of. It's either to sit and look at it or take part of the life over there. A nice and a fantastic way of exploiting a super central property piece within the city. Yeah, we have a really good architectural photographer in the house taking some beautiful images. So this was a few projects on inner city, and now I'll take you on a little tour I have made. I've brought a movie we made some years ago, and I hope it's playing now. Let me see. There should be some very disturbing, loud sound on it. We made some years back, we've done a lot of projects in the sort of more regional, the fingers of the finger plan. Much more tricky projects, you know, worn down, sort of ghetto listed areas. It's a long story of what that means in Denmark. So we did this movie on how this modernity grew out in the finger plan, and how the modernity of living is still actually a reality within the city. There's sound coming. I'll show parts of the movie. We did this for the Triennale in Oslo some years back as part of explaining some projects we are doing out there, which I'll show you in a second, but also to explain the sort of contra project of this livability is celebrated Copenhagen, that there is also a lot of super difficult, tricky modernism in the fingers of Copenhagen that we have to deal with. And I think these places are extremely important anchors in creating also a more affordable Copenhagen in the future, because we cannot keep on having everybody living inside the hand or the palm of the hand. We need to integrate these fingers more and create different qualities of life out in the sort of perimeter and periphery of the city. So all of these is old documents we found online, put it together into this piece of like it's complete modernity, right? It's all like thinking about car-based developments, in situ growing, post-war production. But it's also the sort of change of, or it was like the dream of the modernist, Danish modernist architects to do this city based on the perfect modernity lifestyle. And I'll show you some of the projects in a second. How they also are built in with a lot of unfortunate things and characters. So I think I'll quit it here and jump to showing the projects. So this has been part of a larger research project we've been doing also on the Finger Plan 2.0, big discussion within Copenhagen and also the region of Copenhagen on how the Finger Plan could be better approached in the future. And when we talk about the Finger Plan, there's so many stories and narratives and plans been done over the past 70, 80 years. But there's, it's probably, I think it's interesting because it's also, there's not that many cities where a normal citizen would know the sort of regional plan of the place. But it's always been a part of the narrative of the city and how, whether you live in the palm of the hand or which finger you live within. So we've done a lot of discussions, research, talks and conferences about this in Copenhagen and also within Cobe on how how can we both control the growth of these fingers, which there's also a lot of problems with that. The idea of the fingers is that keeping the urbanization to the fingers, but then in between the fingers there should be nature, agriculture, open space, but the sort of network of the hands are slowly like growing together. So there's a lot of discussions within this. What we did was we built this metaphor of what if there was more than just 5 fingers, what if we could build in a more natural sort of side to this. So we had this image of the sea star within our proposal of this, and made a vision which was based on drawing something else than the fingers, but actually drawing the green network, but also taking one thing very important, and that is the finger that connects Copenhagen to Malmö, southern Sweden. And this image of a bi-regional city where a lot of people actually work and live across the water of Øresund here, taking Øresund more into the central perspective of this and creating sort of a new blue metropolis around the water as the future of the region to grow around. And taking the relevance of the climate crisis and so on into a new planning instrument. So there's many things to this, but quickly talking about it, part of this was to create some of these big projects of protecting against flooding and so on are becoming these enormous park recreational projects. So taking this dimension of creating big destinations in the whole district, also making Swedes and Danes moving more across the bridge and visiting each other was part of it. So combining climate action with new recreational projects within new funky big park structures for people, energy and animals. And then another very important part was how to, if we keep on growing as a city, we really need to think about all the suburban areas that's been built over the past 50 years and how they're connected. And thankfully, within this finger plan, we have a super efficient train network that connects all the fingers in and out of the hand. But maybe there should be sort of a ring that also connects them outside. And in general, we've been looking into all the qualities of these different areas. If they could be enhanced, we could also create sub-centers to the center of Copenhagen with a higher quality of living, making them more attractive for people to move to. And if we could activate that network, we would have an enormous potential of affordable housing, and we wouldn't have that sort of dilemma of enormous growth within only Copenhagen municipality. So I will run you through 2 of these projects. One of them is a really interesting project on a megastructure, modernist megastructure in the southern finger. It's basically 20 minutes from Copenhagen, so it's super centrally located. It's this enormous structure here. It was built within 5 years. There was stories of the first family moving into this tower. They were the only family in the tower for a whole year before other people came. So it was one of these like gigantic projects. There was actually not enough citizens to actually fill it. So it's one of 9 new towns in the southern finger of the hand. just one of them. As you can see here, beautiful modernist sketch of how these towers are standing in the horizon. It's also part of an enormous climate protection project next to it. And it's been standing, it's a beautiful architectural project in many ways, but it's really celebrating modernity, how cars are elevated and driving up here on these high ditches, and people are supposed to walk around in this completely empty void of a park. This is more or less how it's turned out to look, quite nice and green with some beautiful, big, like very modernist structures. This, when we work in this context, is completely the contra sort of balance we're talking about than in the inner city Copenhagen. This is almost 80% affordable housing out here, and that's also causing some quite sometimes unwanted desires in the municipality of Brøndby. So they really want to do the other way and try and attract different users by creating different housing opportunities here and creating this mixed-use city, which is a really big project and political vision within Copenhagen. I think one important thing is that this structure here, is this one up here, is sort of directed east-west throughout this enormous park. But it's very, there's a lot of barriers between the different housing areas of the area. So there's a complete lack of connectivity out there. It's really this never-ending park. You walk back and forth, back and forth. There's no sort of destinations here. So what are they thinking, these modernists? Then they put all the cars underneath, so they create barriers between the different neighborhoods. This is also taking on a pretty poor day, but there's really something about this never-ending perspective within the city that was triggering us when we did the competition. So one sort of sketch we did was, okay, what if we actually change the direction of this place completely, or the orientation towards this fantastic beach, and look into how we could make a new urban plan with a destination. So it's a sort of 45-degree action plan trying to highlight the nearby attractivity of the area as a sort of both rebranding but also restructuring the whole area, which is the legacy of the place that we placed into an enormous strategic master plan. You can see the existing area up here, which is basically, and the most important part of this is how to connect north and south through new recreational landscape corridors, connecting the beach with this area, but also the neighboring area on the other side, and so on. So there's a lot of side stories to this, but just to take you a bit quickly through it. I think the important part of this is how do you actually make this work? How do you get this investment to work? And that was a public-private partnership. So a new investor, a big investor, a Danish investor, bought into this whole plan here and promised a really long-term collaboration on how to realize all of these actions, both the landscape projects, and then obviously the business case is to build a whole mixed-use new urban center next to the old huge modernist block up here. So that's what we're working on now. Actually, the company has just been established. And hopefully in 5 years, we'll see the first projects of new housing starting to grow within the area. Again, we're working with all parking in parking silos and creating a quite mixed-use street space. We're working with a diversity of the towers, the old beautiful modernist towers. We have suggested new big towers, which is not going to be realized. So to create actually an affordable project for the investor also, we made these mini towers, which is mimicking the sort of legacy of the old place. We're working with a design guide that should mimic also the qualities of these beautiful structures into new structures, linking new and old, and linking the legacy of the place with the future. So hopefully bringing these images of a modernist separated landscape into a more connected landscape of new and old housing. Yeah, and then we're also working with all sorts of funny collaborators, which is very important. You need innovation and inspiration. So I can't show you more than this because it's a bit confidential still, but an artist reinterpreting the finger plan, of course, working with the thumb to be a new icon. I don't think we're going to do a tower thumb, but they are playing around with the thumb as a sort of a iconic thing for this. And that is, of course, the thumb of the finger plan we're talking about here. So a lot of fun also being put into this project, a lot of creative, innovative ideas on how we can reframe a public space together with artists and architects, etc., etc. I'll just take you through one more project. Are you still awake? It's also complete modernity. It's a different context. It's a different finger. And it's also a different dream. It's actually called the City 2 of Copenhagen. They wanted to build a little bit like Brasilia, a new town center for Copenhagen, a new town center for the municipality and the government of Denmark to actually move to. So there were some crazy visions of this, like this is basically a big open field back then. Some crazy visions of how we could build like a high-dense Manhattan kind of landscape out here in the middle of nowhere. It looked like this when they did the vision, so a long way to go for that. So it's also been celebrated like one of those places that if we just build a shopping mall and provide a lot of parking, we'll do the glorious future for the Copenhageners to move into. But obviously it developed, and it was developed over the postmodern architectural period of trying to use art, talking about artists as a symbol of a new city. So the city never really realized, and it was this kind of try-hard city and all the medias that never really got to happen. So when we started and won the competition for this urban development, it actually looked like this. You can see a big mall, parking, boulevards scaled for creating like the Manhattan of Høje-Taastrup. And obviously all of this will never happen. So the starting point of this was how can we connect such a monofunctional planned modernist landscape into a connected urban thriving neighborhood for the mayor to be proud of. There's one thing, and again, thankfully somebody did a finger plan. They planned the network, they planned the stations. So the station was there. It was actually a beautiful, even though post-modernity can actually also have some positive results. So the main project was somehow to manage to connect the train station with the shopping center, creating a new urban development around that, densify and mix office and new housing together. And we did that, we drew this sketch of a river connecting the station and the shopping mall. And around the river, a landscape of different park pockets that would emerge and grow out to be playgrounds and kissing hills and a magic forest and all these sorts of different areas. And then here, the big business case. Again, here we had a public-private partnership. There was some public land, all the roads, and then there was the partner of the shopping mall together with some other investors putting everything together. And that is one of the projects that's actually starting to realize. Here you can see a vision drawing, which is like 10 years old or something. They also moved the town hall to the site to show the city that we believe in this complete transformation. And today we see the result. We planned this enormous hybrid park. It's one of those situations where we're actually standing. We had a big plan proposal, but actually we didn't have any money for the park. But to finance the park, we got the what do you call the forsyning? The people building all the pipes to handle rainwater and all these things, but also to handle normal water and so on. Instead of taking all this climate solutions and pipes underground, we made this big skate park which could handles rainwater and collects rainwater from all over the area. So it's both a climate sort of solution for storm rain accidents, together with a big public playground and regional new destination for Høje-Taastrup to build around. So today it's starting to realize and completely converting this big parking lot and these huge boulevards into park and street sport areas. There's also obviously different pockets for football and any other activities to thrive. We work together with some professional skaters to design the park, so there's room for both, for all ages. Glifberg Lykke, he's actually a super famous super skater. He even has a character in some animation games. So together with him, we managed to do this new park, which actually, and then Jeppe, he managed to attract the entire global skate community for an event called Copenhagen Open, which is a yearly skate event. So suddenly Høje-Taastrup, which nobody knows in the region of Copenhagen, became known among all skaters around the planet. It was an enormous event, and the mayor was there to open and everything, and he's today super proud. And suddenly the media discussion changed around Høje-Taastrup. Suddenly people started believing in this city actually growing into a proper community. There's also room for everyday life. Today, a little too much room, I would say. The dimensioning of this skate park is rather enormous, but anyways, there's room for both Olympic skate events here, but there's also a lot of pockets, and it's become very popular for Copenhagen skaters to go to Høje-Taastrup and hang out and skate down this long snake park. It's apparently the longest snake skate park, at least in Europe, we claim. And I think I know, I'm not sure that a lot in this room love shopping malls, but this was actually a shopping mall that's been going downhill for many years because it was laying where it was laying. But actually, since the park opening, the visitations probably suddenly changed. So it's also a good case of actually places like this could be also ending up being torn down sometimes in the future. Now they're opening up their facade towards the park, and they are becoming part of the community, and they will be sort of community center. They're even discussing having a culture house inside the mall. So these big urban transformations that can create a lot of positive synergies within these communities and create different meeting points, both inside a park, but also transforming the idea of what a shopping mall could be. So I think it's a super interesting case on how transforming big infrastructural, gray, boring landscapes into parks, skate areas, and climate solutions, and create new society, new community areas. Also connecting a lot of existing housing areas with a new place to meet. So back to this drawing, which I love to draw on and discuss, because I hope we can look into a future which will be more connected between the natural and the urban environment. And that is both within climate solutions, but also facilitating a growth that's not just about the urban centers, but actually also about the sub-centers and the whole network of already established urban areas around a lot of these urban centers we see today are becoming highly unaffordable. So that was a lot of words. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Max. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mads. Fantastic presentation. You know, there's no better way how to end this forum on this, futuristic view. We have I have one question for our manifesto. No, we're not going to keep anyone much longer. But one very question, stemming out from the conversation that we've been having for the past day and a half. Collaboration, right? So Copenhagen seems like a city that is very much experimental, right? Open to change, embracing new ideas, with forward-looking and, let's say, bold architecture. How would you describe your work, your design ethos, let's say, and how are you collaborating with the city of Copenhagen to realize all of those things?
Well, it's, I think, very important, whether you work, I think even Copenhagen is quite different in context, whether you work in the finger municipalities or inside, but collaboration is the key to change the world. Definitely, I think policies are very important also, but we can change a lot if we talk together and sit around the table. So I think one thing is obviously working in a process maybe you do a competition and you win, and then you start the long-term transformation of a big area like Nordhavn. And that collaboration, which has been extremely successful and now running for 15 years, and also I think having those actually key people in the room. We have a person at Cobe, our project director, Rune. He's been in that room together with a number of people from investor side, landowner side, 15 years now. So there's an enormous, strong collaboration unit within that that knows this sort of idea. And I think when we talk about these ideas, because we all know in here as architects how hard it can be to have this vision or idea sketch, but then to sell it and get it realized. But we just see how important it is, like a vision image for Nordhavn, believing in it and showing it and making it sort of the shared vision among stakeholders, landowners and municipality. If you get a good starting point and you build your strategies directly to those visions and overall overarching ideas, then the starting point becomes extremely fruitful for the collaboration. And I think when you manage to do that, that's the same strategy in Høje-Taastrup and Brøndby that is actually successfully building public-private partnerships around these. And I think that is the key to delivering in Copenhagen. So collaborative models, and they have many variations, but I think when you have private money, you have a city that really wants to develop, it should be possible to talk together. I also experienced the opposite in other places, so it's also culturally, I think, the Danish way.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mads.
you, Mads. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes.
Sorry.
Almost. We're over. We just want to show you some pictures. If this allows me to go. Yes, thank you. This happened this afternoon, so thank you, Federico, for the pictures. We have had a fantastic panel about rethinking home, innovation, affordability, and the future of living with all our different speakers. These are, snapshots from the two different panels that we've had. This is the other panel, the fifth panel, Situating Architecture. This is Matt's keynote as well, over here. So yes, again, Federico, thank you so much. And we've always been building for this manifesto that we've been speaking about. But there's also one more thing I would like to say. It's, sharing the stage with Lucia has always been a pleasure of mine. This is the 6th edition of Shaping the City, and we've always, done this side by side. But we also want to say that behind Shaping the City is a collective effort from all of our team here at ECC. So all our architecture colleagues, all our art colleagues, all the press, communication, graphics colleagues, colleagues from the Palazzi, our tech team. So I think we all should give them a very big round of applause.
Yeah. Of course, I joined this big thank you to the team. Without them, we could not do this 6th edition and the previous ones, of course. And a big thank you to all the panelists, all the speakers, and all the audience for their generosity, because they really shared so much in these 2 days. They've been so intense, and for sure the conversation doesn't stop here. We're going to continue. We are going to make sure that the takeouts of this conversation, they're going to be available available on our platform, and they continue growing over the next months and the next years, looking at the next editions of Shaping the City. Before we all go to Palazzo Mora to see the exhibition that closes tomorrow and to join an aperitivo all together, we again to thank our media partners for their support. And we would like to remind everybody that tomorrow, Time Space Existence, our architecture exhibition biennial, closes. So you have last chance tomorrow to see the exhibitions in Palazzo Mora, Palazzo Bembo, and Marina Ressa Gardens. At 11, we are going to host in Palazzo Bembo our closing event and the ECC awarding ceremony with an event hosted by our head of architecture, Rachele De Stefano, who is here with us. And we hope you can join us to celebrate another edition of Time Space Existence and to look at what happened in the past months together with all our exhibitors, and also to look at the future and what is going to be the plan for ACC for the near future. So again, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks to all following us online, and see you at the next edition of Shaping the City. Thank you.